that they had in drafting. So I'm sure that Zhao 8 has a bone to pick with Spirit. Like if there is a series that he prepared for the entirety of this tournament, it is this one. They have a lot to prove, and I'm just excited to see it happening. But something else I also wanted to comment on is the winner of the first series of the day is going to play again during the fourth series of the day.
Yeah.
That is exhausting. That is a position that might be very difficult for either GG or Liquid. So I'm really curious to see how fatigue plays into today as well.
If you were in that position, Rizzo, would you rather be a part of the first series, getting a 2-series break and playing the fourth, or being a part of the second series, having a 1-series break and playing the fourth?
And that's not that big of a difference, right?
Really?
But I mean, usually playing second and then the last is better because like there's a little break and you can just like chill a bit, meditate, and get your things together, and then go for the next series as well.
How many of them do you think are meditating in that time?
I don't think a lot of players actually using that power, to be honest. Like I only know that you know, Jarex, like the guys from the past OG were doing that, but for nowadays, like I don't know how much of the Liquid are doing that, or like Gaming. I mean, I think Gaming should be doing that because like Tofu looks like a guy who
he looks pretty zen.
Yeah, he looks pretty zen.
In the booth the other day,
celery.
he was looking pretty chill, you know, summoning his inner strength for good 30 seconds.
We were having a debate over whether that was meditation or if he's like, I don't like this hero, I don't like this draft, what are we doing?
He did look like he was in physical pain, or maybe he was just really sleepy. But Tofu does look like the kind of dude who'd eat, pray, love in India or something, you know? Like he'd go on
went
vacation,
around.
find himself, bring his teachings to Dota. He's the type for sure.
He's going to ground all of Gaimin Gladiators. Well, we can continue this conversation, but first, let's hear more about Gaimin Gladiators, and we have a video piece on them that we get to watch right now.
I've been playing games throughout my whole life, whether it was on Game Boy, consoles, eventual computer, like all due to my older brother and his friends that I just watched. I wanted to play and I got into it. I was backpacking throughout Asia for a year, and I saw some poster of TI and some public viewing in the city. So I showed up there, and there's all of, I don't know, 1,000 people, and I was like the only white dude walking in, so everyone was looking at me. People were like getting interested. I bought a laptop there. I started playing on a laptop. Then at some point back home in Germany, started studying. I'm like playing from the kitchen table or lying down in my bed. And eventually when they introduced the DPC leagues, I was like, Div 2? I can do Div 2. And then, I don't know, I eventually got ambitious and wanted to prove whether I can make it or not.
He's still alive, but not for much longer. Eventually he will fall to Tofu.
I started grinding into top 100, getting into games with pro players, eventually making contacts, friends.
The golem comes down on the sash curtain on through though. GG's are called, and the series will go to the Hellbear Smashers.
My first team was Hellbear Smashers back then.
Get Tofu though, watch Tofu, watch Tofu.
But I don't know, it's not really real if you're not playing against a real and big competition. From watching TI is like filled of hype and emotion, and you see these teams with like fireworks winning and sad teams losing, the whole spectrum of emotions you get with like eventually people lifting the ages and me at home at the screen watching, like shredding tears. Like it's so intense that you really wish to experience the same, like to be there. For me, actually making it there now is an experience that I wouldn't trade for anything else, and I'm really glad that I made it to the main stage, and I hope that I get the chance to lift the ages.
He didn't talk about meditation, whether Tofu's won meditation, but he's been able to come on the main stage. He was playing yesterday. It was a very quick 2-0, and one step closer to be able to have that dream fulfilled for himself of lifting the Aegis. But I don't want to talk about Gaimin Gladiators too much more. I kind of want to shift a little bit more onto Liquid and how we see them as a team, maybe what their mental is coming into this one, going from lower bracket and shifting, going from upper bracket and shifting into lower bracket now.
They broke the curse. I mean, nobody beats Team Liquid 17 times in a row. This is what Insania tweeted after they managed to beat them at Riyadh Masters, dropping them down to lower bracket. But yeah, I mean, Team Liquid, they were always like strong mentally as a team, having Blitz as a coach who does a lot of things for the team. And I'm not too worried about them. They showed that they can play some really good Dota, and even under the pressure. I mean, the sad thing about Team Liquid is they could have been the best team throughout the 2023 if somehow Gaimin Gladiators didn't show up as strong.
I just realized we might have the inverse, per se, of Riyadh. So Talon put Gaimin Gladiators into the lower bracket. Now Liquid might knock them out, whereas Riyadh, Liquid put them into the lower bracket and Talon knocked them out. So maybe there's a little bit of scar tissue as well for Gaimin Gladiators when it comes to this matchup.
I mean, for sure, Liquid are the team that is showing up like the best when they're, against the wall already. And it's like when there's a high pressure, this is when they start playing like really well. So I'm not gonna be surprised that they're gonna take this series super easy.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them last year not qualifying through DPC points, only to make it through the last chance qualifier, only to make it to third place at TI. I mean, they are no strangers to pressure. They are no strangers to this kind of environment. So I'm not worried about their mental state. I'm just worried about the matchup itself, because it feels like of all the teams that they could encounter in the lower bracket, Gaimin Gladiators is the one that knows them in and out. But I guess the inverse can be said for Gaimin, where Liquid knows them really well. But there's also just the mental burden of having such a bad track record versus them this year.
And the thing is, at one point they were going to have to face off against each other, whether it was in this round of the lower bracket, the next round, or even the grand finals. These two teams were destined with how this bracket has played out, that they were going to meet again, Lacoste.
Yeah, coming into this tournament, we thought that whole year was pretty much scripted because how it worked out throughout the whole year. But eventually, like, this is the final boss that Team Liquid was preparing to face throughout the whole year. So now it's their time.
All right, we heard the horn there. Everyone in the arena getting excited. It does mean that our day is going to start. That's right, day number 2 of our finals weekend here in Climate Pledge Arena. We have 4 best of 3s, and the first one is going to begin now.
It is a beacon, sounding a call to greatness that echoes worldwide. A crucible, forging a single contender worthy of rising above the very best. And a celebration, gathering a community of millions to witness history unfold. It is the International, the final proving ground, where the world's finest Dota teams assemble to face each other in the ultimate test. Each challenger has earned this honor through hard-fought victories in matchups around the globe. The journey has tested some more than others. But the favorites and underdogs all know the road to the Aegis defies all prediction. And anyone can carve a new legacy here. The Aegis of Champions returns to Seattle, and with it the eyes of the world. 6 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Climate Pledge Arena, are you guys ready for some Dota? Is my panel ready to start our first series?
Absolutely.
I can't wait to see any more of these games today. Oh my god.
Well, you don't have to wait much longer because we're going to welcome our first team to the stage.
Gaimin Gladiators!
A lot of fans, a lot of expectations for this team, a matchup that they know so well. They're walking out here on the stage. Their lower bracket run has been unstoppable so far. They are on track to make it to the finals, but first they have to come up against Liquid, and we need to bring Liquid to the stage.
Team
cheer for Liquid. They're going to be hearing that as they are walking out on stage. They're going to be taking their positions at the booth after a rough day for them yesterday, losing that series to Team Spirit. They are 5 players that we know are able to bounce back, and bounce back they're going to have to if they want to see their run at TI continue. Effie, this matchup, we're going to hype it up a little bit more, and we're going to try and break it down some more as well.
I mean, this is the El Clasico of this year. It's always been Liquid versus Gaimin, Gaimin versus Liquid. It's just been, people start to think there's a script, right? There's something going on behind the scenes, because how could this happen so often? But this is unprecedented at TI for both of these teams. Not at TI, just throughout the year in general, for these teams to meet in the lower bracket. It's always one of them making an upper bracket run, facing the other, but I mean, this time around, it's different. It's a different kind of pressure. They're not just fighting for the finals, they're fighting to stay in the tournament. So this means a lot for both of them.
It is an elimination match. It's that lower bracket for themselves, so I'm sure there's not going to be that much experimentation happening, but I do have to ask that question of how much change-up is there going to be, Lacoste, for a draft, for a playstyle, because the tempo of Gaming Gladiators against Nouns yesterday was really high-paced. They were closing out those games between the 20 to 30-minute mark, whereas most other people were taking it 50-plus minutes. Does something like that work against Liquid?
This is their bread and butter. This is how they played throughout the whole year, pretty much, and they decided to speed it up when they started to play against 9 Pandas. You mentioned the Noun series as well. The key hero in those series was Chen. 3 out of 4 games, this is how Celery made the name for himself, playing Enchantress mostly, but these are similar type of the heroes, these lane dominators, and now he's buying auras on Chen, coming online super fast. We've seen these healing strats coming out from Gaming Gladiators, and Team Liquid, they will need to figure it out how to match this tempo.
I think the Chen is going to be banned in this series, so they're gonna need to find replacements for that playstyle to work, to keep working. They need to find some maybe Dazzle, some maybe Vengeful Spirit, some other heroes to replace the Chen and keep building the source and keep having that ball, that death ball that Liquid need to, be stopping.
And you can't forget about the Enchantress too. That is a Celery specialty, and they can play on a tempo like that. They can also just accentuate it with these aura heroes. Reza mentioned the Vengeful Spirit is something that can carry an aura. It can also just be some, pipe buyer from the offlane like Tidehunter. We did see them run that yesterday versus Nouns as well. So there are a lot of ways to play into that tempo draft. But honestly, Gaming Gladiators can also play into the late game. This isn't something that these teams are strangers to. If you play competitively in this patch, you are regularly playing these 60-minute games, and you've gotten used to it by now.
I feel like it used to be late game was this anomaly. People didn't really know how to play it because games were very rarely getting there, whether it was in scrims, whether it was officials or anything like that. But now we're seeing it more frequent, so I think teams are understanding the patience and the maneuvers that need to occur when it comes to late game. And we talked a lot about Celery, trying to ban out some of his comfort heroes, and that's tough. If you're trying to put that much focus on a POS 5, it begs the question of what's going to get through. And Lacoste, we already mentioned about this Pugna. Do you think it's going to be highly contested between these two teams?
Potentially. I mean, probably there's a lot of talks coming into this series about Pugna because he really shined throughout yesterday, and Team Liquid, they did not play it at all, but I mean, Insania did play it yesterday, that's my bad, but they understand how strong the hero is. He's a lane dominator, makes a lot of things very difficult, like he's a snowbally hero, and also like CY. This guy, he's cooking up some really cool drafts for Gaming Gladiators, and I can see why they decided to pick him up at the start of the year.
Do you think CY has the answers to a Pugna, Rizzo?
I mean, I'm sure he does, but I didn't like that really big and wide
yawn from
Blitz. I don't know what's that about. Like if Xiao 8 was there...
He was up watching the Late Show, Yeah, that's what it was.
If Xiao 8 was there, he would tell him to go watch his face right there.
The thing about Pugna is I feel that this hero was in the meta last year during the Arlington Major, to the point where he's been solved and how teams should already have an idea of how to play against it. Now, I see Pugna being very effective in this meta because you have a lot of these tanky blade mail hard buyers that go in first, and outside of your spell kit and your laning being so strong, the life drain sustain is not something to be scoffed at, but a lot of the teams have already gotten used to playing these Shakers mid, these Earth Spirits mid, these Kunkas mid. Any kind of hero that can make sure Pugna's disrupted in the backline can easily be worked into a draft. So I feel like in terms of solutions, both of these teams should already have an idea and not be very scared of it. The things to be really afraid of, I believe, are the Spirit Breaker, the Bristleback, the Muerta, the things that have been plaguing us since the start of the road to TI.
I was trying to think outside the box of, you know, the other things that aren't always the stock standard that we're being seen, but you're right, you can't overlook those ones either, and we can't overlook these stats between Liquid and Gaimin Gladiators. Their winning game time was pretty similar. It's very close, and I don't know if that's just now Gaimin Gladiators having a lower average from yesterday's series, or Team Liquid's average going up because of yesterday's series.
I mean, I think these two teams are very aggressive in the way that they play, but the difference between them is usually Gaimin Gladiators drafts usually have like some way of killing towers faster, and like those timings are coming like way sooner. Like they would take the map from the Liquid sooner than Liquid would, you know, be able to take the map from them.
Okay, sorry, I thought you were going to keep going there, Reza.
No.
But no, you're right, and that's why I asked earlier whether the tempo that Gaimin Gladiators brought would be able to match up to this one. But what do you think the conversation is in the booth right now, Lacoste, between either team?
Oh, the headset's not working apparently, so I think that's
Can you lip read? Can you lip read?
I can make stuff up. It's like, yeah, the fabric is too soft, and we can.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to deal with their tech problems right now, but probably I think they're thinking about how they're going to play that tempo style you talked about, Nat, the early game aggression. So I think the carries that they're eyeballing are the Chaos Knight and the Weaver for Dyrachyo especially. I'm sure that Liquid know that in advance. I mean, CK has been banned out almost consistently for yesterday. We even had Aoi come in panel and say that he thinks that's the most valuable hero of this TI, is that CK. So you're looking at the CKs and the Weavers, but now you also have to think about the Bristlebacks that you can't let that man slip through. And then of course there's a Spirit Breaker. There are so many heroes right now at this stage of TI that have to be solved in the first phase that you can't really solve them all.
You're talking about the Chaos Knight, very valuable point. Let's actually talk about carries. Let's start with Liquid's carry, Mickey, right? He loves that Chaos Knight. You already talked about it, why it's constantly being banned out for him. And this is some of the stats of what he has so far for TI this year. And he is in the top 4 for a lot of them, Reza.
Yeah, he loves to take buildings. It's 175,000 damage. I mean, this guy, he's like very similar to Dyrachyo. He's playing very aggressive. He's more of a like he takes more of a position 1 approach more than Dyrachyo, but like still they're very similar in terms of like how active they are and like how they're finding these little pickoffs and like setting the tempo for their team.
It really depends which heroes he's playing, because Mickey can be super explosive. He tends to join early on whenever he plays this Weaver, plays Spectre as well, CK. It's all about the timings. I think Team Liquid also has general, like one of the best teams in the world to understand how they're going to hit their timings. And I think Mickey plays a crucial part of that.
And also it's just where Mickey farms on the map, right? He farms very aggressively, which is something Dyrachyo is no stranger to, because Dyrachyo's always pushing out waves he shouldn't be pushing out, and it works for Gaimin, but I don't feel like Liquid operate in the same way, where if Mickey dies in a really dangerous place, they benefit from it. Because what comes to mind is their series versus Spirit yesterday when he was playing Spectre. It looked like that game was theirs, to be honest, but Spirit had a sequence where they got a Roshan, they got a good fight, but then they found a pick on Spectre farming on their side of the map near their twin gate. And I just don't feel like Liquid can get away with carry deaths like that in the same way, because Gaimin have operated throughout the entire year playing, like taking advantage of space of carry deaths like that, having their win conditions be assigned to different heroes, whereas in Liquid it is Mickey who is the win condition.
Well, we're comparing a little bit of stats. This is Dyrachyo here, Gaimin Gladiators carry, comparing the two of them. Did anything else stick out for you there, Reza, with those stats?
I mean, he's, as you can see, like Mira was talking about, he's not playing that crucial role in that team because like he's kind of like a playmaker for them, and the ace is like usually the carry type, or like they have way more even split between all of the cores. Like as for Liquid, it's a bit different. It's yeah.
Yeah, that comparison, not the stats one, but that you're talking about how valuable Mickey's deaths are and sort of how okay Gaimin Gladiators are with Dyrachyo deaths. Their hero pools are actually quite similar though. So they're playing similar heroes, but the way that everything else is formed around these is that key that you're talking about. But the Chaos Knight is similar between them, the Spectre, the Weaver, the Sven. what else kind of comes up there? The
Alchemist
lifesteal
is the big one, I would say, because Gaimin Gladiators, when they played against Nouns, they really did a good job camouflaging their draft, like which heroes are going to go where, because they didn't have the last pick in that series, and also they wanted to secure the late game. You already had Dazzle, you already had this Lone Druid, which Ace is very familiar playing from the offlane, so... And 23rd pick, Alchemist, they wanted to secure the late game. We talked about tempo coming out from the Gaimin Gladiators, but they also want to have something prepared if the game goes post 40 minutes. But I mean, we've seen a lot of games post 60 minutes at this TI, so they're no strangers to it.
And those 60-minute games, that's where the scaling supports come in. I mean, as this TI has progressed, we've seen the importance of having supports that carry you into the late game and don't just buy utility items like the Willow and Phoenix.
We'll see if any of those come out as our draft, but game one is going to happen now.
Team Liquid versus Gaimin Gladiators. Game 1.
All of our tech issues are sorted, the fabric fixed on Boxy's headset over there for him, Lacoste. And so now we're going to see this draft. We'll see what is going to be hotly contested between these two teams and what's going to be let through. Ancient Apparition, definitely no real surprise there. They want to build themselves up to pick a tanky hero for themselves on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and Liquid love picking AA for Insania.
Yeah, it's very interesting what teams are gonna be leading through, and like what do they have already prepared, because like you need to understand how to beat that hero during the draft and in the game. Like you need to have a plan. Like, you know, Purge showed us like how do you go on the triangle, how you block the camps for Bristleback, for example. I know for a fact that Zai is like if they let Bristleback ever through, Zai would be the guy who's like calling, you know, we need to kill this Bristleback 10 times so he doesn't have a game, so he doesn't have that, you know, tankiness ability to be annoying in the game. So I'm really curious like what it's gonna look like in this draft.
10 seconds remaining.
And the Primal Beast and CK taken out, it feels like you cannot give away Primal Beast to either of these teams, not just because of the really valuable players that play between mid and offlane, but just because of what it does in terms of tempo. I mean, that is going to be the story of this game. Both of these teams are aggressive. They don't like to sit back and farm. And the CK being the aggressive carry we talked about, like Ali mentioned, he thinks it's the highest value carry of the patch. Can honestly see why, but when you ban this Ancient Apparition out, you're basically indicating that you want to open with either Bristle or CK, so Liquid just take it out. It makes a lot of sense here.
I think Weaver is going to be the first big material for these teams because they both enjoy it a lot.
Muerta, Weaver, most definitely, because both of these heroes are flexible enough, and if you're not addressing them as carries, you're putting way too much pressure just by first phasing these two heroes. And also the pairing I really like, something that we've seen yesterday quite a lot, was this Grimstroke plus Weaver, where you can't really kill the Swarm, you can't kill the Phantom, it deals ton of damage. Most of these tanky offlaners are melee ones, so two range heroes against them, you do have enough damage, and there's Muerta straight away.
And we almost exclusively saw Weaver yesterday with Grimstroke, I believe. I don't think I saw him being run without it.
I think
yeah, they usually follow up with the Grimstroke for this Weaver.
Maybe once, but something interesting...
Azure had one game without it.
Okay.
That was the first one.
Okay. Something interesting about that is New, after LGD beat Azure Ray, he was asked about Weaver by Dove, and he said that he doesn't think that you can just pick Weaver and win the draft. He doesn't feel like CK in that sense. He says that if you're picking Weaver, you have to draft around it. It doesn't just auto-win games.
Look, there we go. We talked about it. The Pugna, we talked about it in the pre-show. We talked about it just before we saw draft as well. And Liquid is straight up going to yonk it for themselves. That's going to be their overall first pick.
What I like to see paired with Pugna usually is, so this Pugna can be flexed to mid, which is something very, very cool. I mean, I know that Thompson loves to do it. He does it all the time, but Pugna just really elevates when he's paired with something like a Centaur. And Centaur plus Pugna is one of the strongest lanes that we've seen this TI, and if you can pressure the safe lane to that extent, it opens up so much of the game for your team.
I think the other offlane duo that can pretty much do the same thing is Muerta plus Centaur. Also, the hero pairing feels really good, and also Dawnbreaker plus Tusk. These are my favorite combinations of the offlaners at this TI because it seems unbeatable. You're playing against those lanes, it seems like you're just gonna straight up lose it.
It also feels like when you have Pugna on the enemy team, you need to have some kind of jump to, you know, find him in the fights, because otherwise it's going to be really tough to fight around it. And the heroes are, I would be looking at, it's like Earth Spirit, Puck, maybe Ember Spirit, but Ember Spirit is not really in the meta.
Yeah, even Shaker, Kunga, Pango, all of Quinn's hero pool right now, I think it operates very well versus Pugna.
True.
Dark Willow was the ban though for themselves. a little bit worried about that flex potential as well?
Oh, for sure, for sure. The flex potential of Dark Willow as a carry makes it so that she can play against Muerta, right? There is something conceptually here where Muerta ultis and Dark Willow just Shadow Realms, and that's a lower cooldown than Muerta's ulti. So she fares very well against Muerta as a carry, but it's also just her ability as a support to do so much damage and enable lanes that you're afraid of too.
The bans are so thorough. Like every single ban of it, like it just makes so much sense the way I'm looking at it. Like people are just so like they know each other so well that they know like for sure what they're gonna like expect and
Okay,
and
so you're thinking that even off the back of the brew one, the brew ban?
I think so. Yeah.
Why is that?
The Brewmaster is like it's one of those heroes that disrupt the fight and like can go on the backline and like find this Pagna and or like find the Muerta, and it's just like a very strong laner as well in this current meta.
And they banned Chen. We talked about this hero being super popular in the last couple of series that Gaming Gladiators did play, which leaves Enchantress in the pool. Also, you do have the spell mechanic against the Cripify, so you can focus down those heroes. Muerta doesn't have a problem with that, but other heroes might seem to have throughout the game, and also removing one of the saves from this Pugna could be crucial, so definitely looking for Enchantress inside of Gaming Gladiators.
Also, the Night Stalker is a very good pickup for both teams as well. I think like people are showing it way more nowadays because it's one of those heroes that like showing you the whole fight and get on top of supports very easily.
I do like the small rise of Night Stalker that we had yesterday as well. Here we didn't really touch too much on, but he is there. He got picked up in 2 games?
2 games, yeah.
2 games
I think
yesterday.
Spirit played it and LGD played it.
Yes, they're the 2 that are.
He's really good against all of these heroes that are very elusive, these Pugnas, Weavers, Dark Willows, Muertas, so he can get on top of them. And we also, something that Effie mentioned, is these supports, they're not buying into support items anymore. They want to be scaling because the games are longer, so you're not going to see those 4 staffs, and then Night Stalker is going to shine in those fights. Pugna, on the other side, he is that type of a hero that doesn't scale as much with the items, but he's buying those defensive items, those Glimmer Caves, those 4 staffs, so you at least have something covered.
They really thought about this second pick. I mean, maybe they were debating between the Centaur and this Weaver. They didn't want to give either away, potentially, but they just placed the higher priority on the Weaver. But, I mean, if I'm going by what I saw from Azure Ray yesterday and what Niu said, you have to draft around this Weaver. I feel like if you can take away one of its combos, if you can take away the Grim, or you can take away any kind of, tanky frontliner that supports it, like a Centaur, or potentially even an Earth Spirit, then Weaver is playing from a disadvantage.
I like the center for Gaimin now because it lanes very well against Fever. As soon as you get to Vanguard, you kind of like become untouchable in that lane.
And you have to take it away too, right?
Yeah.
But they're also thinking about it because they probably had another idea of this Muerta.
It's either Tidehunter or Centaur right on that spot.
One of the reasons why I love Centaur so much is because you can protect your Muerta with the Stampede, and you can also run away from Weaver relatively easy, and also Stampede really good against Muerta. You run away, and then you can disengage, come back into a fight when her ulti is off, so good call there.
If they take the Grim here, and this, so Liquid were debating the Centaur for themselves, right? But if they can take the Centaur and the Grim away from this Weaver and this Pugna, it just feels... It feels like the Weaver pick would be incorrect here.
I think Ench is more suitable for them, right? Like it's more of a celery hero and it's left in the pool, and it gives them these auras and like still like push potential for these 2 heroes to shine.
Yeah, I feel like if you pick the Grim, it's almost showing that the Muerta probably will be pos 1 and that you're going to have a different pos 4. It's going to be that Grim because you're right. Celery likes Enchantresses, loves Phoenixes as well for himself.
Phoenix is pretty cool overall, like in this current meta, but Liquid lineup doesn't really have that beefy course. So there's not a lot of purpose for Phoenix yet. Maybe it's gonna happen, within next picks. But for this time, like Weaver is like one of the best heroes to actually kill the egg as well.
I agree entirely. I think a BKB Weaver just runs at the Phoenix egg and he keeps Geminate attacking. He double attacks the egg. He has the move speed to make it. So if he eggs on a certain part of the fight, he tastes his way towards it.
Well, they want to speed things up on their side. A little bit of extra tower damage coming out. We saw Mickey that his Luna is very fearsome in that graphic. And this also means that position 4 Weaver is coming out, so they need something in front. Like, these are all relatively squishy heroes. If you get on top of them, these heroes are going to die.
I do think flexing the Weaver to 4 was a good idea here because they didn't get the heroes that would have enabled it in the draft to play an explosive kind of game, right? And Luna is a traditional carry that counters the Centaurs and the Tide Hunters and the Timber Saws of the offlane. She has really high damage, she out-CSs them, and she provides consistent damage output throughout the game where their HP isn't that much of an issue.
They needed some like low cooldown catch against this Centaur because X marks the spot really works well against the Stampede, so that's a good one. I was thinking about, you know, maybe some offlaners like Mars that could pop into the meta. These heroes are banned against teams like Team Spirit, but yeah, looking at 2 heroes from the offlane for Team Liquid, unless they want, I mean, it's still a flex pick for them, this Kunkka, they can put it on the offlane, but I'm mostly looking at some of the beefier offlaners like Tide Hunter and maybe even Dawnbreaker, just that you have that extra heal, and it's a strong lane when paired up with Weaver.
Also, the cool thing about this Kunkka is that he counters the traditional Quinn jump heroes that would have made Pugna's life difficult. So instead, they go for the Quinn Necrophos. I mean, having your eyes on this Kunkka may be enough to just enable this Necro pick to come out in the second phase.
Oof, this is a big one. Necro has been banned most of the time. The way they started the group stage was, I believe they were playing against 9 Pandas or Virtus Pro, and they played Necro 2 times in a row. This is like, he's really good at the hero.
I mean, you can still technically flex this Kunkka to the offlane, but you don't have to reveal your cards until Liquid, until the very end. When a Kunkka got flexed to the offlane yesterday versus Betboom, they just had their Monkey King follow it around and they countered it. But Liquid are in a position where they don't have to reveal their hand. If they don't want Kunkka to tank this matchup versus Necro, they can throw him in the offlane, but they also have last pick.
I think that's pretty much mandatory right now, because you want to have some magical damage coming up in the mid lane. Lina has been banned out. I think the other one could be Invoker because of the dispel mechanic. You can caught people off guard during, you know, one of the better heroes overall against Murta when she uses her ulti and doesn't have BKB on is this long duration tornado coming out from Invoker where you can buy like a good 2-3 seconds.
Yeah, I'm sure Invoker is going to be banned here. I wonder if you're going to see some unique heroes like Arcborn or Tinker are going to be picked up like for Nisha this time, because it's like been historically good against Necrophos, but I'm not sure if they're, you know, thinking about it or looking for it. They already have a solid lineup though, so they can pick whatever they want for Nisha. That is, you know, it's gonna have a good lane against Necro.
I want to circle back around while we're waiting for this last band to talk more about this pose for Weaver. You talked, Effie, how building it up, you need a really good combo. You need a good pairing for it, and that's how it's going to make it work as a pose 1. But now as a pose 4, what is his impact without one of those combos as well?
That's a great question. So I think what Weaver provides to lineups that have Luna are very early rush, right? Because Luna tends to group up with her team, with her auras, and Weaver provides that damage reduction with the Swarm. He's also a vision hero, so when he attaches his insects to these backline heroes like Muerta and Phoenix, you can always have your eyes on them. Also, now you have the Vessel Buyer on your team that you didn't have before, which is going to be great damage versus a Centaur. So the hero can definitely do a lot, but he does suffer from the issues of not having the traditional support spells in terms of any kind of disable or any kind of save unless you buy the Aghanim Scepter, which is an out-of-meta item for Weaver, to be honest. But he does a lot in terms of damage amplification and vision.
5 seconds.
Invoker is left in the pool, so probably Nisha is gonna choose that one because he loves the hero every time he has an opportunity to have, and that's the hero I was looking for. Oh my god! But I usually suggested it against Weaver as a core, but against Luna it's not as hot, you know. But it's still like it pleases me to see that Durachi is thinking about these aggressive cores and like thinking outside of the box, because people are usually not looking for it.
They ran a healing strat yesterday when they played, and look at the amount of healing that they have. This Necro, Phoenix, Sunray, Bloodseeker as well. This is going to be like, I'm seeing problems for Team Liquid. Their damage output, it's not there. This is position 5 Pugna we're talking about. They might shift Pugna to a mid lane now that there is, you know, Necro in the pool, that Necro has been picked. But yeah, I feel like Gaming Gladiators, that they got whatever they wanted in this one. This is the type of a draft that they expected to come up with, and they got the good heroes.
And a cool aspect of this Bloodseeker that we didn't touch up on is that it's a hero that can control this Pugna, right? Nat, you mentioned earlier that this hero's stocks have risen up, and how you control Pugna is with that backline jump. But a Bloodseeker can rupture him and silence him and just get on top of him, because the rest of Gaimin's heroes don't really do that right now. And there's the Invoker that you talked about, Reza.
Yeah, there's an Invoker, and I mean this lineup, Gaming Gladiators are not going to be able to push the Liquids because like there's no really mechanics to like go in the towers easily. So Liquid is going to be the one team that's pushing Gaming Gladiators this time.
Okay. With seeing all the lineups now, before we saw that last pick, Lacoste, you thought Gaming Gladiators had the better lineup, but who has Exodia out of the two teams now?
I would still say Gaming because they got all the boxes covered pretty much. They have carry that comes online super fast, and looking forward to see what they're going to do with the Bloodseeker.
Alrighty, we've talked about this draft. We're going to hear some words though from the coach of Liquid. It's Blitz and Slacks.
Thank you so much. Yes, my friends, I am here with Blitz Dota. The crowd obviously loving you guys and hoping for your best. How do you feel about that draft so far, boss?
I feel pretty good. I think we got some stuff we wanted. They got some stuff they wanted. Hopefully we don't lose in like 20 minutes.
I hope so as well. Now, Gaming Gladiators is one of the most aggressive teams left in the tournament. They really value those laning stages. Now, what did you guys prioritize in your draft to kind of strip that power away from them?
I think we tried to make sure that we had a lot of flex in our draft, so that's why like Zai's playing our Kunkka and stuff like that, and you know that's ultimately what brings it all back together.
Absolutely. Luna, not the most successful hero at the tournament so far. Haters gonna hate, but was your team able to pick such a dynamic hero, you know, kind of shake off yesterday's losses?
Yeah, I noticed you're making a lot of Taylor Swift references.
I'm not.
No, I think I honestly forgot the question because I was really just trying to catch those.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, guys. Hey, we'll go over to game 1 to our casters.
For the final time this season, we're going to have Team Liquid versus Gaming Gladiators. It has happened 12 different times this season. This is going to be lucky number 13, I suppose. And it's the first time that these two teams have faced up against each other in an elimination match that is not the finals.
New territory?
Is
that what you're saying? I mean, personally, I've never seen this matchup before, like you were saying, so I'm really looking forward to it. I think this is a crowd favorite for sure as we get our hands back on a major final matchup that has been repeated so many times, but like you said, never for elimination in a tournament that matters as much as this one right here. It's really going to be for everything. No other matchup between these teams really matters at this point, right? It all comes down to this. It's a question of how much have you learned over the course of the year about each other? How much can you put it to use when it counts? And how many voice lines can you spam?
As you can see from the chat, Will line already coming out, and the little bit of all chat with these two teams know each other very, very well. They matched in every single major finals this year, and they matched up against each other in Riyadh, though that was an upper bracket match where Team Liquid, you know, they finally managed to get one over the Gaming Gladiators team. They finally got there, but can they continue that with elimination on the line, shaking off a loss against Team Spirit especially? I mean, that had to be a bit of a rough one because not only did Team Spirit, in some ways I think, prove that they're still the better team to Team Liquid, but they also managed to do it in like sort of comeback fashion. Liquid probably feels like they could have won that series, you know?
At the same time, Liquid looked better against them than, I mean, almost any other team has in recent history, right? I think Spirit are being humble, and they're saying they haven't only played eliminated teams, but damn, they look scary. So if you can compete with them, you're competing with the top 3 at the tournament, and that bodes well for your potential lower bracket run here, as both these teams are in the lower bracket. Still surprising me, but here we are. Upper bracket for bitches, indeed, as they're going to try and prove everybody wrong and seal the deal. I like this draft. I think this draft's very interesting. I think both teams got a lot of what they wanted, as Blitz was mentioning. I think Gaimin, they got their Necro counter pick, but they don't get it last year, which means Nisha has an opportunity to respond. I think they have tools to deal with the Necro with the Dispels, the Vessel from Invoker, and a lot of physical burst damage coming in later off the Bug and the Luna Aura going through in the nighttime. Got to remember that. You're contesting 6 and 8 and 10-minute power runes against Gaimin. You have to bring everybody those runes. You have to be able to fight them. Luna helps you do that with a pretty damn good amount compared to almost any other carry. I expect a lot of clash around the mid lane here, and I expect that have it happen fast, quick, swift, and
here
strong.
It comes. Bounty runes out the field. Immediately Liquid are going to try and battle Gaming Gladiators, but it's going to be Insania who's looking close to dying first. Tofu, he barely managed to live long enough. Holds on so Quinn can claim that coveted first blood. And even Boxy, who does have the Shikushi, yes, but they have the Bloodseeker. They see him, but they can't hit him, at least not yet.
He's just going to have to suicide, though, I think. I don't know if you can play the lane with this little regen. The upside for Liquid, you give Quinn first blood here, but you did drain a lot of mana off him, and
Okay, managed to dodge the dead shot, but again, still the vision from the Bloodseeker allows them to claim a second kill of the game. So not only did they get a 2-for-1 there, but they also managed to get the first blood, and they also walked away with even bounty runes. So big win for Gaimin Gladiators right out the gate.
Nice way to start the lane, especially when you have Bloodseeker. Any of these types of trades, you set the equilibrium up in a way where people are already missing regen or they come to lane half HP. Dyrachyo is going to be very happy about that. And this is a lane where he can just dominate, I think. Kunkka's not going to pose too much of a threat on him. I mean, you're building up some attrition with, you know, Tidebringer going through, but Bloodseeker's just going to heal through all of it. So I kind of expect Gaimin's laning phase to be incredibly strong here. And I think it's going to become a question of where can Liquid make the moves with their supports, gain some momentum back, and hopefully get Nisha activated. Because I think if this Invoker has a really good first 15 minutes, he can take a lot of this early game over. I mean, the mana burn is going to be a problem for Quinn. The Tornado is going to be a problem for the Ghost Shroud. And a fast Vessel in this game to negate a lot of the healing could just win you some of these team fights with the back of, like, good Ghost Ship, Torrent Storm in the mid game, especially with Luna Aura coming through on all of it. It's a very strong 5-man group up from Liquid if they can get it going.
Yeah, Nisha starts off really strong. It's 4 denies already and a lot of damage onto the Necro. If he can keep that kind of pace, then he'll prevent the Necro from being able to get that regen. But it does become harder over time. They're going to jump on his eye here, hitting their level 2, while the Kunkka is still shy of that. Zai will manage to walk it off. They actually get pretty low here. Boxy's going to take advantage of this. He should easily be able to pick up at least 1 kill. Celery pops the Fairy Fire. Zai's coming in as well. Can he hit the swing required? He turns back to Dyrachyo instead. A torrent to the side and catches him. Boxy will now be able to finish him up. Unless Dyrachyo can somehow keep himself alive from getting last hits, but no. Run down by the Shikuchi. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Tofu picks up yet another kill, but Insania's already back into it, shows up with the blood grenade. They'll have their revenge, perhaps, but Mickey may cost him his life as he's going to try and limp away. Ace, dive in the tower.
Oh, it's a bad dive.
Now he gets a little bit of a stun underneath the tower. What a turnaround. Liquid will manage to pick up a double off of that when it looked like for sure it was going to be a trade-off 1-for-1.
These are just brawls of a lane, man. And already we're seeing this Aura do work bottom. Pugna with such high move speed, such good attack animation, just kiting them around. This is the type of laning setup you want versus Gaimin. Do not give them a head start. Do not let them run away with it like we saw yesterday. However, Quinn pushing in mid. This is an oppressive laning hero right here, and we're showing exactly how much you could do with it. Quinn is not afraid to play this hero blind. That is a scary thought.
Yeah,
right now, I mean, this is insane pressure right here.
He has fully recovered this setup now where he was low on CS and low on regen. Managed to get a bunch of last hits all in a row, and now he is commanding this lane and will probably continue to do so.
He's gonna have to even TP back. He just got stuck. Remember, this is all thirst for Dyrachyo, which should be winning you this lane as well. So the more Quinn wins mid, the happier his carry is also gonna be. That's why that kill was pretty valuable up top. Really good for Boxy's early game here. I mean, this is an interesting Weaver setup because they didn't want to play a core into the counters that Gaimin had, particularly the Bloodseeker. Even the Centaur can be a little bit annoying. But you put it on support, I like the idea that you have the Luna Aura to back him up in the mid game, right? A lot of bonus damage on a hero that at some point is putting out 2-3 attacks on everybody with Shard and Sakuchi through. Sounds pretty damn good to me.
That'll help him threaten those backline supports. I assume that's what we're looking at for this support Weaver, right? Get to this Phoenix or this Huerta and just try and force them to use their ultimates to defend themselves.
Just cause chaos. If you can ever kill an egg too, I'd be really happy about that team fight. Still Gaimin, this lane phase. It's 3 lanes going pretty damn well for them. It has been hard to stop this tournament, and that has been one of the biggest problems a lot of teams have faced. Trying to deal with the early pressure. We'll continue to get stronger and stronger here, especially as they get the first set of items.
And I'm thinking about falls, right? That's also a very big point. We have 2 levels of the Lunar Blessing already, so you get that
strike back.
Yeah, that nighttime global.
And that's what I'm saying, these rotations. I'd like to see the Pugna and the Weaver combine a bit on the map. Get some like ganks going, especially during this nighttime. Enable some of the cores. Either Mickey or Nisha, I think, is what you're going for. I think Zai, he's going to have a, maybe slow game, but he's a cook. That doesn't really matter too much. But if you can get these ganks going, you're really going to enable your supports, bring some of the CS advantage back.
Yeah. And Zai was well known for tanking a lot of terrible laning phases back when he was on Secret, right? Like a lot of times they would just leave him out in some pretty rough ones. A lot of times he was playing like Dragonite, Kunkka here, very similar type of hero.
I mean, yeah, it's a Yapsor effect.
And with that mobility, I mean, I love the fact that Weaver kind of operates like a Monkey King when it comes to the mobility aspect of getting through those portals. So maybe he can link up with Insania like you were talking about.
I mean, that's one of the strengths of support Weaver, is the rotation capability. Like, every one of his points just at level 1 is powerful in a go-on situation. The question is, I mean, if you can pressure Dyrachyo, you'd be happy to take that. But I love when you kill this guy and take him off the lane. I just don't know if he's going to get chipped hard enough, and it's going to be Celery making the first move to bottom. This is not what I expected out of Liquid. I expect Boxy to want to respond to this, or at least create pressure on Dyrachyo, try and bring him back. That's what they're doing. They're going for the kill on the Bloodseeker right now.
Forced to TP away. Barely makes it. Meanwhile, here comes that rotation, but TP immediately coming out from the Weaver, so Gaimin Gladiators may not be able to go for this dive as much as they want. Nice hits, though. Celery landing all of the Fire Spirits onto Mickey, and that'll finish him off. Boxy's going to try and trade out on Celery, but Ace is trying to protect his support, staying close by until the dive is ready to go. Celery gets out, so kind of a trade. Like, would you rather, in that situation, be straight up dying as the carry and then TP back to lane instantly, or do you feel like Dyrachyo is not too happy about TPing out of the lane and missing so much CS?
I mean, I think Dyrachyo is happy with that. He's not giving a lot of XP to Zai. It's the better of the outcome, especially when the Phoenix made the first move.
Nisha gonna be in some trouble. Instantly hit with the silence, and that's enough. Lock him down with the Reaper Sight underneath those ghosts. And while Zai is being run down by Dyrachyo as he made his way back to lane pretty quickly, thanks in part to those phase boots.
This mid lane, it's just been all Quinn. I'm surprised with how well he's done in this matchup. I mean, this is a matchup where Invoker generally has done okay, or at least okay enough that he can get into the point in the mid game where your spells are really good for Necro. But this is a wide lead to open up, and of course Gaimin are going to take advantage of it with the quick roam, get the gank going, translate that pressure into experience for their supports. Do have that nighttime hitting full stride here, 3 points in the aura. So this is when Boxy's pretty strong on the map. Even Insania getting these extra right clicks in it does hurt when you have low armor heroes.
Got him with the bugs, pulled him back in, but missed the torrent timing there from Zai. So once again, Dyrachyo takes some damage, but he will be able to heal up a decent amount with CS directly under the tower.
You're going to rotate your supports off the safe lane. Again, it's like you rotate 3 to kill Dyrachyo, and if you're not, you got to create the pressure somewhere else. Seems like you're giving Celery a lot of room on the map right now as he's just lingering bottom. He's just waiting to see if Mickey shows here again.
Quid knows there's a ward up there, but missed it barely off that sentry placement.
Now Dyrachyo is starting to feel the pressure. So this is where the trade-off comes through, right? You're going to sit on the bottom lane with your supports. In theory, Dyrachyo is not going to get as much. How long does Mickey want to sit down here? Do you want to bait the dive with another Boxy rotation? Nisha can also counter gank these plays. It's the strength of Quaswell at this point in the game. Liquid should be happy to take these defensive-oriented fights.
Yeah, they are diving in so damn deep. In fact, they're still back there. Ace just feeling like, thanks to his Vanguard and 17 Magic Wand charges he's built up.
He's just chilling. Smart not to force it there. Liquid were pretty damn ready. You do not want to give Nisha some big turnaround kill in this game, right? Because that's going to give him the earn charges. Then suddenly he can go into the Midas or the Vessel, whichever one he opts for. Ghost Ship used to no avail. Dyrachyo is still just walking off the pain. He's been left to the wolves. Tough trade-off. I mean, the big question here is, can you accelerate your Luna across the Bloodseeker? If you get Ancient stacks up, that's another route you can go here. If you're Liquid, just play a defensive game, get massive stacks up, put Mickey in a position where he's the #1 leading net worth in the game. And we saw him carry some crazy games with Luna this tournament. Definitely not out of the question. It's a hero that can stand your ground with Butterfly Satanic timing, plus that shard in the late game. You can put Gaimin in a position where suddenly they're the ones lacking the damage.
Here comes the smoke gank on Anisha. Ghostwalk goes out, but they do have detection already laid down from the sentry. He's going to try and duck away into the trees. Man, to dodge the dead shot, cuts out a tree to be able to cut a path away to freedom. They're going to have to pop the Stampede to make sure they do not get caught here on their way out.
Another kind of poke attempt, another attempt that Boxy instantly responds to. He's so ready to take into these fights. I think he almost wishes they would dive. Like, please give me the cleanup opportunity with how hard I'm hitting right now.
Yeah, again, because it's nighttime, right?
Yep, and this clock will hit 10. So now Gaimin, they want to group up and push with a Necro and Centaur. I mean, the opportunity is going to be there. But Liquid, they're just holding the wall, holding it steady, farming it up. The question is Nisha going to go for this full Vessel? Is he just going to go for a Midas and try and scale? Like, how does he feel the pace this game is going? Zai makes his first move with a boat. Should be enough damage here.
A lot of heroes, but Ace also has a lot of HP, and Gaimin Gladiators are coming in force. Beautiful torrent that hits on 2. Zai still chasing, but the rest of his team is backed away now that he's been hit with the Rupture. Caught in place, and Quinn, he sees his opportunity to get at least 1 kill out of this one. Immediate Reaper Sight put onto the Kunkka to get that stack. and they'll call it there. Good enough for them. 1 kill for no trade-off.
Okay, I thought they had way more damage, but there's no like early swarm hit on the Centaur, and he just walks it off. 1600 HP in the early game, way too much without the extra spell damage from Invoker willing to make that rotation. I mean, you're not going to bring 5 to kill Ace, right? It's way too hard. Upside is, for Liquid, you did get this tier 1 top during all this mess that was happening bottom. So even if these towers go out, you're trading the map. It will open up some space for Mickey later off, you know, triangle rotation into that top lane. They have some room to play with here as game continues to get slowed down, which if you're Liquid, you're probably happy with. You know, if Gaimin don't beat you in 20 minutes, then all of a sudden, will they beat you if the game goes to 50, 60? It's not been their wheelhouse at this event. That's where they've struggled.
Considering the pace they took yesterday, when you're talking about the Spirit Vessel versus Hand-of-Midas, I immediately was like, please go Spirit Vessel. Don't go Hand-of-Midas, because we saw the way that got punished with Nouns.
Right. It's just about how you feel this game's gonna go. And it's an instinct. Pure instinct read. Quinn will go for the bots first on the Necro. So we've seen him do this, I want to say almost every game here. I think it's just a map mobility thing. Keep the farm up. Be able to join these plays. Continue to get the Reaper stacks. It just feels natural. It does make him a bit susceptible.
Burns out Celery, but Phoenix operates without mana.
And the siege will begin. The Pugna siege.
Yeah, they already got that top tower earlier. We didn't really mention it, but now that bottom tower is going to die for Gaimin Gladiators. They're evening things out. But mid tower is under assault a bit from the Pugna.
It cost him some time on Horatio, who he suffered in that no course because he got kicked off that top lane. You went for the trade, and this is where Mickey is going to start to pull ahead of him. So how aggressive do Gaimin want to get to try and disrupt the farming pattern here? That's a big question.
What is your timing that is it like Blink Dagger on the Centaur? Ace is pretty close to it.
Yeah, it just has to be, right? But the thing about the Centaur Blink this game is what's your damage follow-up going to look like? Are you bringing both supports in that smoke? It's probably going to be a bit obvious. It's hard to bring the Necro in there. And the thing is, the Necro also wants damage to come out first. So if you get some early sustain or healing on Liquid, they have the Pugna for that reason. I can see the burst not necessarily being that easy in this type of environment.
Sure. Especially given the mobility of some of the Liquid heroes. They just like stomp and then straight up egg, then you might be able to just run away from all that. Reset.
That's why the calling is going to be a very vital spell for all these ganks.
Rupture and Reaper's Scythe is a deadly combo for anybody caught out like Zai is. He's going to use the boat almost immediately. See if he can get enough heals. There is going to be that boat buff to be able to help him out. They're going to pop the Supernova. They go for the Reaper's Scythe, go onto the Pugna instead, and leave Zai for last. And they're going to have to dive him underneath the tower. Jirachu's pretty sped up here. Mickey's trying to help him out, but the Stampede is going to run over Zai, and they finish him off and run through all of this. Deadshot going to miss from Tofu, and now Nisha starts putting some damage back onto Gaimin Gladiators. With Boxy coming in from behind, there's potential here, but if they're fighting into the Necrophos, it's going to be pretty tough with all that sustained. So they opt not to try and break Gaimin Gladiators there. Losing 2 heroes.
Caught a little too deep, but there's just no damage turnaround at this point in the game, right? You're still missing the Vessel. You don't even have the charges. And Mickey, he's gone for the farming Luna build here, which you can't blame him for. I mean, this is standard, but no Eclipse that's coming out in some crazy turnaround. So right now, it's Gaimin's opportunity to make.
I love this for Gaimin Gladiators. Keep the pace up.
Straight
you
back.
Caught him out with 2 heroes dead. They probably TP'd out the lane, and Nisha is going to be caught alone with no response, and they will quickly take that tower as a result of that pickoff.
Ace dictating the pace of this game right now. He had a free lane, a free tower, and he has a very fast Blink Vanguard that instantly went to work. We'll take another tier 1 off the map with the group up. That's that Necrophos Centaur combining. It's going to be a problem to deal with at this point in the game. It's just way too tanky, especially with Sunray behind him. You have to fight into Muerta spells, which have been problematic for a lot of teams until you get, you know, debuff immunity and BKBs or something. That's a far way down the road.
Yeah.
Lane mail for Zai is going to be nice in terms of running in and tanking. It's also going to be pretty good versus the Rupture that has been going on him for most of this early game. It's a damn good blade mail game. That'll give you some fighting power. And
Definitely will, but
Nikkei takes pole position here.
Yeah, he does. Barely over the Centaur. Ace, once again, just, man, he's getting so much farm out of every single one of his laning phases. It is doing so much for Gaimin Gladiators. I feel like it's the biggest reason why they're able to take the pace, the super fast pace that they beat out everybody else at this tournament with.
They want to go on him. This is the tankiest hero on the map. They finally have the Vessel. This is what's prompting this, and yeah, there's the damage, right? This helps by a huge amount. Suddenly you're back on the board. You can open up some space. More charges for Nisha. It's going to propel him into the Midas. It's time for Nisha to strike back here. He's had a very slow early game, but it doesn't really matter on this hero if you can get some big core.
Get a lot of vision. Boxy, Swarm on 2. They have some magic damage throw around. Tofu's gonna have some problems with that.
Yeah, he's gone. A couple Gemini will clean him up. Early medallion for Boxy. Giving you some extra minus armor.
And as you get those kills, that'll turn into a solar crest. So the minus armor is really ramping up with this Luna damage. This 15 to 20 minute window is pretty dangerous for Gaimin Gladiators.
I mean, that's the big question. Is Liquid happy just going ultra late with this Luna with all the buffs they have behind him? Remember, this is going to be a Luna with a Pugna behind him, a Boat Rum, Torrent Storm around him, and potentially Alacrity to throw on. This is one of the best Alacrity heroes in Dota because it is a ranged cleaver. It's pretty much only the Luna, the Gyro, and the Medusa, and 2 of those are not in the meta, so you'll take the 3rd. But damn, does it start to hurt when those blades start bouncing around with the extra attack speed and damage here. It's a great combination to go late game with, especially with the buildup you go for now with the Shard, the Satanic, the Butterfly. You just become insanely tanky if you can't get the initial burst damage out.
At the same time, I feel like it is kind of a single core lineup where they've got 2 big percentage-based damage dealers on Gaimin Gladiators. Tofu, he'll deal with that ward. Tornado is going to catch a mid-stampede. A bit unfortunate there, but it looks like they're going to try and catch the Invoker.
Better stop.
They got him from behind. Ace shows up, and Insania, there's no way he could do enough heals to outdo that damage from Gaimin Gladiators. They will both die.
Every time Liquid starts to push back, it's Ace coming in, shutting them down with another 2-man stomp, setting up another Reaper stack for Quinn as well. He's already up to 4. You cannot let Necro get to that like 10 territory, right? The hero just becomes an abomination of Dota with Ag's Heart plus extra regen stacks.
Yeah, you may have Spirit Vessel, but you don't have that much anti-heal.
And now Dyrachyo starting to pick up the aggression as we expect from him, just getting on the Liquid side of the map. Not really afraid of the jump here because what is the jump? I mean, it's going to be X. That's it.
Yeah. It's simply more of a counter punch lineup, right? And I think that's mostly off the Invoker.
It is.
They try and jump somebody, then you get a Tornado. It's a great way to be able to respond to that. Easy jump there. Rupture plus Deadshot is a nice combination.
That's the thing, it's mainly just been Nisha running around in Ghost form trying to make something happen. But the downside with Quasflex Invoker when you're the initiator like this is you just fall behind and farm.
Yeah.
And his net worth is plummeting down the chart here as all the gaming cores are picking up the pace. So you got to go back to this Midas because it's the only thing that keeps you up there. But all the time you're looking for these ganks, it does delay it even more. And now it is Gaimin taking the smoke to you as they want to get Quinn involved yet again with this Necro. Doesn't even have the Reaper up. Just wants to abuse the Shard while Dyrachyo's cleaning up some Ancients.
Feels like Gaimin Gladiators rarely miss on their smokes, at least when it comes to these lower bracket games. They've had a clean run. 6 games in a row they've won. But this one will miss as Liquid do manage to get through the portal in time.
Well, Liquid did leave their obs up there. So they have pretty good wards to smoke back to in the top lane. They can switch the map up again.
Dude, they are just targeting Nisha so hard. He shows up. Again, Insania's behind him with the heals, but it's just not enough, man. Way too much damage. And again, it means Insania, because he couldn't heal up his core enough. His core dies, and so will he.
And this was Liquid responding. They brought Mickey, they brought Zai, they brought Boxy to this bottom lane to try and turn this. You talked about their lineup being a great defensive turnaround lineup. I mean, if you're not there, then you're just wasting even more time. As once more Ace finds the opening, they clean it up with a Reaper kill, stack number 5, and that heart is almost completed here for Quinn. He is keeping pace with a max Aura Glaive Luna, who's had some Ancients.
You've got some serious damage problems now that that pipe is introduced. With a heart completed on Quinn as well, I think your mid-game damage is just out. You have to wait till the Luna really comes online.
And this is what Gaimin have done to a lot of teams this tournament, right?
Yeah.
Create a situation where your EHP just outpaces enemy damage and you drive it down a lane. And if you don't have outspam, if you don't have capability to take the fight, you run into
get that heart recipe.
That's a big one. I mean, you gotta go.
Feels so
for
good.
it, right?
Do you see it? Does he see it?
Oh,
he sees it. He's gonna go for it. Does manage to get it. So, no heart just yet for Quinn. That will buy. I'm not even sure if it buys him any time because I feel like Gaimin Gladiators can still do whatever they want.
I mean, it's a lot of effective net worth off the map, right?
Sure.
It's a big courier kill. You're buying time when this ball was starting to creep up for Gaimin, and hey, I mean, that's probably the happiest Liquid fans have been in this audience for a while.
That is
you
true.
Get the morale back on your side. Every little bit counts.
Having a lot more fun in the road to TI than TI itself so far. Liquid, maybe they could change that narrative though. 2,000 net worth lead for Gaimin Gladiators, so it's not like they're falling that far behind. It's just the fact that all 3 cores on Gaimin Gladiators are looking strong.
And of course, a single fight can just open up this game for Liquid, right? If they get a good team fight where Mika gets to stand his ground with everybody behind him in the formation they want, where Gaimin jump him and he survives, you turn around with level 2 Eclipse, which is now up, and you translate that into a Roshan, all of a sudden this game looks completely different. That is always in the cards if you take a bad fight, especially with Ags on Zai. It's a pretty fast Torrent Storm for an offlane Kunkka.
Spotted Moxie. Love the fact he's carrying his own dust. Time lapse straight back into the silence of the Blood Rites.
Nowhere to run in this matchup. Absolute death sentence.
Look at all this deep vision that Gaimin Gladiators has up to.
Yeah, they even have the cheeky tier 2 ward bottom, which, you know, I'm still debating whether this ward is actually supposed to do this, but hey, it's in the game, why not use it?
Definitely one of the most value wards out there.
Absolutely. Open up this tier 2, almost no defense when you have this option, you just see everything.
Yeah, you get some sort of vision, some sort of support or something sitting in the bottom part of the tower. You have that ward up on the top part, you see everybody that could TP in.
It's going to be Tormentor for Liquid. It's going to try and push Mickey towards his BKB. That's going to be the big go time for Liquid. You have BKB on Mickey plus this Torrent Storm. That's your team fight. It's all coming together. If you can fight behind the Luna with the debuff immunity, you're going to be really happy in that situation because it is a lot of magical bursts coming out on Gaimin.
Yeah.
You just got to pray you can hold your ground. BKB force from Dyrachyo.
That is definitely a small win here. Even better if they can get the egg in time, and it looks like they've got it no problem. Oh, Ace! It was a good attempt. If he hit Zai 2, there was a chance for the Phoenix to survive.
Another X
now.
Yeah, he got him.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get him off the vision from the Sunstrike. He gets him off the X, pull him back in.
Oh, nice.
He's going to land. Mickey pushed back by the dead shot. But Ace, he's going to be left alone. Gaimin Gladiators cutting their losses, and I think it's a smart play. Liquid did catch them out there, and they accept that.
That was a nice attempt at the stop. If that hits Zai, you maybe get something out of that engagement, but it's very deep, especially when Dyrachyo had a TP out of the top off the BKB, so you know the Bloodseeker's not connecting to that fight. Yeah. That's just a green light for Mickey to join it. Gets the cleanup. This will push him towards that BKB, flying out right now.
Yeah, he doesn't have it though.
Yeah, where is it?
He has pushed that tower without actually having that one. He's going to be in some serious trouble unless this Torrent can stop the Reaper side, but Quinn is way too tanky. He's not dying to this, and he does bring down Mickey. The BKB only works if you get it out of your stash and into your inventory.
That is a big timing to give up right there. And another big Reaper kill to give away. Quinn's regen just starting to get out of control. When he's under that Sunray with Heart plus all stacks, it's like plus 140. It's absolutely ridiculous. I don't see you ever bringing this Necro down unless you get him in an isolated situation with the Vessel on top of everything else. That means the front line's going to be very strong here. Zai's going to take a poke at it. Oh, he's thinking about it.
Once again, trying to pull heroes out of position. Gaimin Gladiators are not afraid of fighting under this. They have the high ground ward.
Yeah, he does. He wants anybody but Quinn right here.
Yule Scepter to hold Zai in place. Quinn, Spirit Vessel put onto him. They have the Torrent Storm, but he gets away thanks to the shard. But they do manage to pick off that support. Tofu goes down, and they back away. They check for high ground vision. It's not there. Dyrachyo, he's actually cut in from behind. Zai's already so low. The boat's coming in trying to help him out, but I don't think Liquid can really fight this anymore. Too many heroes from Gaimin Gladiators, and yeah, they're going to be losing 2 off this one. Godlike spree for Quinn. The man is just absolutely untouchable, and Dyrachyo, his aggression is very off potentially here as he's going in so deep. Oh no, that's too much, Dyrachyo. They will maybe still catch Nisha's. Yes, the Rupture holds him in place. Maybe he feels that's worth it. Maybe he's not the real carry. After all, Quinn is the one dictating the strength of Gaimin Gladiator in these fights.
A little bit of a Dyrachyo throw. I mean, you gotta have a little bit every game, right? Just too far with the BKB down, not respecting the Luna buyback, not reading the timer there. Mickey just gets a free cleanup.
Also not respecting the shard pickup of the Luna. That does add some extra damage when you are in melee range of that Luna. It's dangerous.
That type of fight overextension is probably what Liquid are looking for in general, right? Because their run-up burst is not great into the Sunray, into Necro heal. You're going to be fighting into a calling. But if you can bait Gaimin into an extended fight like that afterwards, suddenly that turnaround can be very swift, very painful, especially once the BKBs are down. So that's like Gaimin have to think about how far do you chase in these scenarios. Do you clump up and give Mickey a really good fight? Because it really is all coming down to this Luna, right?
Yeah.
And he stand his ground, output the damage, get good eclipses off. Just do everything.
Sometimes these team fights can be a mess, and it's hard to decipher what exactly is going on. I think it's clear what Gaimin Gladiators want out of their team fight, right? jump in on somebody, burst them down. What does an ideal team fight look for Liquid, though?
You somehow save that or like get BKBs off and get the supports, right? You take the Mort out, you take the Phoenix out, or force an early egg and kite it. That's the situation where you can draw Gaimin out in a long extended fight because the supports are dead. Suddenly the Necro's not as tanky. Suddenly your go attempt with Mickey manning up isn't necessarily putting him in a position where he's stuck in the calling after his BKB goes down. It's about kiting it, right? Find the supports, kite the fight out, extend it as long as you can, and then you're in a pretty okay situation. That's why Gaimin want the burst here. They want to jump with Ace, get a Reaper kill on a big core, and set the fight up for Dyrachyo. Even if that hero does not die initially to Reaper, you're going to put the Bloodseeker in a position where he's thirsted so far up, he might just clean the fight up anyway.
From my point of view, I feel like Tornado is like the biggest spell for Team Liquid, right? I think it's the only spell that really allows them to be able to reset off of the initiation from Gaimin Gladiators.
Tornado, EMP, the Ice Wall, all these control spells from Nisha are going to be huge. You just got to recreate that gap. Yeah, we saw that Ags on the Necrophos completed. Man, he is far in this game.
Yeah, you can't kill him, and now he's outputting crazy damage with that Aghanim Scepter over time.
I mean, Quinn he's shown he's willing to play this hero in basically any game versus any matchup. There's a reason why. It's looked pretty damn good. 9-0. It's a big streak if Liquid can collect it as well.
And I think Liquid are recognizing the fact that a tough fight is coming their way. They're trying to cut creep waves. You can see Boxy's playing in deep while Zai's using some X marks and spot shenanigans.
They don't want to give up this Roshan. That's the problem, right? Like, this is a great Roshan for Liquid with Solar Crest Swarm if you can get in there. You're giving up position on it. It's going to be an egg Roshan contest now. This is pretty damn difficult because your opportunity to find supports on the backline and start on them is very limited around this pit.
Celery deep in the corner. How do you get this guy out of here?
What a torrent,
though. All three, that's beautiful, but immediately the BKB going up. They are doing a lot of damage. The Necrophos is getting low. Can they finish?
Oh, side.
Low, and it's just cleaning up with the glades. And Celery dove on through the pit, but he missed the Aegis. He was barely outside of that range. Gaimin Gladiators, they thought we are too strong to be beat right now, but that hubris cost them a massive fight.
Never clump blind in the Roshan pit. If you don't expect it, you should have, because Zai just gets a three-man torrent into the boat and cleans them all up here with a torrent storm. What a read, what a move from Liquid. That is not an easy Roche contest. They just believed they had it, and hey, they did. Even gobbled an Aegis at the end on Mickey. You can't ask for anything better here, honestly. Everything lines up. You even got like everybody stuck in this meteor trying to run out of the pit in the direction on top of an ice wall. Nisha just cleans house.
I think the funny part is that Quinn pops the Ghost Shroud, but then that just leaves Dyrachyo and Ace getting shredded by Glaives. It just bounces between the two of them.
There was no getting out of that the second that torrent hits.
Great timing for the Butterfly. Part of that, they'll heal up Mickey. So now we've got a little bit of sustain options here as well, but the Necrophos isn't here quite yet. Gaimin Gladiators may have jumped the gun, but they do have the Supernova well positioned. Liquid have to retreat, but the Rupture is preventing Mickey from doing so, and the Necrophos is coming soon. Quinn's gonna be here. They've got to start retreating a bit.
You have a second life on Mickey, but that's it. Butterfly did get delivered though. He's damn strong right now. Level 20 talent as well.
He's going to take down to pretty much nothing as the Coco Rum wears off, and they have the vision of this too. They got him outside of that thirst vision, but Gaimin Gladiators have enough of a read to know where they're generally at. Box is going to try and run interference while Mickey goes for the escape, and they get out. They had vision on that high ground. Quinn was so close to being able to get that Reaper size stun in.
He didn't Death Seeker it.
Oh,
maybe they couldn't get the gap closed properly, you know, with Stampede and everything, but that was very close to Mickey getting caught. They're lucky to get out of there. Gotta respect this thirst and how low you get, right? That type of fight, it goes good for Liquid because they get everybody in there during the duration of the bow, Torrent Storm, and the BKB for Mickey, and they just line it all up. Nisha also just got to sit there in his BKB and right-click everybody. You get in these chase situations where you're low HP, that's a very different story. Formation means a lot for Liquid right now. With an Aegis, they perhaps did not expect to have at this point in the game.
Oh, this is interesting. Boxy, they gave him all the farm that's coming in bottom lane. He's building a Linken's. So they're going to try and protect their Luna, even more buff ups. You say, you know, you've got so much to put on this Luna. You start putting some item upgrades in there like Linken's. That would help do a lot to protect against Quinn, he just jumps in so deep there. The Eclipse is going to be doing a lot of damage to Meteor on top of that one. With a quick full heal. Mickey aiming to finish off that tower. The Reaper sight's going to go off, but Mickey on his BKB, and Quinn is getting burned out here. They couldn't even get through the Aegis. And over 7 now, Dyrachyo thinks they're just diving after Mickey, but again, he has the extra life. Even if they succeeded in that, it was still a failed plan for Gaimin Gladiators right outside of their own base.
And Ace left wondering, guys, on the initiation, what the hell are we doing here? It's just too much hubris, right? You think you're too tanky, you think you have too much regen, but the BKB timings and the Vessel's doing work here, and now they're gonna drag you back in. Gaimin,
full celery out of position.
Gaimin is crumbling for them very
fast. He comes back down
fast.
to the Tornado, into the Sunstrike, pops before he can use the Supernova.
All it takes is one bad Torrent to ruin your day here. As Zai has just turned this game around, and now all of a sudden you're facing down the barrel of a Luna with Aegis, Butterfly, Grovo looking for that Satanic and taking your racks. And this is where that alacrity starts to go to work. All of a sudden, Nisha, he's a second damage source. He can make Mickey even more powerful. You have to think about the Glimmer on the Reaper. You have to think about the BKB on the Reaper. Not so straightforward anymore. This is where this ball lineup strikes really hard.
And the problem's going to be is Aegis expires in a minute. Liquid can get a lot in that minute of time, but then as the Aegis expires, he picks up a Satanic. So even if that second life is gone in 50 seconds, he will have additionally a second life thanks to Satanic.
You got to wear through this. You're looking down a second lane potentially. I mean, Mickey is just taking names right here, plus Sunstrikes.
Oh, and a Manta Dodge stops Ace entirely from getting that initiation. They're going to keep the pressure up. With the barracks being revealed, they're going to try and burn out Mickey from a distance, but Insania can keep him healed up, even if there are no heroes to lifesteal off of. And they're actually just going to be able to walk away. There is a period of time here. The Aegis expires, but Gaimin Gladiators don't have their full squad.
Don't have any smokes either.
Yeah.
No punish available here for Gaimin. That'll be 2 sets to Liquid. They just walk it off. Mickey, his item timings got so damn accelerated off these last few fights. He is in prime position now, and I mean, this just felt very casual, right? You can see the bait here. I mean, Quinn is incredibly tanky with Ghost Shroud, Sunray coming through. Ace is here, but you're just in an awkward position because it didn't start with you going on a court and bursting them, and you had Aegis the whole time, so even if that happens, you're gonna get stuck in an awkward engagement. And at this point, I mean, Dyrachyo is trying to clean up something that there's nothing to clean up there. And yeah, what the hell are we doing, guys?
Hey, we've all been there in that moment. I think everybody in this stadium recognizes those emotions. Just a bad plan for Gaimin Gladiators, which is surprising to me because I would have thought Liquid getting knocked down recently to the lower bracket. I thought they would be the ones perhaps with a little bit of main stage jitters with elimination on the line and such. Gaimin Gladiators been playing clean through this lower bracket, but that was very uncharacteristic slip up from them.
Game has definitely fallen out of their control. Liquid, they did an immaculate job of bringing it back. They took the right fights, they took them in the right way. That's what counts on the TI main stage. Nothing else really matters if you can't clinch those big engagements when they happen. Right now, this ball lineup is clicking on all cylinders. Just a question of how much more you can get, right? Because now if you get this next Roshan and you're able to push that last lane, you might just close this game out before it gets into any type of ultra late game situation.
Liquid to turn this game around. Let's take a listen to what their comms are like.
I'm running a dangerous way, but fuck it.
But fuck it.
The boss of this game.
You are the boss of this gym.
Go, go.
Wise words from a team, but fuck it. Yeah. That's an attitude to be able to take for this game because Liquid are in full control of this. I don't think Gaimin Gladiators can really take a straight up fight against them anymore. But we'll see whether or not that actually comes to fruition here. Nisha, he's trying to find a pickoff to make things a whole lot easier for them in the high ground push. Even forcing out Dyrachyo's BKB would be a big win. Dyrachyo holds it for now. He actually is running back into them. He wants to be able to play around this high ground area.
And it'll be a smoke from Gaimin. So they're going to take this fight. What they're looking for is a big core kill, burst it on the jump from Ace into the Reaper, even through the saves. You got to remember, there's a full Linken's on Boxy. He can throw this out to block a Reaper or Rupture. There's not much else to pop it here. And it might be something Gaimin are not ready for. If you don't find this Weaver, he's going to protect the core on the front line, especially with Glimmer and the suck coming out from Insania on the back.
Big wraparound, but Boxy, he ruins it. Shikuchi straight into them, breaks the smoke, and gets out. Gaimin Gladiators, they knew they had to get something over Liquid, and it was going to be an initiation on the back line, but ruined.
All TPing out. They're going to get caught.
Close call, but everybody does get away safely.
That was not a high ground you're willing to go up if you're gaming here, especially with 2 other lanes pushing into your base. Somebody has to go back at some point. You will relinquish all this map control, however. Looking at a Wisdom Rune. I mean, Tofu wants it, but
no way you're getting. Oh, really? They're gonna try for it. Sally is like, oh, sorry, Brett, it's not there anymore. Dead shot to try and cover his retreat, but Ty has the vision thanks to the swarm. He's gonna be able to catch him on the side here, the opposite side of the barrier, but maybe with some of the range damage, Sunstrike coming in, he knows he has to use the Supernova, and Liquid is more than happy with that.
really good bait by side, baiting out the Yules, gets the Torrent after. That'll force an egg off some really small plays from Liquid, gives them another little advantage here. Again, this is all setting up for next Roshan. There's no way you're pushing high ground without an Aegis on the Luna versus a burst-oriented lineup. And yeah, Boxy gets to Ags, changes a lot as well. Now you have the Lincoln save plus an Ag save to deal with Rupture damage, to deal with Reaper Sight damage. And how much can Ace do, right? He's on a hero that, it's not like those Tidehunter games where he can just blow the fight wide open. You get one jump, you're a pipe, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Isha tying him up.
Spotted here. This is what this Invoker, I feel like, has been so good at throughout the tournament, is being invis, running around the map, and finding these heroes who are trying to find some...
Dyrachyo!
Oh, Dyrachyo, what happened? Gone in an instant trying to help out Ace, and it looks like somebody must have... Oh, screen bug. Well, at least it wasn't Dyrachyo.
Yeah.
No excuses there.
Pause and look for him, but he ain't there. And that was very fast. He is instantly gone. I feel like Dyrachyo's read of where the Liquid heroes are in these fights has just been a little off, right? He's just been getting in very deep into these melee range, especially versus Mikke, and maybe not respecting that new Luna Shard that makes these man fights a different, it's a different beast.
And the Liquid fans will fill out the pause with the chant as they can sense the end is nigh for this game one. Liquid in a great position. Whether this pickoff of the Bloodseeker does it for them and they straight up go for the high ground from here, they're likely to still catch Ace as they've got him dead to rights in so many different ways. The X marks the spot, the Torrent to pull him back in. Yeah.
By the way, that was double damage on Mikke, so that's another reason that Dyrachyo just got shredded there.
So
the upside is this was on top lane and not bottom, otherwise I think Irax is gone. The Liquid, that'll secure Roche for them. That was your Roche fight, right? Just gone in the blink of an eye here.
They're respecting the fact that Gaimin Gladiators could have buyback. Better to just play for Roshan. Of course, we know they actually don't. So Liquid could have ended the game right there, at least gotten Megas. But they're going to play it very disciplined. Get the Aegis and cheese.
Assume there's buybacks here.
Yeah.
Don't know where the gold is. And this Roche is just absolutely free. Mikke full slotted pretty much. Give him an Aegis, let him go high ground, and throw every buff you have on him. It's not a bad strat here at TI. Even level 20 for Zai, just gonna amp up this Torrent Storm and the chaos in the fight. We're talking about the control that Liquid has when it's on straight 5-on-5 when the BKBs go down. If you don't get that burst and shorten the extension of that fight, Zai's gonna take it over.
Quinn,
the problem with Kunkka.
He was trying to cut waves because he knows the final push is coming in, so he's hoping to be able to buy a few more seconds, but he's gonna get caught out here. He is 100% dead, but he does have buyback. So he's gonna have to use this for some desperate final hold from Gaimin Gladiators. They can't afford any pickoffs, but if they can get a pickoff on Boxy, that would help delay things a little bit. The Lincolns, though, is gonna prevent the Rupture, and he's out.
Not today.
Now that means Rupture is on cooldown when this push comes in, and Mikke is approaching
55 seconds.
He is fully slotted out here.
I mean, you're talking about this Necros buy. When has 5,300 gold? He is buying another item. He just doesn't know what the hell he wants in this game. I mean, it's got to be BKB. He's trying to get close on both. He could sell and get it here.
They're going to wait for the initiation, the attempted jump from Ace. Once again, a Manta Dodge is able to get away from that hoof stomp, and they really cannot seem to
Quinn
do enough damage. And he got pulled out from the tidal wave. Quinn's in trouble, but he does manage to use his shard to get out from the side. Still, though, buildings are exposed. You can reset all you want. your buildings are still going to be in some trouble here. Down to half health, but again, he has that Aegis, he has the Lincolns, he has Satanic to full heal him. Nothing is going to stop Mickey from claiming the Megas.
You can keep going here if you're Liquid. Can reset, gain some resources as well. You have a lot of time. That'll be the BKB bought out from Quinn. Did not have it for that fight.
Doesn't actually save him though, because Mickey's physical damage that he outputs is pretty intense.
And part of the problem is how do you get through the saves now? Like Boxy's itemization in this game with the Lincoln's Ags is closing in. You have the Glimmer Cape. You have another Lincoln's on Nisha as well. So this is double Lincolns that can go through against Reaper, Rupture with, like we were saying, not a lot to pop it beforehand. And these are long cast animation spells that you can honestly hit them pretty reliably if you're just looking only at that and not worrying about anything else here. Block potential is very high. Final push will come. Once more, rally around your Luna. Let him do the work. Let the Glaives do the work.
And Luna is so good at being able to siege down tier 4s with those bouncing Glaives. Getting pretty low already off that bit of burst. See if they can get him again. The Manta dodges. Mickey, he is so on point with it, but he does get burned out anyway. Second life. BKB and Cheese are going to be ready to go for this one. Immediately feared up, though. Does get off the BKB. Turns around, fights Duraccio. Duraccio has to get out of there.
That's BKB down, though, Ace. He wants to punish it. He doesn't get the stomp, though.
They need to be able to slow down Liquid, but Liquid actually going to turn underneath the Supernova, though. That one is going to be a little bit sticky, and Quinn jumps forward, takes his opportunity, the Reaper's sight, but no! The save comes out just in time. Back to full he goes. He gets the Cheese off, and now he's ready to rumble.
Wow, what a time-lapse timing. Just when you think you're going to get a Reaper kill after all the BKBs and the Glimmers are down. No, Boxy is waiting for you.
Picks up that Aghanim Scepter just in time for
Yeah, that was literally just blown in. And they'll get another buyback out of Gaimin here. Ace, the next to pay the price. 2 cores on cooldown for 5 minutes here. Did take your Aegis, did take your BKB.
Final push is coming in. Let's take a quick listen in on Liquid, though.
I'm just tipping. Just run. I'm Giga Brave. I'm running in. Just protecting you guys. Yeah.
Mickey understands his strength. Chad just wants to run in, protect him at all costs, and that's what Liquid did there in that push.
Now he has a refresher. So this is a level 25 Luna with full 6 slots, double BKB, double Satanic, double Manta dodge. You can get them both. I agree. Put everything on him and let him end this game right here, right now.
He's got a little bit of window where there is no Supernova, even the BKB on cooldown from Quinn. But Liquid are a bit hesitant. What are they waiting for?
Waiting for the call.
Waiting for the right opportunity to present itself, perhaps.
Waiting for another Tormentor. Why not?
Might as well take away those resources away from Gaimin Gladiators. But after all, they're in no position to be rushing things too much. They can take their time if they need to. Now we have the EMP pull-in, so not only are you dealing with the constant Torn Storms, the tidal wave pushing you back, but the EMP is also dragging you away, out of position constantly. But to see that attempt there, though, always the Death Seeker ready to go for Quinn to get out.
Just start poking him down. Create a situation where you force Ace to jump, and then Mickey's gonna have a good fight.
There it is, pull him out of position, hit him with the nullifier, see if they can get that BKB out of him, but Quinn doesn't hit the button. Hold strong for now, but they are taking damage on their tier 4s. The Megas start streaming in. Nice, Torrent into Cataclysm, beautiful setup, and that's gonna be Ace going down with no buyback. And Mickey sees his opportunity now to be able to hit the tier 4s. Gaimin Gladiators back away, the throne is going to be exposed. Duraccio tries to come in, sliced and diced by the Glaives. No contest whatsoever. They can take down anybody they want on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Liquid will complete the comeback in style and take it at 43 minutes.
And for as strong as that Necrophos looked for a lot of the game, he doesn't even get a Reaper off in that last fight. Luna just outputting way too much damage for Duraccio to deal with. Gaimin, their lineup, it ran out of steam. They hit a couple roadblocks. They got 3-man torrented in the pit. And that was all she wrote, right? There's just no coming back from that point because all of a sudden the paradigm gets flipped. You're the ones who lack the damage. Your Centaur's running out of the ability to create the initiations that give you the burst damage. Who's setting up for who, right? You need a Necro that needs damage to come in. You need a Bloodseeker that needs damage to come in. And the Centaur can't do it for you. This Pugna is causing you a lot of problems on the back line. Boxy with the itemization between the Lincolns and the Ags providing double effective save on these cores. It's just a nightmare to play this single burst lineup into.
You got to imagine a bit of shell shock there from Gaimin Gladiators. They looked the part too. They know that Roshan fight, that's going to be haunting them for a while, but they've got to be able to reset. Elimination fully on the line now. Since they've been here, they've managed a 2-0 through all of this one, but now they're one game away from being knocked out of the International, and they're going to have to clear their minds. We're going to clear our minds as well as we head to the panel and break down that game one.
Thank you so much, Cap. SVG game one, absolutely dominant from Liquid, a strong performance for them, but it was only game one. We've had a bit of a change up on the panel as well. We brought in the big guns for this series, for this showdown again. I got Aoi and Matu joining Effie and myself now. Matu, you didn't get to see Liquid win this series yesterday, but at least they're one game up this time round.
I mean, it feels great. T-Gunner was already making a stat about like Liquid win rate without like Matu on the panel, and with Matu on the panel like 0%. So like, I mean, this feels great. Let's go Liquid.
I love to hear you still cheering on your old team there, but Aoi, let's break this one down because it looked like Gaimin Gladiators' game to win, especially from the draft, and in the first few minutes of this game they had that gold lead up until the first Roche fight.
I think these types of games are actually sort of the hard ones to lose because you feel like you should have taken this game and you're not too sure like where, I mean they know where it went wrong, but like what led up to that. Were the comms weird? Were we feeling off? You could sort of see after body language after they lost. Like I felt like Gaimin was uncharacteristically down. Even before the game I felt like Quinn looked a little nervous, and that's not usually Gaimin's standard. Usually they're a very good, strong mental team, which is why they've had such consistent success.
It could be tough. I mean, it's the penultimate day. This is a lot of make or break for them, and it's going to be a long day for them even if they do win this series as well. So a lot of build up for themselves. But in that game, in that Roche fight, specifically, Aoi, did you see what led up to why Gaimin weren't able to be successful in it?
I think people are like not, I mean, I think all the pros know this, but like when you take Roshan, it's about controlling the high ground. Like Gaimin Gladiators, they sort of lost focus for a bit. They had 5 heroes on the low ground in the pit, and I don't know, it's just such a free fight for Liquid. They had no one scouting the pit, they had no one like prepping the fight with buyback. I'm not too sure what happened in their comms, but I think they're letting their emotions sort of get a hold of them. They're not like thinking about it objectively, like, oh, we need to break the smoke, they come, they can take this fight, we need to be ready, focus.
I feel like they're just playing sloppy, like it's just bad play, you know, like laning stage is mechanical, and afterwards, like this is the first team, that actual good team that they're playing on the main stage, no offense to anyone, but like after getting out of the lanes, you have to play like real Dota, and they're playing super sloppy, like they're just making basic errors and giving back the game to Liquid, and Liquid is happy to take it.
But there is something to be noted about the sloppy play because Liquid played very well. We talk about Gaimin Gladiators' mistakes, but I think only a team with very strong mental endurance could have come back that game. And honestly, it was the little things around the map even before that Roshan. I mean, the laning stage didn't go the way they wanted it to. The early aggression from GG looked very hard to control, but Luna was farming the entire time. Like, Luna's farm was not shut down. She was in the triangle. She was in both of her ancients. Gaimin did not play on that side of the map, and there were some really key pickoffs that happened, I believe, in the bot lane around minute 20. So I think Nisha and Voker forced the BKB TP from Bloodseeker in the top lane, and then Phoenix had a really aggressive dive, and then Zai just cleaned it up. Right? They got the kill on Phoenix, they got the X on Centaur, and they were finding the kills wherever they could, even before that Roche fight.
The difference in the space that both of their carries were given, and something we talked about too, difference in win conditions between the two teams. But we're going to break it down a little bit further. It is going to be Purge on the sideline.
Thank you. Yeah, the crucial fight of this game was that Roche fight. So I wanted to show you guys some of the crucial things that led up to that moment, because that was an uncharacteristic mistake for Gaimin Gladiators to be initiated on like that. So if we take a look at the clips here, it's normal to set up for Roshan with an Observer Ward. Now this ward is very important. Keep an eye on that and keep that in your mind here. Celery comes into D ward. They push out the creep waves, and over on the bottom side of the map, they even see Invoker teleporting away. So they know that Liquid's going to defend this, but crucially, he doesn't actually have a BKB yet until after he TPs. So they don't know that he's got BKB. They probably think they're going to be able to fight. And Boxy's doing Weaver things on the right side. He's putting an Observer Ward down. They see where Gladiators are. They know they're in the Roche area. He's going to cut the next creep wave. So it's just very, very obvious to Liquid that's going to happen. So we see them basically smoke into approach to land the combo, which was a Torrent first, followed by a boat. but they didn't react to it properly. And the reason is because, take a look at this observer ward here. This is the vision for Gladiators. This is what they see. They see him throw the boat, but they don't see him throw the torrent. So they just don't get a reaction time. And the reason for this was this observer ward vision. Look at how much it covers. It only covers this little edge right here. If they instead place that ward like here instead, the vision would be something like this. Then they would have caught them at an earlier time period. They would have been able to stampede, split apart, but instead it just gets them being caught by Liquid and losing the fight, and Liquid gets back in the game.
Who would have thought just that small amount, millimeters between where you place a ward could have been enough to change this game for you? We can talk about it a little bit more because there's more to the game than just that Roche fight. There could have been ways for Gaimin Gladiators to get back in, but first, Slax and Tsunami also want to have a little bit of screen time.
It's us and a bunch of people in the crowd right now. How we doing? It's day number 2 here in Climate Pledge Arena, and we are filled to the brim right now. And a lot of chants going on in the audience as well, Slax.
Yeah, you know, we've been hearing it all series. All right, guys, we know that you know how to do it. Can we get the Let's Go Liquid, please, my friends?
Let's get it out of our system. Let's go Liquid.
Let's go Liquid.
All right.
All right.
We hear that all the time.
All the time, and I feel bad. I mean, Gaimin Gladiators are here, and they don't have a chance. In fact, I saw some GG fans over here. I feel like we need to make one for them. Hello, my friends. How you doing there? Hi. Oh, put your signs down! You are blocking. Okay, no, that's all good. Sir, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
All right, rough first series. Do you have any ideas for what we as a crowd can scream at Gaimin Gladiators to get them excited?
That's obvious.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's go, go, go!
I mean, that was okay.
What do you got?
Okay, I have some ideas. All right. Let's try this one out. Can you hold up my microphone right here? All right, check this out. Die! No.
Stop trying to sneak Liquid chat.
Here we go. DR! Dorachio! DR! Dorachio is here! DR! Dorachio! DR! Dorachio is here! Now, yeah, that could work. And if he's like not doing good, you can always continue the song, you know? He has no farm. He has no TP. This carry is...
No, wait, that's enough.
Okay, all right. Sorry about that. Well, the crowd's able to yell what they want. No problem. We won't control it. I do like the DR Dorachio, though.
Isn't it should be D-Y Dorachio?
I can't spell Tsunami, but maybe our panel can. Panel, how do you spell words? Back to you.
What sort of question is that? To be fair, I thought he was just going to take the Let's Go Liquid one, and he was just going to go Let's Go Gaimin. That's what I thought he was just
Let's Go, go, go.
I mean, that sounded better.
You like the Let's Go, go, go a little bit more?
I mean, most definitely Slax. I'm sorry.
I mean, who had the better cheer, though, overall? The Let's Go Liquid is just nice, stock standard.
I mean, I love Liquid, though I'm ultimate bias here. I can't really speak an ill word of him.
Readjusting. Well, lucky for you, Matu. I don't know if you know the players that well, if you know much about the org, but we have a video for you that's going to fill in all the missing pieces of information you might have about Liquid.
I think the tier that hurt the most was probably TI-10, mostly because I feel like there were a couple plays in that last series that, you know, just like really regret.
And well, Puppey is going to get the disruption off, gets stuck inside the bramble, pops the Ghost Scepter preemptively, but he's going to die shortly after. Great curse. Yep, that's a huge curse onto 3 heroes as Team Secret get RP from Collapse, and the right clicks are there from Yataro. Triple kill for him, making an ultra kill. Will he get another rampage at TI-10? Absolutely.
We felt that we were good and that we could go all the way, but we just, you know, we just got outplayed and we got beat, and it's hard to take anything out of that besides ambition to get even better.
No thunder opportunity. They pop the cheese on Jab, but without a Terrorblade, there's really nothing left for Talon. They're going to call it here. GG, Team Liquid.
To be a tier winner, I think a lot of things have to fall into place. I'd like to think a lot of it has to do with mindset and belief. That you get to a point in the tournament where all of a sudden you have such like undying faith in your ideas that you kind of just go with it, because then you escape all the, you know, what if they do this? What if they do this? You know, we have to counter this. They're gonna play this, and instead you're just like, oh, they're giving me this. It's free game. You know, you're gonna give me Wisp. You know, we'll win. I think that's something that OG proved. That kind of when they got their things, they're just cruising. That's when you're really there. And I think everyone's kind of trying to, throughout the tournament, trying to get to that point where, you know, you figure out a couple of heroes that just really click for you. And once you have that, you're sailing. You put a lot of time and effort into it, but I don't really think you at any point deserve to win it. So if I'm deserving or not, I think it would mostly just be because I've been doing this a long time. You know, looking back at what I've done throughout the years, it would be nice to kind of get the last one in and be able to call, you know, myself a tier winner.
I'm not gonna lie, pretty emotional piece about Zai there. You know, he's always made it so close, but never actually in the grand final for himself. So this is it. He's in the lower bracket, but it could potentially happen for himself. It all starts with this series going in a way of a win for themselves. Game 1 was it. And do you think that they've hit that state now, Aoi? They gave Mickey Luna, and that was it. That was the, we got this hero, and now we can win this game.
Well, I actually have a question for Matu.
Oh, okay.
Because you're in Liquid's head a lot. You played with them last year. So this game, I feel like they had a good strat coming in. They tried to shut down Gaimin's offlane. They did that pretty successfully. But I would still say that Gaimin sort of reached like a winning position this game, and Liquid had to clutch it.
I mean, I also feel like that. I felt like Gaimin got everything they wanted for the first 20 minutes, and after that, like, I mean, they threw the game. They didn't play good. They played quite literally shit. So if I were Gaimin, I would just run it back with the same ideas, and I think like if they just like get their heads straight, they're gonna win the next game.
Do you think Liquid would want to change though? Because even though they won this game, I don't know if I'd be as comfortable. Like I feel like they clutched a win that they didn't necessarily deserve.
You're right. They absolutely did. There's nothing left to say about that.
Would you want to change like Liquid strategy though?
I mean, I think they should come up with something that would, I mean, it's hard to say, right? It's like they have their own idea, and I'm not quite sure if this was their idea of like not quite doing well on lanes, and after like when our heroes come online, we're gonna win the game anyway type of thing. So.
Do you have an answer for your question, Aoi? Like if you were in the
I have no idea. It's weird. It's
I don't know if you
win, but you're not sure if your strategy was correct. I think you'd probably want to switch it up a bit anyways so that Gaimin can't learn, but you know, who knows?
I mean, in that sense, maybe they could just address the hero that they felt put them in that losing position in the first place if their laning wasn't atrocious. Maybe the Necrophos, most teams didn't let it through. Maybe getting that Necro on 18 for Gaimin Gladiators caught them off guard, and if they just think about the potential threats of these cheese heroes coming out, they can stick to the Luna.
I know that you said that maybe it was a win that they didn't necessarily deserve for Liquid just because of how well the early game went for Gaimin Gladiators, but they were still able to stay dominant in that later part. And now I kind of want to focus on that before we get to a Game 2 draft, because they weren't giving any space. Quinn's Necro still was doing a lot of work, but he even got picked off, he even got caught out. So what exactly was it about Liquid's late game that made it really impossible for Gaimin to get back in?
I think first I should say like deserve was probably the wrong word. Like
That's
they
right.
obviously played all the they had to do.
We
but
all
like
use
from
the
like
wrong word
from
sometimes.
a theory standpoint, like they weren't supposed to win, you know. I think I'm not too sure, Matthew. What do you think? Like,
well, I mean, it's hard to say. I'm not there and they're both playing, but
Let's say we replace Blitz with you, Matu, and you're in the Liquid booth now.
I would pick good heroes. Like, let's start with that.
That's really smart.
It's like, that's what I came here for. I came on to tell like good hero, bad hero, just pick good heroes and win, you know? Simple math, as you put it.
Saying something like, okay, the draft or the early game might not have gone that well anyways, but we still managed to clutch it. This game, we're even going to have a more robust draft, and the game will go even more smooth to give them some confidence. I think that would go really far for Liquid, because and these teams, they played each other a lot this year.
Yeah.
And other than, I think, Riyadh, like, it has mostly gone Gaimin's way.
You know, they've matched up 12 times throughout the year. I think it's one of the biggest matchups that any two teams have had in one calendar year of competitive Dota. So it's a massive matchup for them. And you're right, it is normally going Gaimin Gladiators away in those 12 matchups, and it's going to be a hard reset. But Effie, do you have any ideas for hero changes, ban changes even?
I mean, if I were going to look at hero changes for Gaimin, I thought everything but the Bloodseeker looked fine, because Bloodseeker didn't give them that late-game safety blanket. Earlier, you asked Aoi why you thought Liquid remained so dominant in the late game. It's just because their heroes scaled better, and they were at the point where they had the map control, they had their solutions to Necro, and Bloodseeker fell off. So if you can you can still play aggressive while also having late-game security. That's what carries like Luna give you, so I would bench the Bloodseeker.
Yeah. I had that one down as well. It's like, Bloodseeker, is there a reason we're not seeing it? And maybe this game is a pretty good example. Marta, you said you're here for the good hero, bad hero? Or are you putting Bloodseeker?
Bad hero.
Okay, so don't pick it again.
No.
On either team.
I mean, there's a reason why it's not picked very often. They're trying to find solutions for some heroes in Liquid's lineup. I mean, they're hyper-focusing on the lanes, first of all. They see, like, Kunkka going off lane. They want a Bloodseeker that. It's going to be a really good lane for Bloodseeker. And hopefully, they're going to scale off just a good early game. But they just completely, like, whiffed it. You know, that Roshan was atrocious. Like, this is not supposed to ever happen in a pro Dota game that you go Roshan like that. Someone has to be scouting the smoke and popping the smoke, run out of pit, and then take the fight. And they just got blind torrented by three people. Unreal.
Yeah, it's pretty unreal, and we're going to see if they're going to bench it, what lessons they've learned for that game 1, and what's going to let through in game 2 draft.
Team Liquid versus Gaimin Gladiators. Game 2.
Now we can get to the nitty-gritty of the drafts, coining bad heroes, good heroes, as Marta likes to put it. Pugna, where do we want to put him? And is he now a first phase ban-worthy hero?
Omega good.
Omega good?
Yeah, more Pugna, more Luna. Is Mickey like undefeated on Luna? Let's see more of that.
Okay.
That's what I like. I want undefeated heroes on my boys, yeah?
I think Liquid's idea this series is going to be shutting down the Gladiators offlane. I think Pugna, as Matthew said, Pugna and Luna, they're probably like the strongest safe laners, right? Like, I don't think anything really matches Pugna in lane. He's just really fast, he hits hard, he's a good nuke. And I think we saw last game, like, when I saw them get the double kill onto Ace and Tofu, that's why I thought the game was like starting to go well for Liquid. Obviously, Gladiators made some really good rotations through the gate and sort of stabilized that lane, but I think their plan going in was really good.
I just want to see Nisha have a good game. Like, he had a very big mid-diff, as we like to call it, like mid-difference. They picked
Thank you, Matu.
Yeah, just to make sure everyone understands. Yeah, they picked Invoker in the Necrophos, and he just completely got stomped on that lane. They can fix that. They can maybe bridge the early game better.
Let's be fair to him, though. You know, the mid-diff, the lane matchup is really difficult ever since Invoker lost his Quas regen, laning into a Necro who's constantly harassing you with his abilities, with his passives. It became a lot more difficult for Invoker, but he was able to come back after the mid-diff, you know, have the impact on the Invoker, Matu.
I never doubt my boy Nisha. Best player in the world. Let's go!
This is a Liquid plant on the panel.
Yeah, it really is, it really is. I mean, you stop being more like Gaimin Gladiators or something like that, you know?
I have been very neutral.
Well, not anymore, not anymore, okay? I'm coining that you're allowed to be biased towards Gaimin Gladiators.
Should I be the Gaimin cheerleader?
Yes. Yes.
And I find, go Quinn. Let's go.
Amazing, amazing.
I mean, I think that, honestly, Gaimin are a great team, but I do wonder. Curtis was talking about earlier how he felt that the game was uncharacteristic of them. He thought that their body language coming out was very disappointed. And the thing is, when it comes to Gaimin versus Liquid, up until the Riyadh Masters, Gaimin were always in a winning position, or they felt like they had their number. Starting off a elimination series 1 game down, I wonder how that's going to affect them mentally, because we haven't seen Gaimin in a lot of positions where they have to recover from situations like this, right? It's usually Liquid who are on the back end.
Yeah.
I think I'm pretty happy with how Gaimin are approaching this game, though. I think it's very easy to lose confidence in what I would say is their best strat, the Murta. After you lose a game, they see the Pugna, they think that, I would think from their perspective, like, they would even think they would do better in this offlane this time if they got someone like a Murta Centaur versus the Pugna. And something else that I think is interesting for Liquid is I think that last game they felt like it was awkward that they couldn't ban the Necrophones in the second phase because they wanted to ban the Chen. But this time they've actually opted to ban the Chen earlier so that they're more free on the second phase to ban a hero good against the cores in the second phase. I like this approach a lot because especially if you're going to first pick a support, you want to focus your bans on the core slots.
It's good that they don't overthink it. They're quite literally sticking to their guns right now. Exact same first two picks, and like the game was going great, like last game.
Do you think Liquid are going to go back for that Weaver? Or are they hoping to maybe put Boxy on something he's a little bit more comfortable with? That's not to say he's not comfortable on the Weaver, but we have seen him do a lot more on other pos for heroes, and that Weaver was supposed to go to Mickey and sort of fell apart, and they recovered it well.
I would personally think they should go for a different route. I think that if you pick this Weaver, you're sort of committing on winning the lane on the Weaver. It was a really good matchup versus Phoenix, and I think they had the idea of putting it potentially safe lane, having a strong lane there. But I think the Weaver sort of made their post lane a bit awkward. I think Boxy's like a lot better when he can help his team move around the map, and I think Weaver's more of like an independent solo hero.
Also, they did end up trading the Weaver for the Centaur on Gaimin, so I don't think that trade worked out for the favor of the Centaur. So if you just take this Weaver out at this stage, it opens you up to not have to consider the Centaur the way that you did in the last game. So now you can just even go for a potential double support opening with the Phoenix, which is still a really great hero for Gaimin. We know it's a Celery specialty. It gives them team fight, it gives them map control. They just fumbled on it a little bit.
We're going to see what Liquid are going to pick up for themselves, and we've talked about all these changes, all the different ban orders and what it leaves open for them now. So, Aoi, what would you like to see? Actually, no. Martu, what would you like to see?
I just want to see this Phoenix like answered like directly, no like roundabouts about it. I want something that kills the egg, or some heroes that just don't care about the egg. Liquid's last loss, like last year's loss, they lost against Phoenix. They had 0 answers, and this hero is so contested that you really need to answer this support hero. Otherwise, the game will naturally just crumble.
Yeah, we often see teams neglect to not so much address the egg because they're busy trying to create synergy in their draft, and they do regret it. I feel like Luna is enough of a solution. I mean, Matsu said run back the Luna. Mike owned on it, very 100% win rate, so here we are, but it's a good BKB carrier. It can focus on the egg. Like, natural agility items are also bought for this hero. On the side of Gaimin, they also had the Muerta Phoenix backline, right? We talked about how Pugna is addressed through heroes that jump on it. So now you have these 2 potential backline supports with no frontliner to get on top of this Pugna. That really needs to be solved.
Alone Druid, Martu, I see your eyes. There's a glint.
Yeah, they're glowing. I love this hero. I'm known for this hero.
Yeah?
It always gets me excited that somebody's practicing this hero I'm playing, because it's definitely not the most played. It's somewhere down there with the Chen. I mean, definitely Liquid having the Pugna and Luna, like just what I wanted. Maybe they heard me. That makes me happy too. But this is one of the Ace's best heroes. Gaming thrives through the lanes, and it really fits the picture how they want to play, and I'm a little worried for Liquid, honestly.
How does it fare versus the Pugna and Enchantress supports? Like, how do you think Lone Druid deals with them when they're pushing towers? He can just run his bear into it?
Yeah, he can. They don't really have any relation. Lone Druid is... he hates stuns, but these heroes don't really stun. They're just there hanging out, supporting their boys, so... it's looking good.
Aoi, you've had a little bit of time to think about this draft, so how are you liking the matchups of them so far?
I think the Lone Druid pick's pretty good. I think that Enchantress, he wants to sort of come for a winning lane. When you win your lane on this hero, you get to like go into the enemy triangle, start pressuring both mid and the safe lane. But Lone Druid's a hero that can put a lot of pressure on your carry, so you feel like you have to babysit him a lot more. I also think that this Pangler pick, Gaimin Gladiators Classic, they'll just see like 2 supports that don't really mess with his game. And I think they'll have a really good time on Gladiators. Their lineup right now, all they need is like for the safe lane to be stable, which I'm not too sure like how this Pugna versus Phoenix matchup goes. I haven't seen it that much, but I'd assume like it's sort of a whatever lane for both sides. And yeah, good Kunkka pick. I feel like every time I see this hero and he has a decent lane, the hero is Unreal Imbus, so we'll see how it goes in the team fights.
And X is a super viable spell here versus the Pangolier versus the Phoenix, and Quinn does get his Pango, it is that backline jump to address this Pugna, make sure that he's not sustaining his cores. What happened in the last draft actually was they preemptively picked the Kunkka so that the Earth Spirit, Earthshaker, Pango options didn't look that good, but they just went for the Pango here the Pango here as early as they could, just so they could make sure that they don't have issues with the backline. But Kunkka solves it very well. The Torrent Storm is also just an excellent spell versus Lone Druid. It makes it so the Bear has a very difficult time hitting heroes. Matu, you mentioned it doesn't like stuns. Does it like being pushed up in the air for the entirety of the game?
I totally agree. If I were a mid laner, I had a Kunkka, I see these 4 heroes, I think easy game, guys. Just go next. Like, job well done.
That's simple, huh?
That's simple. And it looks amazing. Like, you can't just deny it. It's like,
it is a pretty good Phoenix game though, right? Like, I feel like Phoenix is one of the only heroes where when Kunkka presses Torrent Storm, you don't have to panic, you don't have to spam all your BKBs. If you get a good egg off, like, you might be able to weather out the storm. I think this game, a lot of it is going to depend on Liquid safe lane, like how does Enchantress and Luna do. If they're able to free up the Ench a bit more and she's able to roam onto this Pangolier, I feel like they could have a lot of pressure on mid. It's very rare that you see like Gladiators in a position where they're the one who's going to be forced to do things on mid, and they don't have the best supports in my opinion to respond to this pressure.
So how are we feeling about the Muerta flex to safe lane still, and then you just respond with a more active support to absolve some of the Enchantress pressure?
It could happen, but I think most likely you should take a hero that's easier to leave alone. I think in your eyes this game, there should be like a lot of fighting with this Kunkka and Pangolier mid. The runes are really important. So if you have a Muerta in the safe lane, I think she's sort of easy to rotate on. I think they'll end up picking like a melee hero that makes the lane a bit more stable and they can leave it alone. Also, using like the very last pick on the support, like you have to get a lot of value out of the support, or like they have to have messed up against the core flex.
I super agree.
Probably won't happen, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, in theory, Muerta carry is amazing here. Like, he's super good against Luna, super good against Kunkka, and Pugna, no cares. But I think Gaming's biggest problem this game will be that they don't get ran over. Like, if they don't get ran over, they have a fighting chance. So Muerta carry doesn't quite fit that picture, because Muerta needs like 5 items to be useful or something like ridiculous. Like, they're like the ultimate hard carry of hard carries.
So if Alec gets taken out, you don't want to run back the Bloodseeker. CK is never going to be given in a pool, and there's no lever. What kind of self-sustaining carry can you put on the safe lane for Gaimin? I mean, Spectre is an option when you're looking at like squishy heroes in the backline, but the Tidehunter comes out, so you can't Spectre anymore. So that's one of the only good options, also taken out.
I don't really want to see them pick it, but I know they've ran Lifestealer in situations like this. Like just someone who's going to sit there independently. I think the lane can be sort of not good versus Tide. Like he's going to out-farm you a bit, but I could actually see them picking it.
I mean, that hero is on my good bad hero list.
Yeah?
I'm not quite sure, you know, it's somewhere in the middle. I'm leaning towards a bad hero.
Well, I have a more important question though. How many good heroes and bad heroes are on each side right now?
Like each side?
Yeah.
I feel like Liquid...
Just like good.
Liquid has 3 good heroes.
3 good heroes.
Not good heroes.
Okay.
Gaming alone with obviously good hero. Phoenix good hero. Muerta good hero.
Is like Lone Druid like a double good hero, or like how does that?
Yeah, just double it. Okay. For the sake of it. So
just double the overall score.
Gaming has 4 good heroes right now. Pango is not one of them.
Not 2. Void, is that a good hero? Faceless Void versus a Tidehunter? Do you hate it?
It could be a thing. I would like something like really faster hero, like faster paced hero.
But what's left in the pool right now with the Alchemist, Terrorblade taken out? The Spectre, I feel, is not really a solution versus a Tidehunter.
I feel like Curtis is more like qualified for this question, having coached Tundra.
I honestly, without
like
the,
just
without
being
the
amazing
heroes,
all around.
without the heroes, I can't function. But honestly, I'm happy with like whatever they feel confident in that can hold the safe lane versus Tidehunter. Like I just don't want them to feel like they're collapsing to this pressure. Generally, the picks versus Tidehunter traditionally are like Ursa, Slark. These heroes, actually Tidehunter doesn't have a bad lane, and they have a Pugna as well versus Phoenix, so I feel like they're a bit sus right now. I think you just need to pick something that's stable in the lane, that will sit there and allow you to go pressure the enemy mid. Oh.
That's a fast hero. Let's go. I like that.
Yeah. I mean, for sure, this hero has eventual pressure on the Tidehunter. Like, if you find that you can leave it alone, you think that they won't rotate on him, I could see the Razor work out really well.
He's a bad hero, but he's really...
It's a bad hero?
Yeah, he's a bad... or he's a bad hero, but he looks amazing this game. To be fair, you know...
This is a really good Razor game.
Yeah, it's like bad heroes can turn into amazing heroes given the right game.
And I think if we see the re-emergence of the old school like BKB refresher build on this Razor, they could play on a very early timing and they could handle the threat of the Luna, and he can outfight the Kunkka with the Torrent Storm and the boat debuff. But he's going to have to make sure to just win that lane. If the safe lane loses in any way, if there's any kind of sneaky twin gate rotation, it could be scary for Gaimin.
Alrighty. Well, we've had our drafts now. Thank you guys so much for all of your information for the good, bad hero rankings. But we're going to hear from the Gaimin Gladiators coach himself.
Hello, everybody. I am here with CY from Gaimin Gladiators. Give it up for the boys! See this, sir? I have questions here. They're all gone after I see that last pick, Razor, going down to the end of the reserve time. As Matu said on the panel, garbage hero, but pretty good this game. How are you feeling about it?
I mean, I feel pretty good about it. Like, sometimes you can't fix, like, it's a good lane against Tide, also historically. Sometimes you can't fix these kind of problems with bad heroes. So I think Razor is an okay hero. It's not an OP hero by any means, but if Tide has a really bad game, I think it's pretty good for us.
All right, as Trent likes to say in the back, whenever he sees you pick Lone Druid, this is our they don't want to lose hero. Is that how you guys are kind of feeling in this draft?
Lone Druid is just kind of like, Ace feels it. He feels he's going to own with it, so we trust him.
Okay, well, I'm sure the team trusts themselves very much as well. This might be the last time that we get to talk to you. I hope not, though. So any words out there? I'm not, come on, I'm just saying. Any words out there to the fans?
This won't be the last time.
It better not be. Let's go into the game as we take it with our casters.
You're goddamn right. I hope it won't be the last time we see CY. We all want to see a Game 3 because it would be a shame to see the most dominant team of this season go down in a 0-2 fashion. Right, Avery?
It depends who you ask, but I tend to agree, yeah.
I think the Liquid fans behind me wouldn't mind, but...
Yeah, there's a lot of Liquid fans in this arena right now, so they would definitely not mind.
I don't know, maybe test the crowd. What do you think? You guys want to hear a 2-0 or do you want to get a 2-1? You want to see a Game 3? That's what I want to hear right there. But are Gaimin Gladiators going to be able to do it, Avery? They picked up the Lone Druid. They trust in Ace. I feel like if anybody on this team you're going to trust to carry the game, I feel like Ace has been rock solid for them all year. Why not?
Not a bad option to go to, right? Give him like actual carry here. They can push objectives, take the pace. You're looking for that diffusal harpoon build. It's going to be pretty terrifying in the fights if he gets away with it and just has his way. Yeah, I kind of agree with the panel's assessment. Like, this is another draft from Gaimin where if the lanes go well for them, if they get these solo matchups, the Razor versus the Tide, the Lone Druid gets a lot of solo XP, they can run away with it again. They're kind of just going all in on these like lane domination into the tempo, going high around 25-30 minute mark. Liquid, they're going to present the same type of formidable ball against them. Luna back on the menu, and of course Tide and Kunkka to just buffer up with the Pugna behind. It's a very similar setup, right? So Gaimin know what's coming. They're trying to address it a bit differently. Razor's one of these carries where we saw dota2 suffer last game with the Bloodseeker versus the Luna matchup. I think Razor can do very well versus Hero. If you get fast BKB, you just run in. Luna sometimes not ready for you. You suck all his damage away. What happens when the 4 protect 1 is protecting a 1 with no DPS?
Yeah, I love the, like, I've always called Razor kind of an anti-carry in that regard, that he just latches onto the enemy carry and negates them entirely. Especially the way dota2 got ruined by the shard pickup of Luna. Those glaives were destroying him. Here we've got a range hero, but also takes away the attack damage of the Luna. You make a good point. Honestly, I feel Gaimin Gladiators have a really nice setup here. The panel definitely focused on that, the fact that Razor may not be the best hero in the meta right now, but it is a good late Razor game.
I mean, of course, Matu is on the panel, so you have to pick Lone Druid. You know, get that bias in your direction. Doesn't hurt. But a lot does come down to the first 10 minutes here. And we saw Liquid go toe-to-toe with Gaimin in that game 1. Now, Gaimin came out a little bit ahead on
Dota2, you can't be forward to die already in this lane, but he does.
That is not a kill I expect. This is a double range lane versus a Tide with Gush level 1, and you just find a first blood that easily versus Plasma Field. Razor's not that squishy of a hero. Hero's good stats, decent armor. This is supposed to be the last pick lane matchup that goes Gaimin's way. So Liquid just immediately strike on these lanes, get a really nice start for Boxy, who is on that Pugna this time instead of Insania. So this is a hero that Liquid's very confident playing 4 and 5. They just like the heals and the sustain the hero brings to the table, not really caring about any of the counter matchups. And it had a decent amount of impact game 1.
He's going to take a lot of damage here too. The Plasma Field does keep, well, it doesn't actually stop Boxy. Boxy's like, I don't care about you, Razor. I'm going to chase down Celery to the ends of the earth if need be.
Might get him here.
Yeah, he's going to be routed a little bit. He's going to back away, does leave Tide alone in the 1v1, and that's not where he wants to be. He does not want to be in a situation where he's just a simple melee hero against the Razor, but Celery does get run down eventually. Boxy claims the second kill of the game.
Already 2-0 for Mr. Pugnaman, and yeah, Zai did get punished on the backswing. That's the downside. He also went for the fast boots here, which means a little less regen on this bottom lane.
Yeah, Gladiators, is going to be enough. The final shot, not quite. Insania does hit his level 2, and Nature's Attendance keeps him up just enough.
This is a scary safe lane for Liquid to play going into that like 5 to 10 minute mark. If they get a lot of XP on Ace here, I can see him kicking Mickey out, particularly off a rotation from the Pangolier mid. If Quinn gets some runes, it's going to help accelerate these side lanes a lot. That's normally what they look to do with the Pango.
Oh, Quinn.
Double water rune?
If he dodges the torrent, he gets the second water rune. So that is a big buff for him. Almost losing his courier, but it's fine.
Well, the creeps, they won it.
Does mean he misses out on 1 CS there, but probably worth it, seeing as the Kunkka versus Melee matchup is usually a bit of a game of sustain.
Okay, surely if Gaimin go out, not that I'm cursing them.
No, of course not. Got a little bit of fight in top lane first.
If he goes out on Pango of all heroes.
You know,
surely
Quinn
there's some
does
iron.
not want to lose on a Pango.
Yeah, I can assure everybody I will never let him live that down personally. And, it'll be interesting to watch, but so far he's doing quite well mid.
Yeah, if the millions of dollars wasn't enough motivation, the public humiliation may be too much to bear.
Never underestimate it. He's looking to punish Nisha for the lack of regen. Damn, this is where you wish you could just like roam mid early, but these silings are way too important as Zai getting pushed back again. He's had to buy his own salve. So he's getting a lot of regen abused on this lane, and while that lane looked great for them at the start, this is where that Razor matchup just becomes incredibly painful as you try and get to a ring of health. Boots first. I mean, it's great for dealing with the, you know, not feeding away kills to the Razor. It's not great for staying on the lane. So Liquid running into some regen problems on these lanes as the war of attrition heats up. Gaimin starting to strike back.
You know, I want to talk about the versatility of roles here for Liquid. They, you talked about the Pugna, they swapped it between 4 and 5 this game, but also the Kunkka, right? 3 position for Zai last game, now running mid. What do you think that gives Liquid when they're able to have that kind of versatility in their draft? Do you feel like it gave them an edge somewhere?
I think it's what Blitz talked about. Like the versatility helps you the most in the draft, right? You get to hold these flexes till later, and you can see more lane setups. You're not going to get punished in matchups as hard. You make sure you're winning at least 1.5 or 2 out of the 3 lanes, so you don't get run over. I think that's a big core component that Liquid had to figure out over the course of the year playing against Gaimin in all of these grand finals. Right? A lot of those games, not everyone, but a decent amount, Gaimin just beat them in the first 10 or 15 minutes so hard that there wasn't any Dota to play.
Yeah.
So if you go even in that phase as Liquid and you get into that mid game like we saw last time, get one good team fight, all of a sudden you can just win a game off that, especially with a hyper carry like Luna that they have shown can be pretty nasty given a lead. And that's what Mickey's going to try and do here again. Now, he doesn't have as many crazy buffs behind him in terms of damage. I really like that Invoker pairing with it, just because I think the control and the alacrity does help you in that endgame. But Kunkka and Tide, they're going to give you a lot of extra sustain here. And he doesn't have to worry about as much burst. There's no big Reaper coming out on this Luna this game. It's just going to be the Pango going in with Rolling Thunder.
And it gives you maybe a better winning matchup, but maybe not against the rotation coming out from Celery. Quinn, he needs to be able to hit this swashbuckle to finish off Nisha, but the regen is already kicking into play, so Quinn abandons that idea.
This is just fighting for that 6-minute power rune. I like the fact that Boxy is not letting Gaimin get away with bringing more heroes mid on Nisha, especially when Nisha was falling behind in that regen department early with the water runes. This lane is completely evened out. They're both very close to 6. I think Nisha's he's gonna hit it off this catapult. Wouldn't be surprised to see him try and get a cheeky kill with this boat.
And Quinn, even if he does get it off of 1 or 2 creeps here, he needs more mana.
Oh yeah, they're looking for it just out of range. So he's in tower damage. And again, 6-minute power rune. No way Quinn gets this. They will get the boat connection.
Pull him back in with the Decrepify. Healthy amount of burst magic damage. They need the physical swing in from Nisha, and that's going to be denied for the Fire Spirits for now. Nisha can't get a swing in. And thanks to Tofu making his rotation out, makes things a little awkward for Liquid.
Quinn just has no resources here. This is a 3-man rotation for Gaimin without any mana on the Pango. You just can't take the fight. And it'll be an Arcane Rune into Nisha's pocket. A very nice one to pick up here.
Mickey in some trouble. Fought for the Lotus. And he will maybe die for it. No, the Lotus is actually what keeps him alive here. Ace also has to rotate back because Boxy was cutting through the river with the other support of Insania.
This is where that solo matchup just, it's a nightmare, right? There's not many carries who can stand one-on-one against the Lone Druid. You need a very specific one. And even in these situations, as long as Mickey can get his XP and eventually retreat the jungle, he's going to be happy. But I do expect both these sidelines to kind of open up for Gaimin over the next few minutes here. This 5 to 10 period is where they become a big nuisance unless you're bringing numbers to combat it. We see Zai, he's still continuing to struggle in this Razor matchup. I mean, he's just hoping he has some ancient stacks or something to fall back on at this point. It's not going to be one of those tide lanes where you get a hammer and just start beating down the tower.
First rotation coming out from Liquid, double supports, but at the same time from behind, there is going to be this Pango showing up. If they can finish off Dyrachyo, it'd be worth it, but they can't quite get him. He's hidden away into the trees. Dyrachyo's out of sight, and now Zai gets bumped back. He goes for Insania instead, an easier kill for sure, and Dyrachyo is the one to claim the turnaround kill.
It's just such a hard kill, even with all the supports coming bottom for Liquid. This race is way too tanky. I do like the idea though, right? You want to bail out these side lanes in the one-on-one matchup by just bringing numbers, outnumber the core, create a situation where if you get the big kill on these tanky boys, you get so much XP back.
Yeah, so they make a move bottom, and if that doesn't work, make the move on top with Nisha. And Ace doesn't have his level 6, so he's pretty squishy once caught by some disables.
This is exactly what you want to do. Just find these cheeky core pickoffs, because every time you do, you can leave the lane. Now you can leave Mickey top for some solo XP. He'll catch back up, right? And suddenly he doesn't have this Lone Druid pestering him or pushing the tower. Meanwhile, you can just get boxy room mid. I like these rotations from Liquid. It's giving their cores a lot more breathing room in this early game and nullifying what Gaimin want to do, which is isolate the one-on-ones here.
It does come at a cost, though, because it means they give up control of the power runes, right? And Quinn, well, he got an armor rune. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to use that quite as well as some other ones, like an arcane rune, but it is still something to note that Quinn's rotation is going to be all the more powerful.
Yeah, but look at this. Ace round 2.
Ace hit his level 6, but chose not to level up his ultimate. He's doing a lot of damage. He has to back away. 1 versus 3. Now they know the rotation is coming in from Quinn. He's to get it with the swashbuckle. Oh, clips Nisha. Not quite finished up Mickey. They'll get the kill on Insania instead. Deep in though, Courier spotted, and they know Nisha is still trying to get out of here. Unfortunately, he's just a bit too quick for Quinn.
That dead shot almost hit Mickey as well. That is very close to losing the Luna and just translating this completely into a rout on the safe lane. Gaimin, they read that pretty damn well. The move from Liquid, if you get another kill on Ace there, he has no resummon. He's completely out of the game for a minute. So that is a Lone Druid you have to protect. You have to smoke them. Make sure Ace can get this tower early. This is the game plan. Let him bulldoze every objective on the map, uncontested, because the Tide Hunter is too poor to contest. If you set that situation up for Ace, he's probably going to run away with it. That's what they're trying to create as the Pine Cone will send a siege shot.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. It is
you waited all year to hear that one, yeah. Maybe.
Dreams do come true here at TI.
Sometimes.
Nighttime is about to finish up, so that, a little bit of strength they get from the Luna is about to go away. Gaimin Gladiators also probably feeling pretty confident with the Pango. Pretty well on.
And look at these stacks down here. This is an unconventional place to have this many stacks.
Yeah.
Kind of cool. I mean, you wish you were an alchemist right here, but look at another round.
There is plenty of stacks.
Dyrachyo.
Liquid jungle, their triangle, they also have some, which is something Zai is probably going to need. Or maybe not Zai at all. Maybe Nisha's going to take it, speed along to that Aghanim Scepter. Not taking a pit stop for the Blade Mail, which we've seen so much of. Why do you think that is?
It's just not a great blade mail, right? You can't really reflect anything into this Pango here that reliably. The Lone Druid doesn't care. The Bear's just healing. The Razor one's okay, but Razor's a fast BKB hero, so it's not necessarily that good for that long in the early game. I kind of agree here. It doesn't strike me as a blade mail game, but it is just a well-rounded hero, or well-rounded item on the hero. Fast Torrent Storm could be interesting. You're not going to buy BKB on Lone Druid. And if you catch the Pango, he also doesn't buy one. So in theory, this Torrent Storm could do some work in the early fights, help you defend towers against the Lone Druid push as well. It's also an item that can sometimes catch the backline, right? You're looking at a Morta Phoenix lineup. Because you can catch these 2 supports back there and take them out of the fight even with a single Torrent.
Oh, they caught it just before the Rolling Thunder gets off, but still, saved by the silence from Tofu, and they could still try and chase down Nisha here. Hit him with the dead shot, push him into the bear. The phase boots chasing after him, slow him down, immediately got entangled, but he did have that illusion rune. Quickly dispels that. Rolling Thunder on its way, the big ball. It's Nisha, once, twice. Ravage, though, on the side, though. No follow-up to this Rolling Thunder. Quinn's going to be left alone now as he's caught in the X. That magic immunity will not last forever, and he's pulled back into his death.
See, he's just going to push up here and give him the vision to maybe just push in the mid tower. how much firepower they have, but that is a well-used Ravage from Zai. Very happy to clean up Ace with his start right. He gets the best start for Gaimin, gets the kill with the worst start from Liquid. It's a massive golden XP swing here. And again, Gaimin just overextending a little bit. They thought they were the ones that connected, but Liquid are happy to bring everybody these tower defense fights, particularly for this tier 1 mid. Because if Gaimin get that tower, it opens up a lot of the map for the Lone Druid to occupy, but when he makes that rotation and it fails, Ace gets shut down again on a big objective. And all of a sudden, you have the Luna and the Kunkka leading the pack, which is exactly where you want to be. Ready to take the defensive fights, continuing to get the economy going with stacks on your side. And Mickey, he's going to run away with it again. We saw him do it game 1, right? And that was with a much worse start. Here he's leading already pretty early in the game. He has Mask of Madness, he has stacks waiting for him.
I like that. Uses his own illusions to cut the midway, pull it to himself in a safer part of the map, but they're going to try and catch him with this 3-man smoke of Gaimin Gladiators.
Still no defusal on the Pango. This is where your skirmish power is a little limited. You get stuck in these long fights versus the boat run, right? That's been one of the biggest problems here. Like, how are you dealing with the damage? Game 1, you had a Reaper to just cut through it before it did its work, but here, this is a very deep smoke, very important smoke for Gaimin if they can hit this. They are a little too slow.
Oh, Mickey might walk back into
or
it
are they?
here.
The greed.
Perfect opportunity. Mask of Madness going up, but Mickey cannot get far away in time. The dead shot repositions him right into that, not even needing the Rolling Thunder to hit a few times. And Dyrachyo already made this rotation over, so kind of similar to the move that Liquid did earlier with Zai. Came in with the Ravage, they immediately pushed the tower. It looks like Gaimin Gladiators can exert some pressure of their own.
Patience pays off there. Mickey just wanted one more Ancient stack, and I'll pay the price. Also, I think the itemization on Gaimin, it's interesting, because you went this Midas on Dyrachyo.
Yeah.
So this is, you know, not the BKB rush. He's not going to join some early fights. Another boat on Quinn with Decrep amping. Whew. See you later.
There's a good reason for the Torn Storm there as well, I guess. When you have a Pugna amping up magic damage, that Torn Storm can actually do a lot.
Turning this hero into a burst hero.
Yeah.
That will TP out of there. But they went the Midas on the Razor, and they're going Radiance on the Lone Druid for Ace.
Okay.
So this is a classic bear build going back to, what is it, TI3, TI4.
Yep.
It's very good at the farm acceleration. It'll clear a lot of the map. It'll help them keep the scale and the rate up. It's okay in the fight here too, right? The one downside is you get like a fast pipe on Zai or something, you're going to mitigate some of it. We'll see what they decide to do with the timing, because that's going to be a big one for Gaimin. You get this Radiance on the Lone Druid, you want to take the fights into the Roshan and get that going, as well as just clearing out more of the map. That tier 1 being up for Liquid is still a big deal. We'll see how much Gaimin prioritizes, but it looks like they're just giving everything to Ace here, putting everything into this bear, and hoping it wins them that big fight with the Radiance burn. Also, AoE mischance for the egg.
Yeah.
Never bad. The old Kuroki Radiance coming into play here.
He's going to get that Radiance pretty damn quickly. Liquid seemed more than content. I mean, they're probably looking at this as a repeat of game 1, where they just sit back. Eventually, that Luna is going to get to a point where she can carry the game. But it does feel like Gaimin Gladiators, with the itemization you pointed out, they're definitely playing to scale better than they did in game 1, right?
Yeah, a bit more security. That's what I feel about it. Like, this is not just all in. Now, they can hit that really strong timing push around the BKB on Razor and the Radiance on Lone Druid, but it's not like they completely fall off after that. As double damage on Nisha, prompting a Liquid Smoke, looking for the Razor down here with the duo that has bursted cores the whole game. Gonna be an awkward angle. They should get it.
They got him. Magic damage coming in, it's too much.
Man, this single combination between the Decrep and all the magic damage, very effective, very efficient on the map. You're not committing numbers for these ganks. Look for Mickey mid, get some mana burn. Quinn again diving very deep.
Rolling Thunder gets off, but he's already at half health. He's gonna have to run away, especially with Nisha showing himself on a double damage. Nice dead shot to keep him away. They want to make sure the X marks the spot, doesn't hit that Pango and get him pulled back after the Rolling Thunder. Instead it hits Celery, but immediately pops the Supernova, and they're actually kind of in a bad position here. The Torrent Storm does well. That's gonna help. Dead shot, push him back into the silence. Quinn's trying to limp away. That double damage is dangerous, but he doesn't have the attack speed to get the swing in.
Liquid overextending in the river as Ace makes a backswing. Beautiful calling around the egg. That combination is deadly with the attack speed slow, and Radiance right on time at 16 minutes here. This is really damn fast. They gave him so much Ancient priority around that triangle. It's go time for Ace. He needs to take this game over in the next few minutes.
Oh, the sentry in the corner. Boxy No doubt, he doesn't know exactly where that ward is. He's going to try and get out of the way, but the Plasma will nix him, and the Radiance will burn him down.
And that's a 3x streak, so more gold in Ace's pocket. Already back up to 1,000 directly after that reveal. That's just not a fight Liquid were willing to take because the Tidehunter was also taking a tier 2 bottom.
Oh,
like,
wow.
Zai is your biggest team fight presence right now with Blink, Meteor Hammer, Ravage. He took a tier 2 bottom. He's really happy about that. You get it for free, but not if you're giving up heroes in the river at the same time. And remember, a lot of this game to me is about the Lone Druid pace versus how much the Tidehunter make the fights.
Blink gets disabled. He is tanky, though. Making his way back to the tier 2. Nisha's here on top of that one. He's going to throw on. Oh, what a hit!
It hit
what a big
them all.
With the follow-up of the bone. Isn't enough burst damage, though. It's not quite enough. They need a little bit more. The heals start coming in onto Nisha. They prioritize keeping people alive while Zai jumps forward to try and finish up this bear. And the bigger bear, Quinn, rolling interception, trying to stop these heroes from pushing in, but they kill the bear and the big one, and they both go down together. Gaimin Gladiators will lose both their supports and this Lone Druid that they have funneled so much gold into.
That was your big Lone Druid Radiance fight, and it went horribly wrong as Zai just ravages your entire team into the boat in the Torrent Storm. Look at the damage output from this Kunkka right now. You were asking what that Torrent Storm can do. That is exactly what it can do. Yeah. Send you back to your fountain packing as the damage is just ramping up way too fast here for Liquid. And normally this is where Gaimin, they'd have a bunch of sustain, they'd have a Sunray, they'd have this big Lone Druid who's healing off, dealing damage to heroes. I mean, the sustain is not nearly enough right now as you just walk into a hammer. This hammer also hit on 3 plus a bear, by the way. That is some insane value coming out from Zai, who just walks it off and says, all right, team, I set the plate. Come and feast.
I love the fact that he jumps back in. Bold, knowing the fact that, you know, once he hits him with that anchor smash on the Lone Druid, it really doesn't do that much anymore. Not to the Tidehunter anyway.
Another reason to go this Radiance build, right? Then maybe you don't care about the Anchor Smash as much. You have a bunch of bonus damage on the bear and you get this burn going through.
Yep.
It's one of those matchups that's been played for a very long time. So far, I feel like Zai is doing so much with the start he's had to deal with. He's paid it back already. Itemization, early blink, doing some work. As Gaimin will continue to look for this BKB on Dyrachyo so they can just man up in the fight. You know, that fight might be a different story if Dyrachyo is able to commit there, be in that engagement, and have his presence felt, right?
Yes.
But it's just how Razor functions. You need BKB to go into this fight. Otherwise, you're just stuck on the Torrent Storm with everybody else.
Gaimin Gladiators not shying away from aggression, though. Now that the Ravage is on cooldown, they continue to play on the same part of the map that they're trying that last fight into. Want to take down a tier 2.
They're still quite strong at fighting around Ace if the fight develops in the way they want, which is a defensive egg, baiting some Liquid heroes in, you get a calling around it, somebody gets dead shotted, somebody else is rooted or ward. There's a lot of teamfight disruption pre-BKB that Liquid has to deal with, particularly on their 2 big beefy frontliners. This Sunray plus the Radiance burn, it's gonna add up, plus Pango poking through with some swashbuckles and the mana burn. This was a smart push. And you're still looking for Roshan in this game. That's the biggest objective for Gaimin to throw on this type of group up push lineup. When you take that and what you do with it, vital to your game plan here as the Liquid ball continues to grow. And of course, Mikke is just having a free-for-all in these Ancients, man. He's continuing to climb the levels. Level 16 on this Luna right now, 3 ahead of the next on Gaimin. That is the power of Ancient Camps and stacking them.
Yeah, that one death early on. The only kind of action he's really had to worry about. Dyrachyo again. This is the 2nd time in this series that he's picked up his BKB and immediately has to use it defensively.
It's just not what you want.
Trying to jump onto Quinn. Once again, the X stops the Rolling Thunder. The burst magic damage is so good against this Pango. They have just enough disables and just enough magic damage to finish him off.
That was perfectly executed. You cannot ask for any better timings there on the X-Torrent. Not an easy kill either, and right around tier 2 for Gaimin. So if that game goes wrong, it can go really wrong. Aggressiveness paying off here for Liquid, and just so much space for the Luna. Absolutely untouched in this game.
And Liquid, it felt like that Ravage fight earlier. Gaimin Gladiators, if they don't lose that fight, they take a tier 2. Maybe they could take the Roshan after taking that tier 2, but now it's switched over to the Radiant side here, and Liquid had that lane pushed in. They're going to take full advantage of it, and Gaimin Gladiators, they know what's going on, but with Quinn dead, they just can't get there in time, not with their full force.
Not a Roshan you wanted to give up if you're Gaimin with this Lone Druid timing. One Mikke is happy to take, a bit easier this time. claiming that Aegis.
Avery, this is looking like a Liquid who could hit high ground pretty damn soon.
Yeah, they can. They absolutely have a lot of push power behind the beefy frontliners in the Pugna. That's what they like about this lineup. You can take the push to Gaimin, and sometimes these push lineups don't deal well with getting pushed back. It's one of their weaknesses.
Unfortunate bit of RNG there. I think Gaimin Gladiators would have definitely wanted the Phoenix to get the shard. Instead goes to the Muerta. But here comes that push. Liquid gonna start taking more tier 2 towers. We'll see how bold they are when it comes to hitting the early high ground.
Maybe how bold Zai is in terms of willing to jump. Because you can let the Luna push these objectives, but you do kind of want to just blink Ravage and take the fight.
Sure.
You feel like you can burst a big core target. Nonetheless, they'll get a tier 2. Open up more of this map, take outpost control, and see how far they press it here. Level 18 on the horizon for Mickey as well. Level 3 Eclipse would feel pretty damn good here if you're going to end up in a drawn-out team fight. They'll switch to bottom. You can also just siege it up with Pugna, right? I mean, that is an option here.
Yeah.
Alpha Wolf giving Mickey even more damage as well with Pack Leader. This is a strong push. Catapult's going to remain up. I mean, where's the poke? They're letting Liquid get a lot of damage for free here. No Swashbuckles, no Fire Spirits.
Luna Siege, it is all the more dangerous once your tier 3 is down and you start getting those bouncing glaives into play. Exactly. Trying to pull Duracho out of position, almost got him, but he pushed a little bit over to the side instead. Harpoon pulling in the Kunkka. Now
committed rolling.
Follow this one up.
He has no BKB, you gotta remember.
Yeah, this is gonna be Nisha dying straight up immediately. Now Liquid left in a 4 versus 5. He's gonna stand his ground, but Quinn, what a hit on through with a swashbuckle, almost finishing up. The Radiant's gonna run down Mickey on his first life. He's gonna come back and there's nobody left alive. No
absolute disaster.
Whatsoever of Liquid. They are absolutely gonna be losing 4 here and absolutely nothing claimed on the side of Liquid. What a disaster.
Didn't even get to use the Ravage, didn't get Torrent Storm off, didn't use the Luna BKB because what is the point after everybody's dead? That siege went horribly wrong very fast with, I mean, Nisha just being too far up, right?
Yeah.
He ended up in their base almost on the high ground, stuck in a calling, can't really get out, there's no repositioning, there's a single 4-staff on Liquid, that's pretty much it. And you don't have a BKB on Kunkka, so you can't just man up in the front line and all this AoE control. Especially when that bear just starts running at you.
That is a nasty combo, though. The calling on top of the Harpoon. So Nisha really just couldn't get much off there.
I mean, he has Arcane Rune here, so he's like, I want to fight. But yeah, Harpoon drags him in there. He can't even move. That just sets the whole fight up. I thought this Rolling Thunder was a bit early, but of course, no BKB. You can just fully commit, and then you're all clumped on this choke point. Just a disaster on the back line for Boxy. Can't reposition. That's just an easy fight cleanup for the Pangolier with an Ags delivered at the right time in this game, giving you the extra damage, and all of a sudden,
that's
a
like
lot
a
of wind out of
4K
your
network
sails.
swing.
Yeah,
that
was big. Gaimin have a lead, in fact, at this point right now. 1K up after that failed push attempt.
Yeah.
That's a big one to give away. This is a lineup that, remember, Gaimin were itemizing and building to scale. This is a Razor that can be 5-6 slot in this game and be a massive threat. And you're still playing pretty much a single core damage lineup if you're Liquid. Yeah. It's all in on the Luna. So if you have anti-carry heroes in this Razor, in this Muerta throwing down a calling, Pangolier disarming you, whatever it is, it's not as easy as last game for Mickey to just 1v5 here.
We've also hit, I think, one of the biggest spikes when it comes to lone druid power. 25 minutes. That means you start picking up all these Wraith Bands for your hero with double the effectiveness. You get a huge boost in armor for yourself and your bear. That Luna is not going to be able to deal with the bear nearly as well as she was just 2 or 3 minutes ago.
Things are aligning really well for Ace. I mean, he is still gigantic in this game, right? And the benefit of the Wraith Bands here is he already has his 2 big items completed. So it's not like he's hurting the timing of anything here. He just gets free armor and agi galore. No, they're rolling Thunder on Nisha.
Nisha goes 4-staff up to the high ground. Helped out by the supports. They have the anchor on Quinn, but they don't feel good about taking this one, especially with Duracho getting right in the middle of them with his BKB. They pop the flop still, and Mickey is actually okay with fighting this one for now, but they retreat.
Yeah, but look at Ace.
BKB.
Look at Ace in the pack.
Away, and yeah, Ace sees his opportunity. He's going to be able to catch up to Mickey, slow him down. The Torrent Storm trying to help him out. Another 4-staff, but he won't get far enough away. The carry of Liquid is dead for 60 seconds, and they're on the run now. 2 dead. Gaimin Gladiators playing some clean Dota now after a bit of a rough game 1.
Man, sometimes Ace's positioning on these team fights, he just comes out of nowhere. You don't expect him. He just cleans it up. You think you're okay. You get in one bad trade, and suddenly Luna off the map for 50 seconds here. Another fight where Mickey just doesn't get to show the true power of his hero right now with the full Hurricane Pike BKB Eclipse. Just gets the damage pumped into dota2, and I mean, dota2 doesn't care, right? He knows he has other damage sources in this lineup. As long as he soaks up the Luna BKB, he's probably happy with that exchange, assuming no one dies in a Ravage. And speaking of Ravage, when was the last one, right? It feels like that Ravage top was the last time Zai felt his big teamfight impact felt this game.
Yep.
We haven't seen one for a while, and the opening just hasn't been there.
I mean, you don't get that kind of hard initiation. We saw what happened. Gaimin Gladiators, they saw BKB plus the Shard, the Moonclaves active out for the Luna, and they said, okay, we're not going to make the same mistake of like trying to commit on that hero like we did last time. dota2 learned his lesson. He said, kite it out, kite it out. That's all we have to do.
If you get it to a point where the BKB is down for Mickey, you don't have anything on the other cores, but Rolling Thunder becomes a big problem. You're just going through with the tags, burning everybody's mana. There's no control for it. We see Zai throwing the anchor out on Quinn. I mean, yeah, that's great when it expires, but only if you can punish him when it expires. The whole duration, it's going to be free. And Lone Druid, he's becoming a problem in this game. If you don't burst him off the Ravage, he gets true form off. He's incredibly tanky in these engagements.
Yeah, 2 Wraith Bands before that fight. After it, he's now got 4. Big armor upgrade. 27 armor now on the Bear, and his hero has 25. So they're mitigating most of the physical damage coming their way.
Double neutral item as well.
Be big pickup. They need that initiation. We talked about it. Getting a jump on a Quinn would have been the best, but they know Quinn was a target. The support's protected.
They also know that this dead shot hit. Another thwarted jump for Zai, who did finish that pipe. It's a great pipe game if you can use it. And the best way you use it is you push. But are Liquid confident enough to just push straight up right now? I mean, they're sieging high ground with Pugna. This is pretty ballsy, especially with how that last push went. They don't even have Aegis here.
Yeah, seriously. But they do the damage pretty quickly, and they got the glyph out. So now, Gaimin Gladiators are put in a position where if they mess up this next team fight, they could be losing 1, maybe even 2 lanes of Barracks.
That was a value glyph. Absolutely value here. Gaimin, they're smoked. They wanted to flank, wanted to backstab that push from Liquid. You know if they get on the back line, they're happy with the fight. You take this Pugna and Ench out. dota2, he is just going to run in. Man does not give a damn.
But he gets ravaged.
Or does
they
he?
burst him down in time. The Rolling Thunder is going to try and stop things, and dota2 gets off his BKB. Now he's going to be able to fight back. Mickey forcing forward, trying to put the damage onto dota2, but underneath the Supernova, the Dragon's Eye back into it, and Mickey has to start running away, but the Bear is on the other side.
Clean it house.
Sandwiches Liquid in this, and they are done for in this fight. They cannot stop the Bear. Liquid, another aggressive engagement from them, another utter disaster. They trade 1 for 5. They don't need the Razor to hit high ground. The Bear is coming to clean house.
Oh, he's coming. That is just a clump that you did not want to have happen there. You're stuck in the calling, stuck in the Sunray, stuck in the egg. Pango rolling through all of it. These choke points have been a nightmare for Liquid, as the AoE is just fully controlling them. And that's why dota2 just runs in here. Didn't even get the BKB off before the Ravage, but there's no chain stun that comes out. And all of a sudden, you're stuck down this ramp, and this is not where you want to be if you're Liquid, right? If Mickey cannot man up and kill that egg, which he didn't want to because there's a drain coming out on this Razor, you're in trouble. You're in absolutely big trouble here, as he is not strong enough to fight the Razor through 90% of his HP and the Bear through potentially a resummon.
Speaking of that Bear, that's going to be the casualty of this push from Gaimin Gladiators. They do not manage to get the melee barracks, but obviously a massive win for them nonetheless. Tier 2 and Tier 3 go down. And soon a Scotty on the table for Gaimin Gladiators. That's going to make the Luna's life so much harder. We're already seeing that the damage is running out a bit for this Luna. You get hit by that attack speed slow, which is twice the effective on range heroes. That's going to be rough.
The attack speed slows have done work for Gaimin.
Yeah.
The Fire Spirits, the calling, stacking these up. Honestly, Tofu has been a big problem in the fight for Liquid, just committing into Morta in these types of positions. It's deadly. It's very difficult unless you have multiple spell immunity, and right now the pipe is just not keeping them alive long enough to man up versus the multiple physical damage sources. This is why this type of lineup for Gaimin scales a lot harder into the late game than the previous one. They're not relying on some single target magical burst. If you can deal with that, the fight becomes easy. You have to deal with 3 cores who are all scaling up here, have pretty good synergy with the minus armor coming through from Eye of the Storm. and potentially 2 bears if Ace can stay alive, which so far, they have not been close to jumping him and killing him first. His positioning has been very strong. Throwing Aegis on top of this might just be too many lives to get through. Can Liquid make magic happen around the pit once more? They're late to the party this time. No blind 3-man torrent for you.
They're still going to try and take a fight. Though it seems like Gaimin Gladiators are aware of this situation. They are going to be pushing it.
It's all on Zai. You need a good Ravage jump on support.
And he gets the green initiation. It's just the Phoenix and maybe that lone druid. Backline still got up the Supernova. And now comes the Rolling Thunder. The egg dies, but are you going to be able to fight this one? Once again, they're trying to kite out this BKB of Mickey. Dorachio's in deep though. Wanting to make use of this Aegis. Clear space for the rest of the team.
Oh, that Torrent Storm.
Disarming a lot of them. And Torrent Storm bouncing off Gaimin Gladiators up
Bear dead.
And this team fight is too much.
No summon.
The Bear dies before Dorachio's back into play. Well, they're running out of firepower. Mickey's low, but he's getting the heals out from Boxy. Is he able to stay alive here? Another tidal wave coming in, trying to help him out. The disarm helps a bit, but they realize it. They have run out of power. They start retreating. They cannot save Mickey. They'll leave whoever is left behind. It's going to be 3 down on the side of Liquid, but it was a fair engagement to them. They were trapped up against an Aegis, and they still managed to do okay.
I mean, honestly, a pretty damn good fight for Liquid. They get a buyback off the Celery Phoenix. Egg went off, so that engagement started off pretty rough. You have to commit longer with your BKBs and just sit there while Dorachio's linking you. And yeah, you get the Aegis off Dorachio, so you eliminate some of that high ground pressure. Ace going down as well. Big pick up there. He did not have a resummon to take the longer end of that fight. And you got to remember, you're down to 10 or 12K going into this, right? It's just all Kunkka in that engagement. Torrent Storm did mad work.
Problem's going to be is this fight, the end result is not good enough for Liquid to change the narrative of this game. Gaimin Gladiators are still going to hold a pretty decent lead here and still have pretty good map control off of just having enough heroes up. Dorachio, I mean, great Torrent Storm, better Tidal Wave. I mean, that was a sick combination.
Yeah, I mean, Quinn also gets cheese off there, right? If he gets maybe hit by one more of those Torrents and goes down, that's a different fight as well. You might get out of there with Mickey. The fact Quinn gets a full second life, full refill here and can take Mickey down at the end. That's what felt good about it for Gaimin here. 2 lives on 2 cores basically expended. But what can you do? You were not at the Roche in time, which means you rather fight here than at your base, right?
Yeah. And you also took down probably the most important hero to bring down first, the Lone Druid. So even if you do lose that fight, it's not going to be able to take your buildings immediately. All they lost was a tier 2, but Gaimin Gladiators still have the 13K gold lead, and now they have the Aya Scotty. They didn't have that one in the last team fight. That bear has become significantly tankier and much worse for the Luna to deal with.
Got 5,000 HP with 26 armor here.
Oh yeah.
He's going to harpoon you, he's going to slow you, he's going to provide the miss chance. This is the Lone Druid problem right now. Do you try and burst Ace off a jump, or do you just deal with him? Whew. Yeah, that win probability has spiked significantly after that Roshan. We're still looking for the next item for Mickey, by the way. This has been about 10 to 12 minutes. He's trying to build this butterfly. He is struggling.
Yeah, he is. At this rate, he's going to get that butterfly, and we may see the MKB counter coming in from Gaimin Gladiators pretty quickly. Butterfly is here, though, so they have a window, perhaps, where the evasion can come into play.
You need to make sure the positioning is on point here when you jump with the Ravage, because the chain stun limitation is also something that's hurting Liquid on these goes. Like we saw there, they got Meg off, because what's your chain stun off Zai's jump? It's potentially a Torrent if you can line it up, and a Lucent Beam. That's it.
Well, there's a little bit more chance of chaining that stuns with a refresher done for the Kunkka. So we're going to have double Torrent Storms going on.
That's one way to control the fight. If you get to the other side of the Razor BKB, there's not much else outside of the Rolling Thunder, of course. That's going to save these heroes in double Torrent Storm. Cannot underestimate it, but you need to make sure Mickey is up, right? You need to align the control with the damage here for Liquid. Protect Mickey, get him to a point in the fight where the Torrent Storm and the Ravage are controlling heroes while the Luna's hitting them. Sounds a lot easier than it is at this point, when Gaimin can just run a frontliner in like Dorachio or Quinn and not care about anything. Of course, if you can find the supports, that's a big ticket as well. Taking this Mortar or Phoenix out of the fight opens it up a lot, especially when you know Celery does not have buyback here for 4 more minutes.
And he's going to try and protect that situation by getting an Aeon Disc. He's already bought out for it, so chance of you getting this guy before he gets off Supernova, I think, are pretty low, but we'll see.
Nisha shows on a D ward off the gate, so Gaimin are aware Liquid are in the bottom of the map. Smoke will wear out as well. Triple 4-staff for Liquid, so they have some kiting potential.
Yeah, and
they're gonna need it.
If they know that, hey, hit the high ground really, really quickly, and you can get some buildings before they can TP back in time. The ranged barracks is the first to fall.
Just let the bear do the dirty work here.
Yep. The bear is perhaps expendable, though it does give up 300 gold. They've got a second one. This is a little bit of a dangerous point, though. Worst part would be losing your bear a second time, and then there goes 20,000 of your net worth.
You can't siege. Upside of taking that fight outside the Roach Pit as well, right? You got rid of this Mega Aegis period that would have caused you some high ground potential problems. We should mention, however, that Tofu has picked up a full BKB, so he has started his path towards true 4th core status, which I think is something that really cements these games in the current meta when they go ultra long. I'm not saying this game's going to go 80 minutes, but if it does, you know, having a carry Morta in your pocket, not too shabby.
Certainly helps.
And he's farmed. He's like 2K behind Zai here.
Zai, who's about to complete a Shiva's here pretty soon, so get some attack speed slow on their own side.
It's a very valuable Shiva's game. He's going to buy out for it. Martyr's played as well. Tide very tanky right now, but not if he just gets linked and gone on by the Razor. And of course, we saw dota2 pick up the Refresher. This is the Razor dream right now. Double Satanic, double BKB, going in with a double Eye of the Storm. He will absolutely decimate the fight if he gets away with it.
How do you feel like this Razor scales? I'm looking at that level 25 talent. That looks so scared. He starts taking away attack speed too.
I think he's scaling like a beast in this game.
Yeah.
There's not a lot to deter him. If your Luna were ahead and can provide a big enough threat with something like Daedalus, a Refresher, some Ag since you're eating, okay, maybe you can take that type of fight, right, with multiple 4-staffs kiting out the links.
Yeah.
The biggest thing that deals with Razor scale is survivability, either in utility or being able to stand your ground and fight him back. Lotus Orb is another big one here if Liquid can get it. But they don't really have natural Lotus Orb buyers. It's the downside of their lineup right now. Both these squishy supports don't really want to build it. The armor's not that great on them. And both these frontliners, they just need better items to be able to sustain the damage. So you're not ever reflecting Link in this game, which is, you know, breathing room for dota2. He runs in, he links anybody. You're getting a Link. Just a matter of 4-staff potentially breaking it and resetting the fight. They'll continue to scout out the map here, try and get the lanes in. And farm it up. It will be that MKB for Ace to deal with the butterfly on Mickey. I mean, if you're Mickey, you just want at least one good fight out of this butterfly.
Yeah, but how do you actually get out there and do it?
The Games don't push your high ground, which it looks like they don't want to do without Roshan, that it's going to be that Rosh contest, right?
Yeah. Almost feels like Liquid are going to have to bank on a fast Roshan. Otherwise, that MKB could be done before the Roshan actually spawns. It's got 4K in the bank right now. Third Rosh, it actually spawns instantly for them. So
is going bottom, however, is it's going to shift to daytime here. I mean, it's good for Gaimin with the buyback potential on the outpost, but they don't have it on dota2. They don't have it on either support. So there's some jump burst potential from Liquid. Take advantage of the lack of buybacks right now if they want to take the gamble.
There is a double damage on dota2.
Yeah, there's also that looming in the bottle right now. And he's just ninja gearing in.
Zai puts himself at the front lines. They're immediately going to pounce onto him. Seeing if they can chase him down, slow him down, pull him back in as much as possible. They're trying to reset. He did manage to get a blink away. So they are really resetting off this one. The refresher immediately puts to use. dota2.
Oh, it's a man fight.
One fight against Big A. He's going to be able to win it. He is. No problems there whatsoever. And he doesn't give a damn about your water park ride, Mr. Kunkka. He's going to fight through this one. Oh, the rap's coming up. He's going to maybe be alive. He gets a little bit of life going out, but dota2 is still up. The last little bit of damage coming out from Insania is not going to be enough. dota2 this time. He mans up this time. He challenges Team Liquid, and he is the one left still standing in the end.
Puts Mickey in the dirt with that second BKB. No way Luna wins that man fight in round 2. It was good kiting initially from Liquid, but the longevity here in the items, the Satanic, and this Razor aggression has paid off in game 2.
And with the bear, they can end it right here, right now. Liquid They don't have the buybacks. I think they're just hoping Gaimin Gladiators don't actually go for the throat.
Not even close to buybacks. This is a Game 2 win for sure here. So we're going to get a Game 3 between these two teams. An absolute beauty of a series right now as Gaimin strike back with a lineup that very similar setup in terms of the push power, some sustain, but they made sure they had a lot more scale in the back pocket and were prepared to take those 30, 40-minute team fights in the 5-on-5 scenarios, right? And I think this game showed it felt a lot more comfortable for them. And Liquid, they went with this Luna for Protect 1 type of strategy round 2. Didn't pay off in the same way at all because Mickey just couldn't take those later man fights versus the cores.
Yep.
And you didn't have that big Roshan swing to regain a lot of the momentum for your carry.
And dare I say it, Avery, a lesson from this series does feel like the fact that both times, Game 1, we had Gaimin Gladiators, they took a lead, they tried to hit high ground, they lost control of the game. Now it was Liquid who had the early lead.
Oh, yeah.
They tried to hit the high ground, they immediately lost control of the game. It looks like in a situation where, unlike maybe some other series, this is one that cannot be ended quickly.
That's a high ground push that's going to haunt you years from now, right? Like, what happens in that game if we play it slower, go for a Roshan fight, or just take that fight better? Because that is a fight Liquid can win. But damn, did they get punished on that choke point.
All right, what are we going to be taking from this moving into Game 3? I mean, what do you feel like was the winning factor for both of these teams and their victories?
I mean, honestly, I want to say it's probably going to slow down because I feel like a lot of times at TI, when teams go for these fast lineups, they fail the high ground, something goes wrong. They tend to go, okay, let's just pick a little more scale, play it a little more conservative, play to our wheelhouse. Maybe this third game is going to go the distance, so we don't want to fall behind in that regard. Both teams have failed with that tempo push, right? So that's something that's going to be in the back of your mind. But again, we are seeing some of these tempo heroes come out and played in a scale way like the Lone Druid for Ace this game. So it's not necessarily about the heroes. It's about when you're taking these objectives, how you're taking them, and making sure you're disciplined about it.
Well, we can leave the rest of the analysis to the brilliant minds on panel heading into Game 3.
I'll make sure that I ask them all the questions about why Gaimin Gladiators won this game number 2 and why we're seeing a game at number 3 in this series. Matu, you wanted the Pugner and the Luna for Liquid. They ran a similar strat to what they had in Game 1, and that was a win, but it didn't work for Game 2.
It looked good until it didn't. So, got Aegis, tried to push high ground bottom, didn't quite work out. I mean, that was terrible. Nothing else to say about that. It's like, you tried, you failed. I feel like you shouldn't close out games like this in this patch. Like, you should take the advantage, retain it, farm the map more than the enemy does, and then when you're absolutely certain you can take it, you take it.
What was a factor of that uncertainty, Aoi, that they couldn't close out that high ground push and that it failed so miserably?
I'm not too sure if they didn't know that Quinn hit his low 15 in eggs timing, but I think that was just sort of them pushing into Gladiator's strongest timing. I think even if they didn't go high ground there, like Gladiators were going to look around the map for a fight, and it just happened that Liquid sort of gifted it to them.
That is a bit unfortunate, and from that timing, so Liquid being set behind, was there just no space for them left in the rest of the game, Effie?
I think the fights afterwards for Liquid just went unfortunately. Like this one that's playing right now, they ravaged the Razor, but they couldn't quite kill him before he could BKB and turn the fight. Like, if they managed to burst Duraccio here, it might have looked very different for Liquid. They could have won it, but they just fell short on the damage. And later on, we saw that there was this one fight where Luna's BKB got forced before they could actually engage in any kind of fighting, so they chased Luna into the high ground. There's a beautiful wraparound by Ace, and Gaimin just found the good fights when it looked really bad for them.
I want to talk more on the Razor because, Marty, you were given the good, the bad of what heroes were. And Razor's normally a bad hero, but you said even a bad hero in the best game can look good. And it looked great.
I mean, it was amazing. If you find a one Razor hero, one Razor game during the whole tournament, it was definitely this game. Good performance, just going for the catch-up Midas. Lane didn't go that well, but in the end, like, this hero essentially counters like all 3 cores on Liquid, and it showed in the late game.
Yeah, especially when Razor got to that really critical point in the game where he had Satanic and the Refresher Orb, so if he wasn't getting burst down in these fights, he was BKBing, using the Satanic, refreshing, BKBing Satanic again. Like, it became a very big hurdle for Liquid to burst down this Liquid, because every time they want to take the fight, they have to commit all of Enchantress's mana pool, they have to commit the Luna BKB. Kunkka does the bulk of the team fighting when the Rum buff is up, and Razor just outlasted all of that.
Is this what you wanted to see, Owie, for game number 2 in Gaimin Gladiators? You're a little bit worried about how they were looking at the end of game 1 and walking into the booth for game 2.
No, for sure. I think it shows the resilience that they've shown all year. That's why they won all the majors and all these tournaments. I think something that really interests me right now is I feel like in game 1, Gladiators sort of had this game and they sort of threw it away. Game 2, Liquid sort of had this game, they threw it away. And it shows that like the amount of pressure on these teams at this type of tournament, sometimes it makes you do things that you look back on and you're like, oh, what was I doing? But it happens. It happens all the times, even to the best teams. And that's what really excites me for game 3.
I'm excited for it as well. Marta, do you want to talk about the Lone Druid, Ace's Lone Druid? Do you want to hype it up a little bit more?
Of course, Lone Druid, best hero ever. I have no bias. I never played that hero myself. Double good, as I said before the game, and it turned out to be triple good, quadruple. I mean, just bring
keep
it on.
Piling it on, just keep multiplying it.
Exactly. Oh my God, I'm so happy.
Look, we might be seeing it in game number 3, but before we get there, Gaimin Gladiators, they clawed a win in this series. It does mean that we're going the full distance. We'll be going all 3 games. So let's know a little bit more about Gaimin Gladiators.
Gaimin Gladiators versus Evil Geniuses.
Definitely a very interesting game. Also the start felt a bit off, a bit shaky. I don't know if it's like nerves, pressure, or just the setup feels a bit off. The first 10 minutes were like a bit all over the place. We tried to get through with like our usual communication, how we do things and how we want to proceed.
They're going to try and go on Ace here. The Bristleback try and shut him down early, and they do just that. Because and Panda pick up a counter kill.
It didn't really work out, and eventually the game got stretched into a really long game and eventual base siege.
So you've seen EG be very patient about holding the high grounds going in these late games, right?
It does look like this is going to be a marathon.
We tried to go high ground, and they had the pass kicks coming in, Willow shooting, they had like some Earthshaker, Dawnbreaker, so whenever you get too close, you get super smashed. I think we failed like 1 or 2 attempts horribly. Then we had to try to, while progressing the game, come up with a plan on how to eventually end the game. We tried splitting for a bit, reading, waiting for another Roche, coming with another attempt, feeding again, waiting for another Roche, and then we tried to let our Bristle get kicked in with some Pango rolls coming to create chaos so we can take one building at a time. Quinn was complaining, oh my god, this Willow is crazy, it's like she's just shooting me all over the place, and then it's like, oh shit, how are we gonna do this?
It looks like they may not even be able to get a single lane of barracks out of this.
Skelly Boys, meanwhile, are cleaning up a tier 3.
They're going to take the tier 3 tower. Who's pushing who here?
And then, I don't know, it took us like 4 ages to eventually break through.
5th Roshan of the game for Gaimin Gladiators. Their building is going to be hit, but it's Panda and Because, the P-duo against Gaimin Gladiators as a full 5-stack. That is going to be it. Evil Geniuses will call it 69 minutes. What a nice game, but Gaimin Gladiators will close it out and get a Game 1 victory.
It does feel surreal in a way. For me, actually making it there now is an experience that I wouldn't trade for anything else.
The trials and tribulations of lower bracket, but also late game Dota there. I remember this game. We listened into their comms as well, and originally, pre the 40-minute mark, it was Gaimin Gladiators saying, focus on the heroes, don't worry about objectives. That's not really going to win us the game in the long run. And then it stretches out to almost 70 minutes, and they're like, all right, let's just focus only objectives. And that's the change, that's the shift when it does get to that late game Dota, Owie.
Yeah, I think what Gaimin Gladiators have done really well, like every time we hear the comms, is they're really good at identifying their win condition. I think we saw versus maybe Nouns it was when they were pushing out bottom. Quinn was just saying, oh, they need to run into us. We just need to stick as a ball. They're really good at talking about it before it happens, which leaves them more room for communication of fights to do the right thing.
Talking, that's the key point here, and I know 2 people that love to talk. It's Slacks and Tsunami with the crowd.
Hello, thank you so much, guys. Hello, how are you all doing after that game? Game 3? Fantastic, and we have a wonderful opportunity here. We actually got a chance to talk to the real Team Liquid about that game. They're letting us listen to their comms right now. In fact, we have an interview with Nisha talking to Insania. Nisha, any words to Insania to cheer him up after that series?
In Game 3, we're going to hear Liquid are doing it.
That's the most words I've ever heard Nisha speak in my life.
Oh my God, Nisha, your camera presence has brought out so much.
This is incredible charisma that we're witnessing right now. Insania, you're here, you're supporting the entire team. What are you saying right now?
We can do it, boys.
Interesting. A little bit more feminine than I remember Aiden looking, but I
was
respect
so
it.
real. It sounded just like him. Boxy, what are you feeling, bud?
My friends, I believe we need to ban the bear.
Oh, very smart. Zai, do you agree?
Crush your enemies.
Whoa, don't show that camera angle. This is real. All right, go ahead.
Crush your enemies. See them driven before you and hear the lamentation of their women.
Wow. Wow. Nikkei, fine. Any last words, please?
Quinn needs to learn a real hero.
Okay, take it easy. That is not good team chemistry. I don't know. That's not great.
Teams seem a little bit combative here, but everyone loved the inside the pod segment, so we're getting inside the head right now.
Yeah, there's got some big heads on this team, but no worries. All right, guys. Well, before we get into that final game, can we let everyone know what they're missing out on in this arena? Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for your game 3 one more time? They seem pretty excited out here, my friends. Pretty excited. Back to you.
I'd say that's a pretty overwhelming response on a game number 3 between Liquid and Gaimin Gladiators. Matu, you've been in positions before where you guys have your backs against the wall. You've been in that position. You got Blitz, you got Jabs, you got all 4 other players with you. What do you think is the conversation? Like, how, when you've been in this position, has the conversation piece gone? How positive is the environment?
I mean, definitely there is some discussions to be had after a game like this. Essentially just fumbling the game away in a manner that wasn't like really close. Like this high ground push wasn't close. So now you have to make the adjustments. Were the heroes bad or was the play bad? I would come to a conclusion that the play was bad. They did exact same thing that I scrutinized Gaming in the first game as well. Like, you played your lanes good, you played the early game good, but now the real Dota starts, and what do you do with that? You go high ground with Aegis, minute 20? No, you don't. In this patch, at least, you gotta wait at least 60 minutes. That's like the unspoken code of Dota 2 currently.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you're doing all that in 15 minutes?
You have to. I mean, you cramp it up a little bit, guys. We play like shit, let's play good.
That's it. That's the morale boost that you'd be giving it. But Ali, we talk about the lane domination. Martin mentioned it. Game 1, it was all for Gaimin Gladiators. In game number 2, it was for Liquid. So we've seen the efficiency in lane here. This is the rankings for this TI. And we're seeing no Liquid players, but Quinn is up there with 0.89.
What does this mean?
That's a good question. I'm hoping production is telling me in my ear because I don't know this stat either.
It's like their chance of winning the lane, or is it like how many creeps they get? Maybe it's how many creeps they get. Ramsey actually got 90% of the creeps in the. That's crazy.
I'm waiting. You just got to keep talking while we're waiting for the information.
Creeps to denies, maybe? I mean, efficiency could be a lot of things, but I would assume if it's a stat that can be measured, it's creeps versus denies. Let's just assume it's that.
Yes. Let's assume that.
I think there's not much for Liquid to talk about after game 2. I think it's something that would be really healthy for them to do is say, oh, we threw game 2, so what? Like, we're still in this best of 3. All our practice is already done for us. All our learnings are already done for us. We just need to put into performance what we practice. They can reset like that. I think they were like on an upward trend throughout the games. They came back game 1. They looked really good game 2. If they can just pretty much ignore that this misplay happened, then I think game 3 will look good for them as well.
There's some hardcore pros on this team. A loss like this won't phase them. I mean, they've been here countless of times. You know, Zai, like, played more pro games than I did, so like I'm somewhat of a veteran, and like just brush it off. Let's go game 3.
The pure number comparison of how many games these players have played, how many times they've walked out on this stage is immeasurable. But Evie, we saw a similar strat for Liquid coming out, at least in the Pugner and the Lunar, maybe not so much in the rest of the supporting cast. Would you like to see them triple down on that, I should say? Or is it like, okay, it was a tough win for game 1 and it was a tough loss for game 2. Maybe we look at something else for game 3.
And I think just approach the draft as it unfolds, honestly, because there's nothing in Liquid's draft that I would look at and try to change. Like Matthew mentioned, there was some issues with the play there, but honestly, I can see why they did it. They had such an insane net worth lead at that point in the game, and sometimes you're just in that side of the map, and one of your players goes, guys, I think we can go high ground, and you just follow suit, right? But I do think the Luna looks great for them, the Pugna looks great for them. They wouldn't be bad at all if they ran it back. Whereas Gaimin, even though they just won game 2, I think they definitely need to adjust the draft that they just played, because even though both teams in that last game were trying to make equal amounts of moves, Gaimin was just getting out-farmed, right? I saw Gaimin make smoke plays. I saw them use their Phoenix. I saw them rotate with their Pango. It's not like they just sat there and did nothing, but the Tri-Core of Gaimin could not out-farm the Tri-Core of Liquid. The Tri-Core of Liquid just racking up net worth even though Gaimin was making moves, so they need to correct that. I still think they need to fix their late game scaling.
All right, well, the tempo was the question coming into this series. If Gaimin Gladiators were able to hit the same style that they did against Nouns yesterday, and it's already been answered in these 2 games, so how much do you focus then on lanes for themselves, Aoi, and drafting, or that late game?
I think Gaimin lanes are important because they're very comfortable from the position that they usually end up after lanes, which is a bit ahead. Something that I think they need to look out for is I feel like they've been playing with a bit of desperation. I mean, the fight that made them lose the lead in that game was when they chased a Tidehunter like 1,000 range into his tier 2, got 4-man ravaged and meteor hammered. This is not a play that you would usually see from Gaimin Gladiators. So I think they should sort of think back to their practice, like what makes us the most comfortable so we can perform at our own peaks. It would be important. I think for them, that is having a strong offlane. I think that is like being able to rotate to the mid runes after they do on lanes.
And is that why we might not see too many changes when it comes to bans between these 2 teams? Primal, Bristleback, Spirit Breaker not getting let through in either of those 2 games?
I think so. I think the Pugna might be an interesting ban. We saw that Liquid in Game 2, they shifted the Chen ban up in priority because they thought that, 1, it frees up the ban in the second phase, 2, Gaimin might take it earlier. Pugna might also be similar because I feel like if Gaimin want to have strong lanes, there's a support that sort of nullifies any aggression.
Yeah, also the Kunkka, I feel that hero looked great in both games, even though it just lost. It just does so much by way of countering Quinn's hero pool, and it makes it so that Liquid always have this means to take team fights, even if they're in losing positions. So I think I'd like to see this Kunkka either taken or addressed.
I am actually very surprised about that Kunkka because he's been so disruptive in both games. The boat, especially in game number 2, put them in that position to get Roche to try and push high ground in the bottom lane of Gaimin Gladiators. And even later down, when Gaimin Gladiators were up in gold lead, the Kunkka was still having quite a lot of impact. Maybe not the burst damage they needed, but still a lot of impact and disruption to fights.
Kunkka is great. I just hope they don't stack up heroes like Kunkka and Tidehunter together. Like, essentially, like there are 2 big circles. They create these stuns all around them, and they have 2 heroes doing the same thing. Ideally, you have like certain jobs for heroes, and you don't really want to stack them because it's redundant. It's like diminishing returns. Like, it just doesn't work.
I like that point a lot, actually, because at the end of the day, if you look at their 3 cores, if Razor links Luna, you have 0 damage. But your damage is completely limited. You're not going to touch anyone on Gaimin Gladiators. That's sort of what ended up happening. Daracho at the end, as long as he got the link on Luna, he could literally run in 1v5 and kill everyone, and there's just nothing stopping it. I think once you pick these Tidehunters or Kunkas, you need to make sure that the other core is going to provide a lot of damage as you already have the CC.
And the thing about that Luna too, as the game progressed, is there was just so much non-committal damage coming out of Gaimin where Luna had to commit her defensive items and her BKB early on, and then she just couldn't turn around. Like, there were some fights that looked decent. When Razor had the Aegis and they managed to burst him down the first time, you felt a glimmer of hope as a Liquid fan, right? But then all of a sudden you're like, wait, why are they taking so much damage? It's because the Phoenix is throwing out spells, the Quinn is throwing out swashbuckles and shield crashing in, and then all of a sudden, even though they committed to a kill, all of them are 30% HP.
Well, let's see what's going to happen for game number 3 as it's popping up.
Team Liquid versus Gaimin Gladiators. Game 3.
I'm so happy that we got a game number 3 between these 2 teams. It would have been a bit of a disappointment if we saw either one eliminated in a 2-0. So they're 1 apiece right now. A lot lies on this game number 3 if they're going to be able to keep their run alive in TI-12. Is the Kunkka going to get picked up again? Are we going to get a surprise Razor last pick? Or maybe Matu's favorite, a Lone Druid?
I hope they just don't tunnel vision this Kunkka. I mean, it's a great hero, but it can be countered. No Dota 2 hero is ever that broken that you just like pick it and he has nothing going on. I mean, maybe sometimes, but this is not the case for Kunkka. We're talking about, like, it's a normal hero after all. So
balanced, you would say?
Balanced. I mean, Dota generally is balanced when it comes to TI.
Bad hero?
Kunkka, it's like it's a good hero.
But only by like 5 or 10%.
No, I mean, there's only 2 definites.
Oh,
it's a bad
there's
hero
nothing
or
in
it's a
between.
good hero. Obviously.
There's double
like,
It's only one.
Oh, I see. I thought maybe it was like a sliding scale.
We used to be pro players, so like this is what we know that the audience
Yeah.
doesn't. It's good or bad.
Kinda. There's no in between.
We'll get in the inside of the ex-pro player minds over there. With these bans, nothing is being changed up at all, actually. They're running it back for game number 3.
They are in a position though where Dazzle is still in the pool unless they choose to ban it out themselves. Oh, they prioritize the Pugna over the Dazzle. Honestly, nothing was wrong with Liquid's draft or play in that last game, so I can understand why they go back to this opener.
One adjustment I'd like Liquid to make is last game they ended up with the Pugna 4 and Enchantress 5. I feel like they were pretty all in the lanes. Like, we're sort of sitting here and we're talking about the high ground, but they might have felt a bit desperate because you have Pugna Enchantress versus Morta Phoenix. I feel like the enemy 2 supports can fight your heroes with buybacks and more. Like, you just don't have any contribution mid and late game. So I like them, like game 1 they had the Weaver, which scales a bit more than like some Edge or Pugna. I mean, it depends who's Edge, but I would like to see them pick up a bit more like scale on their supports.
Are we gonna see Morta again for gaming? Just stick to their guns?
I would think so. I wouldn't see any reason not to. I mean, Tofu was 6-1 last game. He had a lot of impact. I think, again, to be honest, the lane went a bit worse than expected, which surprises me because historically I feel like Tofu and Ace have always done really well, specifically versus Liquid in their lanes. I think, I mean, so there was like the no Smurf thing in Dota. So Ace started playing all his games on like a rank 1k account, and he was like struggling because it's like not the Dota he's used to. So that might have affected the synergy, because I think usually they get to queue into a lot of games together and play a lot. And I think because of this no Smurf thing, like Tofu and Ace have not played together as much as before.
It could have been. I mean, Ace is the cornerstone in my eyes for this team. Like everything revolves around this one hero. I mean, one player. He's like very specific type of player. Like he's very greedy. He wants to win his lane. Like I mean, he almost has to win his lane.
I think he has to.
Yeah, exactly. Like if Gaming wants to win a Dota 2 game, Ace has to win his lane. There's no...
Which has happened like every single lane though, right?
Exactly, that's funny. Gaming, like normally in Dota, you can't win 3 lanes. You have to make sacrifices. At most you usually expect to win 2. But Gaming always tries to win every single lane. And then they just play off of that.
Striving for perfection, you know, win all 3 lanes. Hopefully the game is easy from then on out. Do you think that that's what they were contemplating then for that first pick? Do we go Murata, or do we try and pick up a stable Ace hero that is going to have a really good time in lane, and they're going to have to try really hard to counter in draft?
I sort of feel like they feel like the Morta Force is the strongest laner. So if you're going to go in with this philosophy of Ace needs to win his lane, you should feel like, oh, if Morta's the strongest laner, there's no reason for us not to pick this hero. We think it's going to give us the most stable lane. We think it gives us the best chance of winning the lane. Why would we not take this hero?
I'm sure they were debating it, you know, like the conditions to have a good game. Are we going to run it 3rd time again? I felt like they could have won the first game, but Liquid did. Liquid could have won the 2nd game, but Gaming did. And they're like, oh, I mean, let's give it a chance. Let's just keep the pick same and let's play better Dota. That's what I like.
It's the most confusing when it's sort of like that too. Like you're not too sure if you should be changing something because the games are like a bit wonky. And you can't learn on the spot because you don't have access to the replays after the game. You have 15 minutes between each game. You need to reset, you know, use a washroom, maybe eat a banana, whatever. You don't have time to actually do real analysis of what happened. You just have to go with your gut.
I love eating bananas.
I know.
Is that what you were doing in your 15-minute break?
Partly, yeah.
Probably.
Just half a banana and I'm ready to go.
It's good.
Yeah?
Yeah, sugar like decreases the amount stress affects you. So you need something with a little bit of sugar.
That's it, you had bananas on hand. Well, Effie, all the way down there, you've been a little bit quiet. The Lone Druid, it's getting banned out. It's getting a little bit of focus. And the Faceless Void you brought up as a potential last pick for Game 2, and now it's making its way in bans for Game 3.
I mean, it makes sense that the Void got banned out here because I think they were taking a while just to talk about this banning phase, because if they were going to run back the Phoenix, that Void wouldn't have been banned out, right? But they decided to go for the Weaver themselves, which now you have 2 strong support into carry flexes in this Weaver and this Muerta. And this hero got ignored in the last game, but it still fits into that hyper aggression of Gaimin we talk about. But now that the Centaur is taken away, which was a potential with the Muerta, or it could have been the Phoenix opener with that Muerta, the Centaur Pugna is one of the strongest lanings you can have in this patch, and I do not think you can put a Muerta carry versus it. But that is the trade-off. Like in the game 1, we saw them trade the Centaur for the Weaver. It didn't work out for Gaimin, but we'll see if it works out this time.
Something that sort of surprises me, I think, has Train been ignored like all 3 games?
No, he did get banned in game 1.
Okay,
and then he got banned in the second phase for game 2.
Okay, well that hero's open. I think the Mortar versus Centaur, that matchup, I sort of agree with you. Like Centaur has a lot of threat on him, especially if someone starts taking the gate. But I have seen some angles or Centaur where like you go for like an overwhelming lane versus him, like some Mortar Tuskar, maybe a Mortar Train. I think that actually could be something they can look at if they want to end up running this Mortar carry. I think it's just a bit awkward if the... Because I'm not too sure where Weaver's going, because I think you should probably not put him as carry versus Centaur. He's very reliant on winning the lane, but then you have to put the Mortar carry, and I think if you do that, you have to commit on the lane really hard.
I mean, it could still be a double support duo. I mean, you could pick something like a Grimstroke to enable this Weaver on lane and potentially play for kills onto the Centaur. Like, that could be a potential option for sure. But I just feel like Pugna plus Centaur, no matter who you put them versus, they are going to find ways to pressure that lane.
I like that they picked the Skywrath. I think the Pugna 4 for Liquid, it doesn't do enough for them. Like, it works really well for some teams. I think, like, VP, for example, they ran, like, Pugna 4 really well. Same for BetBoom. But I think for Boxy, like, he wants more options on the map. Pugna's a very static 4. You'll look at the lane, you'll maybe look at some stacks, you may check the rune, but you don't have any real kill threat on your ganks. You don't really, like, make the plays, and I think Boxy's important to Liquid in that sense.
It also gives you damage to kill the Muerta, right? And now you have a silence to potentially deal with the Weaver, and you can just chain into the Centaur stun, and you can look for mini plays around the map that don't necessarily involve these 5-man team fights.
If this is an offlane Wraith King, then this fits the description that you were talking about, Aoi, of how Ace likes to play.
I think it's still, like, flex a bit. Like, a Wraith King can go to carry as well, but honestly, I wasn't even thinking of the offlane Wraith King. I think, yeah, that would be pretty good for them here.
I mean, the lane would be rough for him on safe lane. I feel like Centaur Sky might just over-harass him and he can't really farm.
It'll be really depend on your first wave, right? Like, if you get the Skeletons going, like, the Skywrath is really easy to kill, but I think, like, Centaur Skywrath is one of the strongest lanes in Dota. It's not easy to just go in casually. You need to have, like, either an equally strong lane or sort of, like, a plan about how you're going to cheese the first levels.
I'm super worried for this Sky Mage. Like, in paper it's good, but I feel like in the game, like, they need some real, like, protectors, like policemen, that stop the criminals from entering Skywrath mages and Pugna's territory here. Like, you need, like, just like
the security guards, the
security
big
guard,
bodyguards.
exactly what we have here all around.
This Weaver, right? Like, it doesn't matter if it's support or core. Like, this Weaver's going to look to get on your backline this game. I think one thing that really helps is the Centaur Stampede. I've always liked playing these squishy range supports on the Centaur. It feels like it's so easy to position in a fight. But I can really see a game where, like there's like a very thin line between like having a lot of impact in the fight and you're just too far up trying to have impact and you just feed.
Yeah.
I was actually wondering why they would go for the Skywrath Mage instead of the Phoenix, which also seemed to be a popular hero this series, because I feel like Phoenix plus Centaur can accomplish similar things, but maybe they are just scared of Weaver's ability to pressure Phoenix early on.
I think the Phoenix is not quite the same like boxy type hero, that's why. Like, I think on another team, I can really see that Phoenix as well, but I think he really wants the ability to move towards mid and impact that matchup. And we can see like the lanes are sort of set for Gaimin, I think. Like some Weaver plus Furion and Mortar plus Wraith King, but honestly, they can still make adjustments to their lineup if they think that the matchups aren't good.
Do you think the Nature's Prophet is better on 5 just because Muerta's a better 4, or Weaver's a better 4, or is it because Nature's Prophet on a 5 offers more to the map and the rotations?
I think it depends on the team. Do you have any idea, Matu?
Not really, no.
I think there are like teams that play more for the safe lane, and you have the Furion 4, and you can really snowball that.
Okay.
Like the 4 Furion, I think it's a bit less committal when you rotate mid because offlaners are more like set for being left alone.
Yep.
But some teams, I mean, my team was one of them. Like we really liked it on 5, for example, because we felt like you could like pressure into the lanes that you wanted to pressure more, which is usually our offlane. I think something I'm not too sure they're going to consider is like if they can like flex their lineup to put this Mortar carry against Terrorblade. I think that's one of the best matchups in the game when, I mean, Terrorblade does nothing to Mortar and you just kill him in 3 hits.
I would really like that.
Like, just wondering how can they do it though? Like, are you gonna have Weaver Mortar lane? Maybe like Weaver 4, Wraith King 3, Furion 5?
I guess you can't do it.
It's like a scary lane, like Mortar Furion versus Skywrath Centaur, right?
I don't think you're ever running a Furion mid here. That's
for sure not Furion.
Yeah,
like,
it has to be a Queen hero last pick.
Yeah.
So,
I'm just thinking about this Nature's Prophet, honestly. This hero has really fallen out of favor, and I guess when you look at heroes like Skywrath Mage and Pugna, you think that you can punish them very easy on with a TP into Sprout rotations, regardless of where you're laned, but as the game progresses, if Liquid picks some kind of jump hero on this mid lane for Nisha, something that can punish this Nature's Prophet, which I hope he does. The Earth Spirit gets found out, the Kunkka gets found out, but heroes in that archetype, then Furion just doesn't really provide that much for Gaimin's draft, so it feels like they're just all in on getting these early kills, or maybe they're kind of boxed in later to just playing for pushing lanes and trying to play them up with their Weaver, their Wraith King Skeletons, Furion cutting waves. But to be honest, I don't like this Furion pick. I feel like it threw a wedge into the draft a little bit.
Looking at the last phase of bans between the two teams, Kunkka taken out now, Earth Spirit taken out, Necro. Any other big Quinn heroes that are sticking out that Liquid really need to be careful of?
Quinn heroes?
Yeah.
Oh, Pangalier's out.
Yep, Penguin, Necro.
A lot of them have been taken out. I feel like we're gonna see some wild picks here. I'm hoping Dazzle is banned, unfortunately.
Okay. So TA straight into a TA ban straight into a Puck pick for Liquid.
The mid pick is not easy here, I think, because they have so much magic bursts on Liquid. Like, you can't pick any of these. I mean, DK's not really a hero in the meta right now, but the example versus Puck that you think of.
I mean, you could see it here because it's objectively just looks good. Yeah.
Looks good.
Yeah. I feel like they need a tanky dude that goes in and does damage like all the other mid heroes.
For sure, you need some fight start here.
Yeah.
I mean, this Puck pick throws a wedge in a lot of Gaimin's potential last picks, because Panga would have been a great pick versus the backline heroes of Liquid. It also would have been a way to pressure the Terrorblade, but Puck's coil makes it hard. And this Void Spirit is a Quinn specialty hero from the days of old. The hero has fallen off, but in a sense it provides the same burst that you need against the Sky and the Pugna. It can also pressure the TV early on with rotations, but I mean, traditionally Coil also counters the Spirit hero that does counter Void Spirit. We'll see though.
What are you guys laying with these two drafts now? Al, if you want to go first?
I honestly feel like it's really hard for Gaimin to scale into Liquid. I feel like this Terrorblade is going to have a really free game, and unless like Gaimin do super on the lane, which they can, I think it'll be hard for them.
All right, look, Mato, I already know that you're going to go for Liquid, so instead of asking your opinions, we'll let Blitz speak for himself.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with the Blitz from Team Liquid. Give it up, crowd. Come on, please. Blitz, it's been one hell of a journey throughout the entire year, and we've come to this moment, of course, a Game 3 between you and Gaming Gladiators. I mean, this is how it always works out, but I do want to talk about your guys' confidence. There's a lot of flex picks happening, Muertas, Weavers, things like that, but your draft, this one, especially this game, very locked into what everyone's going to do. Is that confidence in yourselves, or is that confidence against the enemy?
No, we have a lot of confidence in ourselves. I mean, obviously, Gladiators has had our number in finals, but this ain't the finals, so I mean, I think it's going to go pretty well. I just don't like making definitive statements, and I don't want to like lock in and say, oh, we're going to smash these guys, because I mean, I like them too, and I think they're good people, and there's no hate between either of our teams, even though we see each other in the finals all the time. So.
All right, and as you've noticed, you have a lot of fans out there in the arena, so I did want to give you an opportunity to say something to the Liquid fans and everyone watching at home.
Oh, I just want to say thank you for coming to support us, or if you're just here to support Dota. I think regardless of whatever team loses, we live very charmed lives. We're super lucky to do this. I mean, I have a bunch of friends in there that I hope win, but regardless, you know, there's a lot of family and friends to us, a lot of management here too, just to support us. I mean, I think we're super lucky, regardless of what happens.
Absolutely, and we are lucky to see this Game 3 between these two teams one more time. Take it away, our wonderful casters.
The 37th time in games that these two teams will match up against each other, and it's the last one of the season. 21-15 is the current score to the favor of Gaming Gladiators, but like Blitz said, this is no finals.
It is definitely not, and that means it's going to be a grudge match. It's going to get down and dirty, no way around it. Neither of these teams is going to want to leave this tournament empty-handed. So I'm looking towards a long game, some action, some pace, and of course, the jaws of defeat, who can manage to escape them in this lower bracket elimination match.
Yeah, because we heard from panel, we heard backstage, we've been talking about it. Game 1 and Game 2, That was not the best form of either one of these teams. The TI pressure cooker, man, it definitely gets to people, and these teams have both slipped up and lost control of the game when they had it firmly in hand. And we'll see whether or not what happens in Game 3, whether or not they're going to elevate each other or if the pressure breaks these teams down, and who's going to remain the strongest in the end when they need it most. Ace is going to be in some trouble here, surrounded by Liquid members, and that'll be first blood to Mickey.
Nice little positioning by Liquid. 5 heroes to a rune can almost never go wrong, and I'm surprised we don't see teams do it more, because when you split up, you are giving a chance for that first blood. It'll go straight into Mickey's pocket. We talked after Game 2, what are these teams going to go to? I thought they were going to go to more scale, and I mean, what scale's harder than a Terrorblader, right? This is one of the ultimate late game heroes. You have Puck to back it off. Back it up, a lot of pick-off damage between the two supports in terms of magical burst. And I kind of agree, like, the scale looks difficult for Gaimin. However, we have seen Weaver just decimate heroes in the late game, right? Yep. This is not the same Weaver you're used to seeing. With the talents, with the shard, these Geminate hits come out, you get crits on them, anybody disappears. And of course, a Void Spirit for Quinn. One of his signature heroes and a hero he goes back to in crunch time when everything is on the line.
Deadshot gonna try and scare him away. Ace does manage to pick up that bounty rune. It is going to be a split. So we're going to see a situation here where, yeah, you gave up first blood if you're Gaimin Gladiators, but they also found one of the observer wards, and they still managed to go 2-2 on bounty runes. So a relatively even start, particularly since Nisha wasn't the one to claim the last hit. That would certainly change how this matchup goes between Void Spirit and Puck.
This is a very non-one-sided matchup. It's very skill-based. If you give Nisha first blood here, he definitely would probably run away with it. But now, Quinn has a decent shot to just win this lane. This is a matchup that he's played 1,000 times, I can guarantee it. He's very used to it. Had the block advantage to such a degree, it got under the tower though, so it's gonna push it right back into Nisha. We'll give him level 2 advantage, but I'm pretty curious to see how this plays out over the long run, because I would think Quinn can win it a little bit, but Void Spirit's just not a hero that's been in the meta recently at all. This is a hero that fell off very hard, got nerfed very hard. These Spirit Brothers are getting hit left, right, and center. He's like one of the last ones standing at this point as Ember has vacated the premises. He used to scale very hard, so this could be a Void Spirit if it gets to 60 minutes, can do some work. And yeah, Furion struggling on this bottom lane. I mean, we saw the panel talk about these side lanes for Liquid, right? They are very strong, particularly around those level 2 and 3 timings. If you don't cheese the early waves, as AUI said, these guys are probably just going to out-regen you, particularly the Skywrath Centaur lane that has been a struggle for Celery early, though he is surviving it. Of course, you had a little XP advantage off the first blood. Those things make a big difference over the long run.
I want to go back to this mid matchup just because I think the story between these two is pretty interesting. Nisha, for the longest time throughout his career, he's been heralded as the best player in the world. Maybe he still is that, maybe he's not. But Quinn has been rising. His stock is incredibly high right now due to Gaimin Gladiators' performance throughout the year, and he's long been heralded as one of the best laners, first in North America, and then the rest of the world. He's proved it this year. So going up against Nisha, I think, is a little special for him. And a chance to be able to take the throne away from the current best mid in the world.
And he's also talked about it. Playing in Europe this year gave him the confidence to go against these players and rise to that occasion, and we're seeing it here. The lane going Quinn's way in a matchup he's very comfortable with. 13, 14, and 3 to the 8-0 on Nisha. So he's taking an early lead. This is what you want to see in this matchup. Be able to contest those power runes later on and deny the tempo away from Nisha on maybe the slightly stronger rotating hero here. I mean, if Puck gets a really good game here, there's not a lot to stop him, right? He's gonna cause problems for Duracho in the fights. Ace can't guarantee have the lockdown for him with a Wraith Fire Blast. It's just not the best stun in the world.
Yeah, the calling can sometimes be a little bit hard to hit. Deadshot's unreliable.
Yeah, I mean, the calling might be their best tool to deal with him if he runs out of, you know, Blink Johnson and everything, but this is a good Puck scaling game if it goes really late. But both these mids can have crazy impact down the road if they get there with the true 5 to 6 slots.
Good use of the calling to block out heroes from being able to grab that Lotus.
Still, we're seeing Ace struggle up here, man. That first blood did work for Mickey, and I mean, Liquid are continuing to abuse him on the lane here. Wraith King, not the strongest level 1 and 2 hero. You're really looking for that 3 to 5, and you really want to get kills or good lane pressure out of the skeletons. Just hasn't happened for Ace so far. Back
gonna be in trouble here. He gets one last stomp off before he goes.
Level advantage. Yep, double range, both level 3 to the level 2s on Liquid side, so Boxy and Zai eventually getting out XP down here, and I mean, this is a very strong lane of its own. Gaimin decided to meet this aggressive lane with even more aggression. Sprout into Swarm, into just go on you, slay you, send you back to the fountain before the Vanguard can come out on Zai. Double ring is solid for the armor, but there's just not enough regen.
Yeah, Centaur starts with 0 armor, so the physical damage of Weaver is actually kind of a problem here. Picks up the water rune away from Nisha. Quinn continuing to have Nisha's number.
Box?
But, looks like they're going to go for this Furion kill and get it, but it's going to be a trade-off. Boxy gives up his own life, and Duraccio is going to be happier for it as he puts the damage back onto Zai as he tries to get out of the way. Ring of Health is picked up, and he's got a healing sound, so he'll be able to stay in lane healthy.
Oh, we got
but Duraccio takes away part of that healing cell.
Extra Geminate point as well. Opted not for Sakuchi cooldown. Just packing the raw damage into Zai here and taking advantage of early Falcon Blade for some regen. This is a very strong start for Duraccio, top of the board here. These extra kills mean a lot for Weaver in this early game in terms of a snowball carry. This is probably the best one in the meta. They're straight back onto Zai bottom, and it should be a pickup here with that Blood Grenade taking him out.
It's great reads from Gaimin Gladiators. In fact, they get the kill on the top lane as well. Seeing the Skywrath Mage TP mid, they knew it was perfectly fine to be able to dive a Centaur like they're doing, and now they're just trickling in one by one. Boxy underneath the towers being assaulted, and they can't really do much about it. He's going to try and hide, healing salve a little bit just to stay alive long enough for the Centaur to get here, but it's too late. Zai cannot punish Duraccio.
And the creep wave went past that tier 1, so Zai lost the flag bearer creep. He lost XP on that double salve down the drain. A huge amount of economic damage done bottom. I mean, it doesn't reflect in the CS, but Duraccio just took 1,000 gold lead over Zai on this bottom lane at 5 minutes here. This is an explosive start for an explosive carry in this patch. And we also saw Ace use the skeletons well top, right? That's at level 3 Wraith King timing. They found the opening there as well. So Gaimin once more showing their prowess in the first 10 minutes here. One of the strongest laning teams in the world for a reason. This is the time to make use of it, right? They did not want to play these long games at TI. They did not want to play the 70-minute Midas Farm Fest. They wanted to use their strengths as a team, propel themselves to a podium finish. So far in this game 3, it's looking solid.
Power runes well controlled by Gaimin Gladiators. It looks like top lane.
Oh, that's a big rune.
Double damage. Quinn trying to pounce, misses out thanks to the phase shift, but does manage to nade him with the remnant, and the dead shot from across the screen shows up for Tofu to get the last hit, but if they can get Quinn in return, Quinn knows he can't get away, so he'll accept his fate.
I mean, he's probably happy to get the kill on Nisha, shut Nisha down. That's a big swing in XP for him that is unfavorable towards Nisha, but you know he would have liked that double damage rune. I mean, both these mids are really good rune abusers, so that's what they're really fighting for here.
Got the silence onto Duraccio. The burst damage isn't going to be quite enough. He gets off Shikuchi, almost killing Zai in the process, but he respects his own life more than
1v2
kill.
Falcon Blade Bracer. A lot of early tank on this Weaver trying to survive the burst, and it's paid off here. Duraccio continuing to have a solid laning phase, dealing with the aggression. And I mean, look at the levels of Celery. That's the other factor of this bottom lane. This Furion's level 5 before the 7-minute Wisdom Rune. This is a crazy pace for him. If he can rotate to mid, it's just pressure on all 3 lanes now for Liquid. They have to deal with this, get through this period to where their heroes hit that mid-game stride and the Terrorblade can join the fights.
Speaking of that Terrorblade, close to the Weaver in net worth, hasn't gotten the same number of kills that Duraccio's been able to be a part of, but has done well in the CS. And one of the only heroes that really isn't being pressured in the lanes right now, though I'm sure Gaimin Gladiators will change that narrative at some point.
Man, Quinn just keeps on bringing the pain to Nisha. He does not want to let him have high resources on this map. Wants to continue to push the wave in so he can contest these power runes. This is what Void Spear can do in this matchup. You just spam the pulse. Very hard for Nisha to win these trades over the long term. Even the raindrop just getting broken down here as Quinn hunting this next wave into the power rune. Tofu lingering around as well. I mean, this is one Liquid want to contest for sure. They're going to break both supports.
They know this dive is going to be coming, trying to pull him back into the calling, and it was enough. Beautifully executed by Gaimin Gladiators. Just as Insania and Boxy were making the rotation through the river, it could not have been better executed. It could not have been better timed.
This is 8-minute rune going into Quinn's pocket, unless Boxy with a heads-up TP can deny it? No. So that's both supports rotating to watch their mid die and not get the rune. This early game shaping up to be very favorable for Gaimin. By the way, the whole time that happened, Ace just took your top tier 1 with some Skelly boys. So that tower's also gone, which will push Mickey farther into this jungle, open up the rotation to mid if Ace really wants it, which would not surprise me, as I feel like he's going to play this Wraith King like another Lone Druid. go Radiance and hit the objectives.
Yep. And I wonder if he's going to go for that Aghanim Scepter that we've seen a lot from this offlane Wraith King. That'll be pretty interesting considering how reliant Liquid is on burst, right? Their first 4 heroes we see in this game are all magic damage burst. They want to be able to get the numbers advantage. That Aghanim Scepter could ruin that entire concept. Coil underneath tower. Calling hits him a second time with the dead shot, pushing him back in. Tofu is playing this Muerta beautifully.
Showing the strength of it too. This is just not a spell you can dodge. And Nisha is struggling in this mid lane, getting outnumbered constantly, not winning the rune battles. Quinn outlaned him slightly and it created the advantage.
Oh, didn't get the silence off in time. He got off the Shikuchi as a result. And now they're going to turn. Quinn's going to show up with the Astral Steps and catch Zai. Going for more now. Dyrachyo offering the high five as he picks up the courier instead of going for the supports.
Liquid supports getting routed on the map right now. They don't have the levels to fight back. They're missing the ults on these bursts. On this burst duo that really needs them to follow up on the Centaur Stomp. Without that, you're just getting outpaced by the Furion and the Muerta here, which have the XP advantage, have the gold advantage, and are just playing around Quinn. Mid tower gone as well off that ace backstab that I feel was inevitable. This is shaping up to be a very one-sided early game. It's going to come down to if Liquid can bring the game back. You know, that 10 to 20 minute period can be very strong for them if they get the ults up. They find some quick bursts on the Weaver. A lot of squishy heroes on Gaimin side. So you build up these streaks, you give away a couple pickoffs. Suddenly, Mickey, he's going to be in a decent position.
Zai taking so much damage. The Vanguard plus the Chainmail, and it's still not enough to protect him here. Tofu does get pops. Does Nisha pay the price for it? Managed to dodge some of that damage thanks to the phase shift. And there's a lot of heroes here. Quinn's going to back away with this haste. Wait till Dyrachyo brings some reinforcements. He's going to jump onto Boxy, see if he can burst him down. He does so beautifully with the Wrath of Nature coming in. That high level of Celery is finally going to be able to pay off. Even if they don't collect the kill on Zai, just maintaining control of this area could be big for Gaming Gladiators.
This is also ancient control for Mickey later as Liquid were thinking about stacking up the triangle. I mean, this is the recovery farm for Nisha. You invade this early, take the fight. It's an insane amount of space for Ace, who's just gobbling up the map right now, but you're also just not getting punished for it. Haste rune, again, the power rune control, which has gone to Quinn. Really make or breaking these early fights. They are taking a significant lead here as Liquid yet to strike back so far. You've seen momentum shift drastically in these games, however, so I would not put it past them. It has to be around these coils and the stomp, right? Your supports are not going to set up these big core kills. It's got to be around Nisha or Zai setting it up and bringing in the firepower afterwards. But you are still looking for level 6 on Boxy here. That's a big component. Need this Mystic Flare.
Stampede barely gets him out. Boy, that Solar Crest combined with the Weaver burst damage was pretty tough to deal with. The coil, but the orb doesn't land. They're going to miss a bit of damage here, but it looks like they can run down Tofu all the same. He gets off the calling, gets off a little bit of damage before he falls. 12-minute power rune. Can Liquid claim one for themselves finally?
Now, you know Nisha wants it. You at least get a chance at the 50-50 tier, and he gets rewarded. Regen, maybe not the most powerful, but the one he will take right now.
Particularly with a Pugna who can already refill you up.
And Dyrachyo is farming enemy ancients here. No fear. Very aggressive build, making it work. A lot of extra gold in their pocket. More economic damage going Liquid's way as this Blink Dagger for Zai is a long way off.
By the way, the Aether Revenant's going to be able to grab him. Half his health is gone in an instant. Zai is going to be bailed out by Insania, though. These are the kind of plays that Liquid is going to look to be able to save a hero and perhaps push back against Gaming Gladiators. Got to make sure Gladiators, got to make sure they do not overextend themselves. Again,
they're just farming everything, though. It's more ancient stacks going their way. It's completely taken Liquid side of the map. And the biggest ticking time bomb here is Ace, man. I mean,
yeah.
I haven't been watching him, but he's somehow more farmed than last game. This is going to be a faster Radiance. 13.5 minutes here. In fact, 13 on the dot. He finishes it on the courier.
It's going to be crazy good timing. A pickup, they have to get this. They committed so many heroes for it. They do manage to bring down Dyrachyo. Almost got Celery as well. Zai just barely outside of that range.
That's that coil into Mystic Flare that they were waiting for. Mystic Flare delayed on Boxy, but the second he gets it, puts it to use. And this is a combo they can continue to use in this game. Gaimin are going to be very susceptible against it until they have, maybe second item round, especially for Dyrachyo on that BKB on Weaver. He dies every time in a silence from Skyrat their puck if you have the damage follow-up. So now it's just getting to Zai's blink, and Mickey Scotty take a fight around those items, keep finding the pickoffs with the puck off cooldown, and stall this game out.
Pick off on Mickey here behind the tier 2. Celery completes the TP, spots Mickey. Quinn gets behind him now. See if they can burst him down. They've got plenty of silences and stuns to make sure there's no chance at a sunder. And thanks to the skeletons, they can get some good damage on tier 2. Meanwhile, Dyrachyo dodged a gank attempt. So they were both gunning for the enemy carry, but it's Gaimin Gladiators who succeed.
Will result in a swift tier 2 for Ace, who has occupied this side of the map and is squeezing Liquid back into their triangle here. Another power rune did go Nisha's way, but it's an invis, so again, the rune luck continuing to be obnoxious for him. This game continues, and another quick pause.
It's a dangerous moment, too. You can see Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, they are ramping up, right? This is a cross-map smoke.
Yeah, they're moving. They're trying to cut across, see if they can catch Nisha, anybody in the triangle. And if they succeed, Ace will have gone from a 13-minute blink dagger to a 13-minute radiance to like a 15-minute blink dagger. He's very close.
This is a deadly fight right now if you give it up. Particularly for what Mickey's trying to do. He's trying to hit these timings on Terrorblade, and every time you give up a couple of these kills, it makes it harder for him to come into the fight and have impact, because he can reflect this Wraith King back against Gaimin, right? The Terrorblade can do some work, particularly if he can get a Sunder off in a fight, if he's not debilitated by the Calling Silence here. Those are the things that have to line up here, which is why you need Zai and Nisha to create the initiation, or at least take the brunt of the go. The Echo finished for the Void Spear here as
that is going to be a little bit troublesome. Breaks the smoke move and goes for the pickoff on Tofu. It's not immediate. In fact, Insania, who tried to jump forward to finish him off, is going to be running into the silence. They trade out supports, though. Zai trying to find a target somewhere in this, only stomping up Celery, but Celery doesn't care. He's pretty tanky. In fact, he turns around. Mickey is going to be stalled up. They do manage to bring down the Wraith King the first time, while the Skywrath Mage is going to be left victim to Dyrachyo's aggression. Mickey now trying to get out, but too many heroes are there. A double kill for Quinn and a 1-for-4 exchange for Gaimin Gladiators.
Morta continually causing Liquid problems in these fights. It's so hard to engage into this calling, plus the Deadshot reflecting heroes into it. And of course, Skeleton's up for Ace that entire time. Did a serious amount of damage here. 3,100 pumped out from this Wraith King, just burning everybody down. Happy to trade that level 1 ult for a cleanup on that team fight. Only Nisha survives. If that coil hits on Quinn, maybe you can commit on him with the follow-up, because I have decent positioning on the backside. But again, you're still looking for the Centaur blink here, right? You just don't have that stun initiation that brings your supports into the fight. It's a big component that's missing. They continue to look for it, and Dyrachyo continues his hunting spree.
Yeah, he's got Decrepify, so he's going to be okay for a small window of time. The silence is lasting on to Dyrachyo. Oh, we barely got off that time lapse. That was a close call, but he does it, and because maybe he lives here, still hit by the coil, a little bit more damage is all they need. The Shukuchi lasts so long, though. He's going to get another round off. They are going to follow this orb, but it's not going to be enough. Nisha's not going to catch him. He gets away. Zai dies on the other side of the map, and they still got that kill onto Insania. Gaimin Gladiators are getting everything on this map and getting punished. Not at all.
Extra strength items for Dyrachyo paying off. Even that trusty shovel coming in handy there. Some HP. And yeah, I mean, the amount of Ancients they've taken off this map compared to Liquid is, it must be astounding, right? They took so many of their early stacks. They've been stacking their own side of the map as well. They have a Furion cleaning up the side wave, so this is just max efficiency right now.
The fact that he's taken so many Ancients on the side of Dyrachyo while holding that safe lane tower for this entire game. I mean, we haven't seen a tower go down. Liquid has not been able to get enough ground off of a losing laning phase.
And that's what's continuing to punish Zai here. Because Centaur is a hero that wants to open up this tier 1 off the back of early Vanguard and some lane domination. That is what Skyra Centaur is designed to do. So when you're put in this position, there's nothing to farm for Zai here. You can't go and do Ancients, take it away from his other cores. I mean, half of those have gone to Gaimin anyway. Where's he supposed to go, right? Still looking for this blink. 400 away. That will be the comeback opportunity here for Liquid, as they have found themselves down 10K at 17 minutes. This is going to be a mountain to climb.
Two-man smoke up. Tofu and Quinn. Just like that last game where we saw the killing power of the Pugna plus Kunkka go to work, this combo has been equally deadly. They're going to try and put it to work on Zai once again, slowing down his blink dagger time and time again. The dead shot does not land. Can Quinn finish the job? He's going to jump in, but immediately gets stopped up, and they
extension. Oh, he's got just a little bit left. Oh, he gets away, dissimulate on out, and they cannot finish the job. Even Insanity on the other side. Quinn doubles back, sees the support trying to get the kill, but he dances away freely, and now Insania has got himself killed as well.
2,000 HP on a mid backline jumper. I mean, that is the Echo Ogre Club build paying off for Quinn here, and also just the delay and the timings, right? Imagine you get that connection 4 or 5 minutes ago. He's dead for sure.
Yep. Imagine you had a few more levels on the Centaur, right? He's only got 2 levels of double edge. The burst damage just wasn't there.
Zai's game is just, it's been decimated here. And we are feeling it as Liquid are also feeling it. Trying to rally around these tower defense, and I mean, this is coming down to mid-game, right?
Oh, Matt CP's but the coil wasn't in time. Managed to get the blink backwards. They're gonna have to just hope they get Celery, but even that, Gaimin Gladiators is showing they're willing to turn around and fight, and Zai's gonna die again before he gets his blink dagger. The initiation missing, and pieces of it will continue to be missing as they lose yet another fight on the side of Liquid. Now they are getting desperate. Nisha cutting waves like this.
This BKB for Dyrachyo is coming out. It might just seal the deal in terms of you bursting the Weaver here. All these heroes just look so damn tanky.
Yeah.
You got a Mystic Flare, and it has to connect. It has to connect big here. And soon for Liquid, or you're just looking at another early high ground, because Gaimin have not been afraid to push the tempo very fast and go high ground early, especially building up the auras here. You're going to have a pipe from Celery. Gabe says, well, this game is almost over.
You got a 3% chance. That's what it gives you, Liquid.
Let me just say, though, I feel like I've won some games where I had worse odds than that.
Yeah. Get the BKB out of Dyrachyo. Again, the 3rd time he's picked up the BKB, and the first charge is used defensively, but I'm sure this one feels a lot better because they're killing Zai again. 7 deaths in 20 minutes. That has to be one of the highest death counts I've ever seen Zai have in his illustrious career.
This is a rough one for sure, and it's not going to be a pretty way back, right? You're just going to have to do it dirty and blink in, die every fight, and hope it's enough to carry it off the damage from the puck and the Terror Blade.
Yeah, that's the funny part, right? It doesn't get any better for Centaur when you're behind like this.
So he's still looking for that blink. He will eventually get it. It will be a glorious day when it happens.
I don't know. He's been hard stuck on that 2K net worth for a while.
He can sell some items here. It's okay.
That's true. That's true.
He has it guaranteed.
Well, he can't sell the Quelling Blade. Got to keep that at all times. That Furion is going to be super annoying for him. But you're right, 50 gold away. It'll happen. As long as he doesn't die, he could literally just sit in his base and wait.
No, he's chill. He's farming.
Chill.
Farming some pine cones in the corner right now. Untouched. Blink Dagger is bought here for Zai. He will finally get to it in this game. And now you have to do something with it. But that's step 1.
Yeah, that was step 1 of about, I would say, 20 different steps for a Liquid comeback. Because Gaimin Gladiators, they're super tanky. They've got a second life on Ace at all times, 6 reincarnation. Dyrachyo has a BKB. So, yeah, you've got the initiation, but can you actually burst anybody before they get off their magic meter?
Not if the fight starts with Ace just going in, right? That's the nightmare for Liquid. If Ace just starts the fight, you have to punch through him twice. It's going to make sure that Dyrachyo gets his BKB off and Quinn gets a guaranteed jump. That's what Gaimin are looking for. And Ag's done for Quinn. This is extremely fast on top of the Echo here. This is where the Void Spirit puck matchup becomes almost unplayable, right? Like, what is Nisha supposed to do into this double pulse that's silencing him? Quinn's going to have his freedom. BKB also done for Ace. So one of those lives, he's going to be running around immune for 9 seconds. But we did get the Scotty on Mickey, and this is one of the big comeback mechanisms for Liquid. If you can get a good fight with a reflection on Ace with Scotty just kiting out these heroes.
Celery cuts him off, but 10 HP, he does die in the end. Meanwhile, mid lane, they are fighting this one out. Quinn, once again, survives on just a little bit of damage. He actually went for that kill, you madman. The block, the shield is just enough to get Celery out of it, but Mickey, he's going to be in trouble. As soon as Zai dies, they're going to turn all their attention over this guy. He gets it just on the tip. Quinn survives and gets Mickey killed with his final touch.
Liquid gets split on the map, and it just goes horrible here as they get nothing out of it outside of Celery top, which you wanted this Quinn kill again. It's very close. Mickey shows up with the Scotty. You get the connection. This is what you're looking for with that Blink Hoof Stomp reveal at 22 minutes. And still, Gaimin just outpacing you with the HP here. Your damage has continuously been behind, trying to up it up. It's just not there yet. And yeah, Ace, he's going to start every fight if he can. that was one of those rare opportunities where you got a chance to go on Quinn. You got to make those count.
Just seems like the laning phase has given Gaimin Gladiators that extra bit, like 10% more HP they've needed every single time, or almost every single time, to survive through the initiation. And it is beginning to snowball. Every single fight going worse and worse for Team Liquid. Now up to a 19,000 net worth lead for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, it's out of control, right? And a lot of it's just on Celery and Tofu cleaning up so much of the map. Furion thrives in these situations where you can corner the enemy early off a good lane win and just clean up the lanes. I mean, full pipe Solar Crest on Celery. He's just going to build every utility item in the bank, make sure his cores are unkillable. The Glimmer Cape on Tofu is what bailed Quinn out on that mid lane as well. These are difficult items for Skywrath to play into, which is why this deficit is so looming, because you have to have this Mystic Flare connect. And every one of these utility items that come out makes it a little more difficult.
And the Terror Blade becomes even easier for Gaimin Gladiators to bring down with the completed Mjolnir for Dyrachyo.
Damage is coming, and it's coming fast. 2 minutes left on the Aegis here. Do you go high ground?
Yeah, I mean, they already put it down to half, so
yeah,
might as well.
You are going high ground.
They can try and burst him, take away that Aegis as quick as possible. Not enough. Zai dies for pretty much nothing, because Dyrachyo just shrugs off that damage with the time lapse. And the Glyph will only stall Gaimin Gladiators for so long. Liquid, they are in desperate straits now. A little bit of heal put onto Mickey, but you don't have to worry about the heroes if you're Gaimin Gladiators. You can focus on the objectives.
Yeah, just wait for Ace to jump right. These reflections are what hurt. If Mickey keep getting these off, this is what will actually deal the damage in the fight. That's why
that radius back around. Instant silence under the coil. Is there enough damage though? Once again, he's held in place, but he's too tanky. Mickey can't quite commit. Not with Gaimin Gladiators. The rest of heroes surging forward. They got that one kill. Immediate buyback though from Insania to hold this lane of barracks, and Gaimin Gladiators will respect it.
Just refill the resources here. No time lapse on Dyrachyo. Don't want to spend BKBs in a bad situation when you can just reset and continue to build your lead here.
Does mean they're going to be a little bit pushed for time if they would still want to use this Aegis. They got 1 minute left, so Dyrachyo, they just cruise straight down middle. They could still make good use of it.
Yeah, they can. I mean, this AC is almost completed for Ace. He's one component away. So the next 2 minutes could have it if he just farms up the entire map.
Do you feel like Gaimin Gladiators?
Also, no meta.
Is there a rush to take this lane of barracks?
I mean, no, but the opening's there because you know Mickey doesn't have meta. And there's no way Liquid are taking a fight without it, right?
So how much do you take then? Is the question.
It is the question.
There is a welcome mat on the front middle lane.
Nobody's home.
Gaimin Gladiators just walk right through the door, take the lane of barracks. There are no tier 2s. So they can translate this into even more. Team Liquid will be forced back to defend at some point.
Yeah, there's a wave in their base with the catapult. There's another wave coming in. They did not cut these. There's just a free double lane. There's no towers bottom as well. You're looking at Mega's potential. In a meta where the high ground has thwarted so many teams, Gaimin just stroll into a double lane here. No defense, no contest, as that meta is still 50 seconds off cooldown here.
I think
feels
the
like
worst
an
part,
eternity.
It doesn't feel like Liquid is getting an item. It's not like, oh, we gave up 2 lanes of barracks, but now we have this. This will help us win everything. As, oh, Nyxen gets caught up by that one. Phase shift, he's able to blink away. The calling's going to be a problem, but he does manage to blink, but straight into the arms of Dyrachyo. Easily takes up that kill and looks for more. Insanity's going to be claimed out. That's a dieback for him. Zai dies right next to the fountain. Gaimin Gladiators are way too strong for Liquid right now, and they're going to go for the killing blow by taking Megas in the bottom lane. Again, there is really nothing rolling in for Liquid. Mickey is desperately trying to farm up a BKB, but he's one whole component away.
Ace right back
almost
in.
one-shotting Boxy, who barely even needed Quinn's help.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to go with this meta. 5 seconds on the cooldown for Mickey. Just praying he has enough time to get this, use it, make something happen.
And to grab him, dies again. Zai.
Where's the team? They're all dead. I mean, meta.
Mickey against the world. Ace immediately going to jump onto him. Anybody help out Mickey? No chance at a Sunder, and GG is called. Gaimin Gladiators will do it for the 22nd time this season. They will bring down Team Liquid. They've had their number all year round, and they will prove it on the biggest stage that Dota 2 has to offer.
That is a very frustrating defeat for Liquid. I mean, this has been their nemesis the whole season long, and most of it's been in the grand finals. Here you're in the lower bracket elimination match. That game 2, the game 1 especially, where those high grounds went wrong for both teams, right? Either of those games can come back to haunt you depending on if you win or lose this series. And as Liquid drop down here, it's one of those series where you go back, you play that game a bunch of times, how many versions of it do you win, right? And I mean, a hell of a season from both teams here. They will meet each other yet again. So much respect between these two.
For one final time at this year's TI, we're going to say goodbye to Team Liquid, one of the most consistent teams, but never able to find that championship, and sadly it'll slip through their fingers this year. Gaimin Gladiators, though, holding strong in that lower bracket. I mean, we set up the stage early on at like Riyadh. We talked about how this team was always going through the upper bracket, always taking an easy road to be able to get to the finals, but then they got knocked down at Riyadh. They get knocked down at TI. They prove that they're also a lower bracket run team as they do it against their nemesis in Team Liquid.
I mean, resilience, it's a hell of a quality to have, right? And it shows itself here. It's showing across the course of the year. This team has a lot of fans. They also have a lot of haters. It's a mixed bag across the board, but damn do they look good when they're winning, and when they're building momentum, they are one of the scariest teams in the world.
Absolutely. Love to be able to watch more Gaimin Gladiators game, and we're going to do it here at TI as we head back to the panel for some more series to come.
A 2-1 nail-biter series. Gaimin Gladiators now a top 4 team here at TI 12. That does mean, unfortunately, Liquid, they're a 5th, 6th team.
I mean, Gaimin Gladiators, absolute championship-worthy team. Like, just like throughout the whole season, like amazing performance. Like, shout out to them. It's very sad to be a Liquid fan today. I like every Liquid fan needs a beer right now. In fact, I need a beer right now. So Liquid is out. So is Matu gonna be out?
That's it, Matu's done.
Yeah, fuck this shit.
Oh, he's actually just, all right, bye Matu. Thank you so much. We appreciate all your analysis. Oh, yeah, that's it, he was done. He was done once the support for Liquid was over. Effie, you're gonna have to fill in all the blanks now.
I mean, Matu
by the way, he actually has left. Matu has actually left the building.
Well, all right. That was just really convincing by Gaimin in that game 3. I mean, their draft came together in a way that none of us saw. I think that when they're owning, they stomp their lanes really well. They abuse the tempo that came out of the Nature's Prophet push and the Skeleton push, and it looked like there was no space for Liquid to come back in this game, honestly. But also what I want to shout out the most is that last pick Void Spirit. And this hero has fallen out of meta. Not many players would have picked Void Spirit in that situation, but Quinn had the read on it. He played insanely well versus his puck, and he made it happen.
Owie, because we don't have Matu here anymore to build up the hype for Liquid, even though they do bow out of that TI run at 5th, 6th. There's still a lot of praise to be sung for them. Maybe not so much in Game 3, but at least throughout this series.
No, I think they played their hearts out this series. I mean, it always sucks. There's going to be a winner, there's going to be a loser. I think, especially for a team like Liquid that has come so close so many times, it's hard to like be able to reset and be happy with what happened. But I think there's nothing to be ashamed of with their season.
What was the hardest thing about their lineup to execute? The hardest thing for their draft to be able to come online?
Honestly, I felt like they're a bit reliant on their offlane doing a bit better. I think this game, a lot of the reason for Gaimin's victory was how well Selu and Durasio played the safe lane. As soon as Zai and Boctisar got shut down, I think the game looked really hard for Liquid to have some tempo in.
Yeah, also the thing about Skywrath Mage is if he's not winning lanes and if he's not comboing with his stun hero throughout the game, he doesn't have impact. He's not a big team fight support like Phoenix can be or an Undying can be, where they can just find a fight, do a supernova, tombstone, turn it around. Skywrath does not do that. He's very dependent on how well his cores are doing to set up for him.
Look, Matu might have left. He's going to go and console the broken hearts of all Liquid fans and the Liquid players and team over there. But Rezo, we still have a full panel. You're joining us yet again. You're here this morning.
Hello.
But did you enjoy that 3-game series between Liquid and Gaimin Gladiators?
Well, the third game was amazing. I didn't think that it would be the way that it went, because purely on the draft, I didn't really expect this domination from the Gaimings, and I really thought that Liquid draft was way better. But Zai, he had such a poor performance in this last game because he couldn't really get his timing. He got blinked at 20 minutes, around 21 minutes, and it was their tempo. For Liquid, it was the guy who needed to have a good game in order for them to make moves and to have a go into the mid game, have a solid game.
It was a really tough loss for Liquid, but Gaimin Gladiators, they were able to bounce back. They lost that game 1, and they were able to come back at game 2 and 3. They won this series, so of course, we get some words with our winners.
Absolutely. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
Because during the draft, last game, I want to throw up, and my team is asking what we should draft, and I'm just looking at my keyboard. I'm feeling bad myself. I'm not responding, and just doing like this. Pick Weaver, pick Weaver.
You thought you were going to throw up? Why?
Because I got sick yesterday, and I feel really bad myself, but we won, and I'm happy.
Okay, well, fantastic. Sorry, this guy's just sitting here laughing. I'm with Doraccio. Hello, no, a hell of a series you guys played. That was a wild one. Again, Team Liquid, game 3, the same thing, and you're here once more. Woo! You thought you were going to make it through with this one once more?
Versus Liquid, you mean? Yeah. To be honest, I didn't think about the game at all before the start. I have no stress because I'm just feeling bad myself. I want to survive. I tell my boys if I'm gonna die, like, see why I have to play. So I'm not like, I'm pretty confident before the games, and I thought we're gonna win, but like I didn't have stress like yesterday.
I see. Now, a lot of the teams these days, they're really counting on their off-laners. They're counting on a lot of people to make momentum. But for this team in particular, you seem to drive a lot of it. If the Weaver's doing good, they're doing good. If the Razor is doing good, we can get there. Does it feel like that on your team? Does it feel like you have a lot of pressure?
No, I don't think I feel any pressure. I'm just doing my job. I'm just enjoying the game. I'm doing what I want, and like I don't care if I'm gonna die or like what's gonna happen. So I'm just doing to get fun from the game.
Well, it is a hell of a lot of fun watching you. Absolutely. Well, congratulations, on your way to another grand finals once more. You got some more work to do, though. What are you guys gonna do now to get ready for the next one?
Choke some medicine, sleep. Before the next game.
Okay, well, that's fantastic. Well, I hope you have a wonderful time. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give it up one more time for this demon who had complete gremlin mode in that series. Thank you. You feeling gremlin yourself?
Yeah.
All right. Can we see the gremlin thing? I watched the stream.
No. I have to chill.
Okay, go chillin'. Thank you so much, my friend. It was a pleasure seeing you. Thank you. We'll throw it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Slags. Well, Doraccio, maybe that's why we saw Gaimin Gladiators walking on with a little less body confidence than they normally do. Doraccio was just a bit sick, and so the energy levels were conservative. They were a little bit lower there, Owie.
Yeah, honestly, I think when you look at that team, I think Doraccio is the one that keeps the team's spirits up. So it makes a lot of sense if he was feeling a bit off, that they weren't in their best mental form. But honestly, they still performed anyways. I think that sort of speaks to the resilience of the team.
Yeah, it was very impressive.
And now it'll be a trial of endurance, right? Because they're going to play the last series of the day, and one of their players is sick. So I hope they can find this time to recuperate. Well, I just want to say that no team that has ever won a TI has won TI starting from the lower bracket.
Very first round.
So if Gaimin Gladiators actually pull this off until the very end, if they manage to get a TI win here, they will have made Dota history in a way that no other team has. Like, not a single team starting from lower bracket from playoffs has made it this far.
It's super impressive, the fact that they're even able to make it to top 4, but at the end of the day, we don't have a top 4, we have a top 3, so they will be playing again. They're in that 4th series, and it could be up against either Azure or BetBoom, but if you have this long of a break, Rezo, I asked you what position you'd rather be in, that 1st series or that 2nd series. You said 2nd series, so if you are in the 1st series playing up, would you do the same thing? Go for a nap? Try and reset? Let the drafting happen to your coach?
I mean, for Doraccio especially, I think it's the best thing he can do right now because he needs to gather all the energy he has and get ready for the next series. So taking medicine and taking a nap, it's an amazing approach, honestly.
I want to build up Team Liquid a little bit more. It is the final time that we're going to be seeing them. We're not going to do all the talking, though. We do have an exit interview. Tsunami is joined with one of the players.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am standing by with Zai, who I think you've got to be probably the most successful player that I have to do this with so frequently. On any outsider's perspective, you have had an incredible year. Obviously, it didn't end in any championships, but the consistency and the heights that you reached, most people would kill for. But I know you're a championship-minded guy, so how's your year been for you?
I mean, agreed, yeah. Performance-wise, it's been pretty good. Obviously not winning anything per se, but consistently performing and doing good. And I think, looking back, top 6 at TI in this one is like, it's not the worst of performances, but of course we would have liked to do more even in this one.
The road ends here, but your entire journey, I mean, like top 6 here, you've had a lot of many podium finishes at TI. This is your mainstay. You're an icon here. So what's going to be your takeaway for, I guess, this whole competition season?
I've definitely done better and I've done worse, so this is kind of bang on the middle, which is fine. I think the saddest part is maybe that this third game we kind of shut the bed and didn't really perform as we would have wanted. I think game 2 we could have done much better, but life goes on.
Life goes on, and I know that going out into the crowd, there are a lot of Liquid fans, but there are also specifically a lot of Zai fans. Is there anything that you'd like to say to them who are out there in the crowd or at home or anywhere in the world?
Well, actually, after this game, William kind of looked at me and told me I had to go after that center performance. So yeah, I think most likely I'll follow his lead, and probably this might have been my last TI. Remains to see a little bit, but I think gonna take a little break and see what's up, and what that means for me, I'm not quite sure, but 1 in 11 or 1 in 10 centaur doesn't cut it.
Maybe not in terms of gameplay, but Zai, you're an icon. Everyone has been enjoying watching your gameplay from the beginning. I remember watching you quit competitive briefly to go back to school, coming back right on top right after that. It's been incredible to watch your journey throughout this, and best of luck with whatever happens in the future. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. What a little bit of a roller coaster of an exit interview that one was. There's Zai saying that he's probably going to take a break from competitive Dota for a little while, and it's not just the journey of this year that has been impeccable for himself. It's sad to go out on a 1 in 11 centaur performance, but there's years of amazing performances from him. So just as amazing exit interview from him. Any quick words, Aoi, if he's still listening, for Zai and your other fallen comrades here at TI12?
No, I love Zai. I remember watching him like TI4. He would play some support Wraith King. I think he's always been someone that everyone watches to learn from, and it's going to be sad to see him. I don't know if he's done, he's going to retire, he's going to take a break, but the scene's obviously less without him.
It's going to be tough whatever happens for him, but he's not here in TI12 anymore. Gaimin Gladiators will be progressing. They get that 2-1, and they're going to wait for their opponent. It's either going to be Azure or BetBoom, which is our upcoming series. So let's start talking about it. Azure, this team right here. Effie, I know you love the China region. Come on, let's have a little bit of a hype about these 5 players and their coach.
Dude, watching Azure play at TI is so exciting because it just kind of came out of nowhere. There was no build-up throughout the year where you're like, oh, they're going to have their journey, and they're going to grind, and they're going to get to TI. No, there were just a bunch of retired players watching games together on their stream. They're like, hey, we kind of like this patch. Should we make a team? And then they made a team, qualified for Bali, and here they are at TI, just a few months under their belt. But these are legends. Are you kidding me? This is the old LGD roster. This is the LGD roster that dominated TI7 and dominated TI8. Like, these players are namesakes, not just in the Chinese Dota community, but the Dota community overall. I mean, if you grew up on Dota, you know who Somnus is, you know who Chalice is, you know who FY is. Come on, they're in so many montages. I mean, this team is exciting.
They are, and they're coming up against BetBoom, which in the Eastern European region, Rezo is seen as this sort of powerhouse. They were that team that came together after TI11 that everyone thought would just clean sweep a lot of events.
Yeah, it's a team of 5 stars, I would say, and like they had a lot of expectations on them during the season, but they didn't manage to perform well. I mean, I was part of the reason they were not performing well because I was there standing a few times. But overall, I think they managed to deal with stress way better on this tournament specifically, and they're showing it. Like they managed to win 90-minute games, and they were looking confident in those games. Like they're always finding those little pickoffs, those little moments where they can, turn the game around into their favor, and they're really good at team fighting, same as Azure. Like those 2 teams are like super insane at like how they're casting spells, especially like GPK and Walker. You see this guy performing like steadily like every game, and he's barely making any mistakes.
It's a bit of a tough question to answer, Aoi, but which team do you think has progressed the most in the past month in our road to TI? BetBoom or Azure, and who's going to show up today?
I think Azure Ray came in, like, I really liked the progression through the qualifiers. I watched a lot of their games, especially their series versus Extreme, and I learned a lot from them. But I think BetBoom, they've made a lot of progress mentally, which I think has always been the weak side of the team. I'm really excited for the series because I think it's like sort of a clash of identities. I think Azure Ray's post lane's really good, and BetBoom are a really strong laning team, so we see how those two mix.
It's going to be a lot between these two teams. See the growth, especially for BetBoom. They've been coined as a team that has struggled when it comes to LAN, a team that has struggled in late game to remain patient. And it's time, though, to see how they go for the second time on the main stage as we do welcome BetBoom to the stage. These 5 players have also been in the lower bracket run. They've had to face so many different opponents to make it to main stage. And then they showed up yesterday and they were able to keep progressing. They've made it to top 6, but they're not happy with just top 6. They want to make it all the way. And the team that is standing in their path, in their way right now, is Azure. So let's welcome them. Chinese region. In Dota as a whole, as Effie said, they graced this stage yesterday in the upper bracket. They had to face up against LGD. It was unfortunate for them, but here they are. They get to perform again in front of a crowd of adoring fans in the lower bracket. First time we're seeing them in an elimination best of 3. Rezo, how do they deal with the pressure, a pressure of being on main stage and in an elimination match?
Well, I'm sure these players are very familiar with the pressure because they played for such a long time already and they showed like insane performances during the past years. And I mean, my theory still stands because the Gaimin Gladiators, they went from the lower bracket, they had 3 series before and they managed to take down the Liquid. So right now, to me, BetBoom seems like the team that, you know, coming from 3 series already from the lower bracket, they have more experience and they're coming here more confident than Azure dropping from the upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see that angle. BetBoom have just been on this huge momentum grind. They've gained so much confidence. I really feel like BetBoom conquered their demons that day that they beat Talon in such a spectacular fashion because that series was so close. But ever since then, they've felt confident, they've felt secure in their identity, and they've just been playing so well. Azure, on the other hand, I think this is an incredibly high-skilled team. Their series versus LGD yesterday, if they had time, could have taught them a lot because something Aoi said is they're a very strong post-laning team, which they are. They're excellent at spellcasting. They're excellent at looking for fights. But in that series versus LGD, they were also a strong laning team. In both of those games, they came out of lanes with a net worth lead. They completely dominated that early game. And they took a few bad fights. They made a few miscalculations where they threw their leads away. So if they had time to sit down, reset, prepare, and learn from those mistakes, then we're going to see a stronger version of Azure Ray today.
How far back would you go, Aoi, in prepping for this series against BetBoom? Because Azure and BetBoom were in the same groups when 2 weeks ago, right? Meta has changed quite a lot. Playstyles maybe only a little bit. So how much reflection would you take from your BetBoom series that you had as Azure compared to your LGD series, which only happened yesterday?
I mean, I think you have to include as much of both as you can, but the thing about when you play these teams from other regions, like you don't know that much about them. Like you watch the replays, but you don't get a feel for them until you actually play against each other. I think the last time they played, like generally I think right now the Chinese region, the reason why it hasn't like been winning tournaments as it used to is their laning phase is usually weaker, especially compared to the European and Eastern European teams. So I think this game, if they come in with a game plan from their last matchup against them, and they're thinking about, oh, how can we nullify their lanes? How we can get to the point where FY is combining to gank our safe lane and stuff like this, they'll have a good shot at the series.
Would you say the lane weakness is coming from a drafting perspective or an execution perspective?
I think it's like sort of a bit of a product of like Gaimin Gladiators. Like if you don't have strong side lanes versus team, if you don't contest every single CS, then they're gonna snowball the game off that. The Chinese region didn't get to play some of the DPCs in the last, like during the COVID era, and then they don't get to match up against these European teams as much, so it makes them less focused on this and more focused on getting more like positive heroes for like rotations. Like I see F5 some Clockwork, the 5 on Invoker, stuff like this and combining, but if you lose your lanes, oftentimes you can't make these moves.
It also seems to me that even if you have a good draft, like in terms of team fighting, right, you have like good heroes with it. Like when you lose lanes, the items matter like so much that you're not like even able to get to that team fight. You're just getting like constantly pressured, and there's no coming back. So the lanes are super important in this series, like overall in this tournament.
Yeah, and also I have to reiterate, I don't think their laning is bad. I mean, yesterday they showed me really, really strong laning, and they looked different from when I watched them in the qualifiers, and I feel like they have evolved throughout this game. It felt like a lot of their mistakes, at least in the last series. I can't recall the last time they met up with Batboom because it feels like so long ago, but there were execution issues when they were looking for those fights, when they were coordinating those smokes, and some of their drafts may have come off as very wonky. So I hope that they've come up with a different plan. Based on what we saw yesterday versus Batboom, I do feel like the easiest way to approach any kind of draft versus Batboom is shut down Pure, take away Pure's hero pool, don't make that offlane snowball, don't give him those initiator heroes like the Centaur or the Spirit Breaker, and the game changes.
Yeah, that was the big contributing factor to game number 2 between Batboom and Virtus.pro. That's the one you're referencing there. We do have a graphic on our screen, so some more stats, some more numbers for you, Aoi, of average Roshan kills per game. Batboom in the lead there.
And Batboom has played like 3 1,000-minute games, so I guess they kill a lot of Roshans in those games. I think it's also talks a little bit about Batboom's stylistic approach to the game. Like they're very like, we want to play ideally, make no mistakes. If there's like a 99% chance we'll win, we'll even take the 100 away for next Roshan. Honestly, I think that's not bad for Azure, because I think there's like a pretty high chance that Azure will out-teamfight them as the game gets later. Like I actually think the later the game goes, the more it favors the Chinese team.
Wow, so you think the safe approach of Batboom is not going to be able to withstand the team fighting of Azure? Like Azure's weakness is if a team is chaotic and very aggressive.
I personally think so. I just think like stylistically, like Batboom won a snowball this series while having like a win condition still, and then like play safe from there. And then if Azure can reach like a point in the mid game where they feel comfortable in fights, then they're going to be really happy.
Would you also agree, Effie? I know that you're the inside outs of Azure.
They have 600 pings a game.
That's a lot. They've actually just secretly got each other muted so they can't hear the voice chat, and it's all just pings.
I bet at least 40% of those come from GPK. They just have to. No, I absolutely agree with what Curtis said. If Batboom are going to take the really safe route this game and go for these ultra late game win conditions, play for every single Roshan perfectly, then they're going to give a lot of space to Azure that have a lot of strengths in picking and choosing their fights. Like if you've watched LGD or Azure, you know that their strength is fighting around objectives, setting up around Roshans, you know, setting up to invade triangles or to take stacks. This is where they do excel. So I think Batboom should try to play a more aggressive type of lineup. I like the Centaur a lot for Pure. I say it again and again and again. But if you can take away Pure, who is their playmaker, if you can limit his hero pool, then you have GPK and Nightfall, who are safer, more slower paced players, and it makes it so that Azure can play at their own speed.
You know, I'm just throwing this one out there while we are waiting for the lobby, while we're waiting for the draft. How do you feel about Night Stalker? It came up in a couple of games yesterday. I feel like this is something that could be really good for Batboom. They've played it before in many other tournaments, and it just kind of makes sense with the style of Nightfall and Pure as 1 and 3 on this.
Yeah, I think that here is really great for them because they can flex it on 1 and 3. They mostly played it 1 before on a Nightfall, and I think it fits like the way that like how aggressive they want to play as a team. And you know, this hero provides you a lot of vision. And it's like I like to see in the drafts like these little broken mechanics, right? Because Night Stalker use ulti, you see, you know, every team. For example, like last series, Azure played against LGD. LGD had like this Magnus Muerta, and even though they had Bristol back, like they always change the position in a way where this Bristle was isolated from the team. So I want to look towards like more of that, like, you know, this broken little gimmicks. Like I'm sure Curtis likes to explore that in your draft too, right? Like when they played against you, like you had this Naga, you like it was a patch of like summons, and you exploited really well. And like I think for this specific tournament, there's also like things like this.
Yeah, I think just in general, I agree with your read on Night Stalker for BetBoom, because I feel like that team will function the best when they have the most information with the least chaos. And Night Stalker's a hero that does that. I think maybe one thing that they can plan for that they did in group stage was they would play the Night Stalker versus Brewmaster offlane. I think Brewmaster's a hero that both the Chinese teams really like. They play really well. And we saw, sorry, I think LGD's Brewmaster was actually the one that was like, I don't know, like some 20-minute Radiance AC. But I've seen Chalice like sort of have... sort of similar, sort of have a similar like impact on this hero. So if they bait that out on BetBoom and you come in like planning to counter a really so-called Imba hero, I think they could look good in the draft.
We'll keep our eyes peeled. We'll see if that Night Stalker potentially comes up. As I do know, we have draft ready.
Azure Ray versus BetBoom T. Game 1.
Let's see. I got so distracted. Someone in the crowd just shouting out, Ben Bristle. Apparently everyone wants to have a go at coach here, whether it's the BetBoom or Azure. We're also putting some ideas out there of what we want to see them pick up, what we want to see them ban out. And I don't think it'll sway too much from bans that we saw in our first series. Do you feel, Owie?
I think there'll be a bit more targeted bans. Like you already see from BetBoom that they want to get rid of the Nature's Prophet. I think Nature's Prophet is one of the heroes that it's sort of like a wild card in lane. Sometimes you can sway lanes that are completely supposed to be in your favor, one TP, and all of a sudden the laning stage will break down. It's a bit chaotic and you can't focus on what you want to do.
Centaur being taken out. Effie, I know how much you wanted that one for Puro and BetBoom. Azure did their research. They know what you know, and they aren't going to let him have it.
It just really feels like with BetBoom, they're so dependent on their offlane snowballing, so that when these fights, these skirmishes break out after the laning stage is over, because BetBoom do try to extend their laning stage quite often actually, when these fights break out, they have Pure who's already pressured that offlane tower, who's got that early blink dagger. He's enabling these fights, he's letting them go in and out. But when we see that Pure has that bad game, when he's playing Spirit Breaker, which is still a great hero that they won with yesterday, but he gets shut down in lane, all of a sudden, BetBoom have to slow down their entire pace. Nightfall doesn't have space in the map, and GPK tends to play greedier mid laners, right? They've been playing a lot of Coddle plus Storm, they've been playing a lot of Invoker on BetBoom. These aren't the type of mid heroes that rotate to these side lanes the way we see Earth Spirit or Earthshaker or Pangolier.
Ali, with the change to the drafting pick order, how much is a first pick, well, when you're second pick, right? How much of it is a reaction to what your enemy picks as their first pick, or how much is it, hey, we came in with this idea, this is what we're gonna kind of first pick no matter what?
I think you sort of prepare for both scenarios. Like you see like, oh, if they leave center in the pool, then we need to make sure we ban these two heroes, so they have to do like one ban into center. The drafting phase is a bit different now just because there's so many like banned into picks. Like here they get to ban the Morta, which we saw from Gaimin a lot, into the Pugna, which you saw from Liquid a lot. So maybe they're watching the last series, they're like, oh, the Morta's a problem for this Pugna. Otherwise we think that, oh, CK was in the pool.
And Spirit Break is also in the pool. I was wondering if they were gonna go for this one or CK. I mean, CK is one of the broken heroes.
They can do a CK into Spirit Breaker even, right? Like, I feel like in this setup, Azure is sort of forced to like use one of their bans on Spirit Breaker, but honestly, they might be thinking that we can give the Spirit Breaker just because the hero is like more susceptible in lane. We don't care about the scale as much. We feel like we're gonna be able to fight into it. Maybe if it gives BetBoom a weak lane, this gives us a higher chance of winning.
You know, Dazzle is also in the pool. Just throwing out all the meta heroes. Nothing of value.
Kunkka might be a good ban for BetBoom too, just because it's annoying to play as a Lucian and CK, like with all the torrents happening in the fights.
Yeah, Kunkka looks like a great hero for them, I agree. I would like to see something to address this CK. And historically, the heroes that do best against CK are these heroes that have this ability to outdamage him throughout the game and kill his illusions. Like we've seen Medusas in the past. We see Lunas who have good lanes and can snowball with their team. They can deal with CK very nicely up until it gets to the late game point. So I wonder if Azure are going to go for the route where they address CK carry to carry, or if they're just going to try to shut him down through their offlane.
The thing is though, BetBoom actually flexes CK. Pure has a lot of games on CK and pubs. Honestly, I can't remember how many officials he played on if he did, but I played versus offlane CK and like, I don't know, he's just carrying the game. So I think that might be something that BetBoom look at, especially versus a Pugna 5 if they end up doing it. CK is one of the heroes that can sustain versus that hero and provide kill threat, which is what you want versus support Pugna.
Yeah, I personally love the CK offlane as well. Like when I was playing, I was loving this hero on position 3.
Also, one of Chalice's most played offlaners is the Dawnbreaker, which I feel like CK does incredibly well against. So it kind of block picks one of the strategies that Azure are used to playing with, having that global presence from their offlane early on.
Wow.
All right, they know how much the audience is loving this Techies pick right now.
I'm actually thinking they did it for the audience.
We're like, we're here for the content. Who was it that was saying it's all about the content? Wasn't it Toronto Tokyo?
That was him. Saying longer games,
yeah,
more
longer
content.
games, more content. Techies pick, more content.
For sure. And I gotta say, Techies, it's not the same. You don't get the content games, 3 hours long, the map is exploding. But, you know, the hero is one of Save's classic heroes. It's one of these heroes that I think BetBoom, they feel like if we pick one of these 4s, no matter what we have as 3, we're going to pressure the lane.
What do you guys think about Terrorblade as a good pick against CK?
I think CK's favorite was Terrorblade. I think Terrorblade struggles when you have to deal with illusions because you're very like single target focused. You don't have any AoE. But I think you do have some timing. Like if you start getting to these really tanky items, the CK can lack damage for you.
What about the Tusk pick? We haven't talked too much about that one. Just most likely here, the 2 supports coming out as the first picks for Azure.
The nice thing about Tusk is he sets up for potentially a ranged safe laner, which is what we talked about when there are ways to address a CK. Like you potentially look at this Luna, Tusk makes it easier for her to do her job. I mean, Tusk is just a very high value hero right now because he, oh no, they went for the Dawn still?
I think the matchup for CK and Dawn changed a bit actually because I was talking to some carry players on CK, like what actually lanes versus this hero, and Dawn is one of the only ones that you can sort of fight through and sustain, like you have enough damage, and then later on when you use your Q on the illusions, you actually full heal your team. So I think they might have some angle with it where they feel like if they draft a strong enough lane, which you probably have with the Tusker Dawn, that you can actually fight against the CK lane.
And is it... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was thinking that's very interesting because when Saberlight was on the panel the other day, he thought that it was a really terrible matchup for Dawn to play against the CK, but you are right. When you have this Tusk, if you have this kill threat, if you can isolate a support, it changes things. Reza?
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, they have like three heroes that are already like kind of saving from the initiation on the BetBoom. So they have like Pugna, they have Tusk to save, they have even Dawnbreaker to reinitiate. And at this point, like BetBoom, they need to figure out like how to start fights and like, you know, kite the enemies because they're gonna be saved, like, you know.
I do like this approach for them with the Phoenix though. One of the counters it saves is there's like sort of 2 ways you can go about it. Either you can have like a long range poke so you're not committed to the saves, or you can have overwhelming team fight where even though they save them, it doesn't matter. You're saving into some egg. I think that's what they're going for. Even with the techies, you know, it's very easy to do a lot of damage so you force out the save, and then there's a Phoenix egg there. Like, are you going to save and then take a fight? You decrypt it someone, but beside the egg, they're still going to die.
For sure, I love these high damage supports. Like, I think it's way easier to play when you're aggressive, and it's up to enemies to like make mistakes when they're defending, you know, because there's too much pressure. And at the same time, like Azure lineup doesn't really have that much of an initiation right now. They need to figure out like how to get it from the next two heroes.
I really like the idea of taking the Kunkka for BetBoom, because you guys were talking about taking the Kunkka for Azure, and I think it sort of prevents them from getting against that CK. As you guys said, obviously really good against the CK, stuns all your illusions. And something else is, I think it's a pretty good flex for them. I think one of the things about second pick in this this draft setup is that if you don't have a flex for your second core, it sometimes gets really awkward. Like, imagine they couldn't flex this Kunkka, Azure slammed down the Monkey King, he goes mid versus him, he'd have one guaranteed lane. It's like very simple for them to play. But instead now this Kunkka, like, you don't know where it's going. It's always gonna have impact as soon as it gets eggs. I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, and we saw that happen actually the other day when the Kunkka got picked on the 17 but was flexed to offlane when the Monkey King chased him mid. But then they had the issue where the Monkey King followed him to the offlane too. But I don't think that Azure are in a position to do that here, simply because if they pick something like a Monkey King to punish Kunkka on the offlane, they're playing into a CK carry. It's not a good matchup.
I'm still waiting for some unique heroes. Like I already mentioned in the previous game, with the to counterpick this Necrophos, you might find something like Arc Warden. We were talking about it before, right, Curtis?
Yeah, I think Kiyotaka, he played a lot of Arc Warden pubs and he was like ready to bust it out, but it never ended up happening. I think I really like pretty much any range hero versus Necro because the melees tend to be hard, but I think like some Pugna does okay, Volker does okay, like Lina does really well, but then you have a Lina who's... Honestly, I feel like GBK might pick Lina. Like, we'll see what the last pick is. Right now, Azure Ray, they're going to pick 2 lanes that are good versus Kunkka. They're going to pick another carry that's strong versus it, and then you don't know, like, even though you're flexing it with Batboon, you don't have a good lane for it to go into.
I'm surprised Viewer is still untouched. It might be a good pick for the Azure Ray on the last.
I could see that. I think it's a pretty good lane versus Kunkka. Kunkka's sort of like on the offlane. He doesn't actually have any spells. But you want to go up and splash away, so you can play really aggressive on him from an early point in the lane. He can sort of start snowballing, where he's the one who needs to start cleave out the creeps, burn your regen in order to win the lane. But if he never gets that chance, then, the hero's sort of useless.
And the Lincoln sounds like a really good pickup for him as well this game. Like, if you get Lincolns, you're kind of untouchable already.
Yeah, they actually have nothing to catch him. Like, you'll be going off one techie's jump.
Yeah.
And you just, like, have to hope that I don't know. You can't even chain Torrent on a Weaver, I think. You have to press the Torrent before you jump even.
I want to point out that there's nothing to address the Phoenix yet. I mean, even though Necro is a strong pick here, this egg can do so much in a fight, and I feel like the carry has to be something to solve it. Either the Weaver or the BKB, or even a Troll Warlord could be good here, because I feel like Troll's got a pretty good matchup versus CK as the game progresses, even though the hero fell off.
I definitely agree with your point about Phoenix. I think they need something to address it. Ooh.
I mean, that
you like this pick? I'm not a big fan.
I don't think it addresses Phoenix. I don't think you hit fast enough.
Oh, and the Templar Assassin.
Yeah.
I love the Bedboom draft.
I feel like...
I think it's superior.
I don't even know if Leicester's going to do that well in Kunkka and lane. Like, I think that's really dependent on skill, and I think it can swing both ways, but I'm really confident in Batboom's laning right now.
I think this TA pick is near perfect. Now they have a way to deal with this last pick Lifestealer. None of the heroes on the side of Azure Ray deal with her very well. She's going to have a strong lane. She's going to be able to farm undisturbed because the playmaking from Azure Ray comes out of winning lanes, and it feels like Batboom have strong lanes drafted for themselves.
What about yourself, Rezo?
I agree. I think they're gonna win 2 to 3 lanes on the Boom this game, and I think their draft is like just way more solid. Like their supports have more damage.
They're winning lanes, and I feel like they have better teamfight, right?
Yes.
Like usually it's one or the other, and I mean, it's not like Azure has no angles, but honestly, I'm curious to see what they want to go for in this game.
I feel like you took the question out of my mouth because I was like, we talked about how much Azure might have to start leaning on lanes. You don't really like that lane, so even team fight, late scaling, that's still none of it in favor of Azure?
Unless they're gonna perform and like save everybody with all of their saves that they have like insanely well in the team fights, I don't really see like a lot of opportunities for them. For this
I think
game.
if Chalice snowballs, like this is their best chance. Like if he starts having a good lane, they can actually sort of run out of damage versus Dawnbreaker heals, like if they're far enough ahead. But honestly, I'm not too sure. Like I just don't know enough. Like the Chinese teams play a very different meta. I don't know enough about their heroes to say like what they think their win condition is this game.
And the way that Chalice plays this Dawnbreaker is he tries to play around Somnus after he wins the lane, and maybe just get for kills on the side lanes, and they played a snowball just by running heroes in. They don't necessarily look for initiations. They just have a strong hero that kind of absorbs the enemy pressure, and they react to it, which is what they're doing with this Necro here, but I feel like TA has a free game.
Alrighty, you guys have convinced me BetBoom have the stronger draft. Let's see if their coach also agrees. He's joined by Slacks.
Thank you so much, everybody. I am here, of course, with Maelstrom again, and Volk, welcome back, my friend, to the stage on BetBoom. Finally, an interesting draft. That is what I'm talking about. Very exciting. What do you think about that last pick, Lifestealer?
Очень крутой драфт, наконец-то интересный. Что ты скажешь по поводу лайфспик Лайфстиллера у ваших оппонентов?
Хороший герой, молодцы, что выбрали его.
Well, it's good hero and it's good for them.
All right, last time that you faced off against this team, it was not at your full power. You guys super confident now that you got the whole squad? Are you feeling confident after that draft that this will be easy?
Вы в последний раз, когда с ними играли, у вас была неполная сила, ну, если ты понимаешь, о чем я. Но сейчас вы в полном составе, насколько вы уверены в себе?
Последний раз мы играли на этом турнире в группе, но если вспоминать про Бали, то мы хотим их выиграть так же, как и любую другую команду.
Well, the last time actually I was here during the group stage, but of course we want to win as against every team.
All right, well, we will see if you will win. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our techies to the main stage of TI as we draw into our casters.
Thank you so much, Slacks. Always excited about the worst of things sometimes, but we're granted with one of the better things. Gunnar joining us here on the broadcast. Trent, we're always excited to have him.
Yes, we always want Gunnar here. He did a little too well this year, and so it took a while to actually get him on the stage. Thank you for joining us, Gunnar.
Yeah. Happy to be here for a Techies game. I'm actually really excited with this Techies. I think Save's probably the best Techies in the world. I would say he's the best Techies, but you know, Sir Action Slacks is up there.
Right, okay, yeah.
Be respectful. But there's really cool interactions with Techies. The W now does a Dispel, and you can click it at any time like Inkswell with Grimstroke. So you can purge the Decrepify, you can purge the Necro Ghost Shroud. So there's actually... I feel like
pretty good, Gunnar.
Save's one of the few guys who probably knows this, because it doesn't even say in the ability, I think. So I'm looking forward to how they kind of use that in this game.
Hidden Techies tech here. That's good. Coming out on the main stage.
If there's any hero to be like sort of subterfuge and sneaky and that type of stuff, it has to be Techies, surely, as we get into this game number 1. And again, playing at this point for top 4, Bet Boom, Azure Ray, what are they going to be able to do and pull out in this one? In terms of the draft analysis, you two were talking a decent amount during it. Were you kind of on the same page as the panel, feeling that it was Bet Boom that were coming out on top?
Yeah, I think so. They have Phoenix. I think
they do have Phoenix. We talked a lot about Phoenix today.
Yeah, very strong hero. They have 2 strength cores, and they're against two also strength cores, which I think Phoenix kind of always wins with the more strength cores are in the game. So it kind of worries me how they're going to deal with this hero.
Yeah, and then of course at the end of the draft, you immediately pointed the screen and said Templar Assassin, and then she just appeared out of thin air, you know, as she does from her meld. Why did you like the TA so much here?
It's one of the better lanes versus Necro. I think the hero has been really scary. Quinn's been tearing it up every game on the hero. Even with the Invoker counter pick in the last series, it was still really good for him. And I think it's one of the better matchups versus Lifesteal as well, because you actually have the ability to man fight him. So I think it's just overall good for their draft. And they also, both of their cores in the side lanes have abilities to start fights. They have catch with the Kunkka and the CK, so it's not really like you're going to feel bad that your mid is just a AFK farming carry.
Well, that's true. We don't get a lot of those anymore. You know, the mids tend to be pretty active, so be nice to get it. And then TA, of course, does have a little bit of playmaking once you get to the Shard, which is looking great this game, by the way. That silence is kind of nasty here.
Yeah, the new build is now pretty much just Dragonlance into Shard or Blink Shard. You don't even go this like Dessa Rush, like the old school or anything like that. So it's more of a teamfight hero. Nowadays, if anything, a pick-off, teamfight, kind of give you a lot of vision with the traps. So I'll be interested to see how much they focus on stacking and kind of playing around the map for him.
The crowd very happy to get this game underway, as it looks like the trade-off of bounty runs actually, Bet Boom able to sneak away 3 of them there, just a little bit too quick to get there before Tommy could get into position, but we'll take a beating from the Pug. God, the little green man is everywhere. He's been looking pretty freaking solid.
Yeah, I think his value's gone up, right?
I think he was in every game this morning, right? So now he's now 4th game straight here that Pugna's going to be on the main stage. Always supporting everybody here with these decreps here, but like Gunnar mentioned, has the option here of the techies to try and deal with it. But another hero we saw quite a bit earlier was that Tusk, and of course it's FY. It's the Tusk King.
The Tusk King. You don't pick Axe versus this guy, so thankfully Bet Boom no Axe this game, but
smart.
It's still a really good Tusk game. I think this hero provides something that a lot of supports kind of lack in this meta, which is a lot of damage. There's so much HP and Nightfall.
Oh my God, he's taking a beating down there. I mean, this is another one of those combinations that we've seen a lot of times, is that Tusk Dawnbreaker and trying to deal with, I think it was Alio was talking about the amount of damage. CK can't actually last through it, unlike a lot of other combinations.
I feel like if you want to take any duo right now into your pubs after watching like some pro Dota, it's this duo. I feel like Dawn Tusk is just super fun and very active through the mid game and just completely crushes in those first couple levels.
Yeah, I think it's probably the best blind offlane duo people are picking. It's kind of like usually a combination of Centaur +1 or Dawn Tusk. And I think I prefer the Dawn Tusk because it provides so much, just different things. It provides save, BKB stuns, just anything that you can ask for, Tusk will kind of provide in the draft.
And that's limited supply these days, those BKB piercing stuns, so Tusk having that is really important. Then of course the kick late game. We're going late game a lot, so it's nice to have a really good Aghanim Scepter.
You're not wrong. I mean, that has sort of been the thing that we were joking about too, is, you know, I feel like at the start of every game we're backstage and watching, I'm just like, is this gonna go late too? And the answer tends to be yes. This time around though, in this particular matchup, you know, the Lifestealer is one that I feel like we haven't seen a ton of, and I'm curious what his role is gonna be. The Infest plays later on, both for saves as well as for maybe trying to move around the map effectively, could be something to watch for.
Yeah, the important thing when you pick Lifestealer is making sure that the most important part about the game for the hero is never being kicked out of the safe lane. So either BetBoom's pretty much going to try to either force all their heroes to go bot, maybe even the Chaos Knight will end up rotating there to kick him out, because if you let him sit there for too long and he farms a Radiance as it's like the normal build on the Radiance.
Nightfall to back out. Should be fine though. But yeah, Radiance everywhere. That's for him.
And the Necro, that was kind of the build at the start. I think it was like the Radiance Necro just do a lot of damage in AoE, but people moved towards more of a Heart Agus build for the passive damage.
Yeah. I mean, you can see that even a CK can be pressured by this dual lane, but once the hits come out here and the lifesteal's there, you also see why CK is so powerful right now, because he's one of the few heroes that actually withstand this pressure right now.
He also builds Heart.
Yeah,
very good item in this patch. And he also does have the physical damage to kill these Heart heroes. So it kind of checks all the boxes that you need from a carry. And when you pick it into lanes versus like, the Dawn Tusk, it's really nice to have a carry that can sit there and be happy.
They don't have a lot to deal with the illusions this game either, it feels like. There's not some like big AoE control or something. As long as they're getting this disabled, like this Dispel rather, onto the Necrophos and the Pugna. It looks pretty good.
Just in terms of mentality for these two teams, I kind of feel like both of them just have so much confidence coming into this matchup. Both of them, have at various stages been like one of the tops in their region. Obviously, BetBoom competing with that with Spirit, but the potential is there at the very least. And I feel like this might be one of those where we're seeing the laning stage really even. I don't even know if they're going to try. Do you think they need to like mix anything up at any point, or is it just going to be kind of a farm fest through the early goings here?
Fortunately or unfortunately, what you feel. I think this will be a slower game. Both drafts their safe laners want to sit in their lane. Both mids want to sit in the mid lane, so there's not really going to be much rotating. I think the biggest thing will be whether Save goes to the safe lane or the Phoenix comes to bot, kind of this bot pressure to kick the lifesteal out. But outside of that, there's not really much that either team is. Both teams pick their drafts with the idea that they're going to win the game at some point.
Okay.
And to not stress. And
these lanes feel...
John getting lower. He dies to the Techies Pure. Manages to get the TP out, understanding what was going on right there. So that is first blood. A little bit late at 4 minutes. But we'll see if they can make another one happen here in a bit.
Yeah, it took a while for that one to finally come out here. And everyone's staying, as you were saying, very stable in these lanes and not offering a lot of opportunities for those earlier stacks. I feel like leading up into TI, so much of the game was about stacks. And just like trying to control these Ancients, trying to get extra XP for your support players, especially through that. And as we'd started the road to the International, and now TI itself, the stacks just feel like kind of ignored in the early game.
Oh yeah. Well, there is that rotation, at least from the side of Azure Ray, as they come top and try and mess with things a little bit. It is going to be a walkover to steal away maybe a bounty rune or something. Yeah, Gaimin's just going to head back through the other side, I guess.
Yeah, the nicest thing about the new map is the gate. You can kind of just rotate to the other lane as a support, see if there's a kill. If there's not a kill, you can walk away, or you can kind of sit there, and you're always off the map.
Speaking of which,
Pugna instead wants to find Nightfall, Snowball in a couple more hits. He's going to get away. Chalice needs to back out as they force him back. FY is going to fall. Save involved in another kill on the map. Chases, connects, pulls him in, brings him down. 3-0 BetBoom.
The save techies.
Save techies. Yeah, that early aggression, right? 2 points into the blast off.
Really nice TP. And something we haven't mentioned yet is the Phoenix versus Tusk interaction, I think, is really bad for the Tusk. All he wants to do in the lane is tag team and kill, and the Fire Spirits kind of eliminates that threat. So one of the reasons why there hasn't really been a kill in the top lane has become because the Phoenix specifically, just being able to slow the attack speed. There's not really much aggression you can do. And now this lane's like really stable. You can't bring heroes to it anymore, I think.
And it's so hard too. You can't like whittle down CK and eventually get this like, oh, he's weak, we can go for the kill. Because he just gets a single wave and he just regens to full. And now he's actually pressuring at the Lotus pool here. They're going to get a kill on the Chalice.
Looking for it, chasing, and brought down. Just like that. Well, the rotation's coming in from FY. They want to get a bigger kill on this side. So they chase GPK. Shard's going to connect. Samus moving in. Good snowball dodge from FY to get out of there, and the Reaper's Sight takes him down.
It's a really big kill. They had the slight mid lane advantage. He got level 6 before the TA. They used the Invision to pressure. And something really important is the 6 rune control. It's such a big timing with the catapults coming out and just getting the power rune at that time. And now the tower might even go down, which is going to hurt BetBoom a lot.
Yeah, this catapult, but still just swinging here. 7 minutes. I mean, you're just trying to get a little bit of XP here as techies, and that is a lot harder without a tower.
Huge. Takes it down. 7 minutes. Tier 1 tower. Like you said, we have not seen a ton of that throughout this. I mean, sometimes when it turns into a stomp.
Oh, Tianming, though.
This is the price you pay.
Sneaky.
He's waving. See you later. And save, actually, I think has to back out.
Okay, kind of got baited there.
This is now really scary for Templar Assassin because her Ancients are exposed now to any random ganks from this Pugna and the Tusk kind of grouping up together. Oh. And there's nowhere to farm.
Body block. Oh, gets across the bridge.
It's a wide bridge, you know, 2 lanes.
The Torrent's going to come through.
One more hit.
They bring down Gaimin on that Pugna.
Your atrocity
It's been a bit of a tough one for him so far. Everywhere it goes, he feels like he's dying. 0-3.
Do it. Yeah, it's a really good lane setup, I think, for BetBoom. I would say they're kind of advantaged in all 3 lanes. So they're kind of proving that in this slight network lead that they got. But this mid-rotation, I think, if anything, is saving the game for them. Being able to take the tower, getting the map control, I think the game would look very dire if they didn't make that move.
Yeah, it feels like they're running out of space pretty fast. They are still struggling as well. At least, you know, Lou's just hanging out down bottom. That is good news for the Lifestealer, doing his thing.
He's doing his job. He's going to sit here bot. He's probably not going to leave the lane until 15 minutes and just be happy sitting down here.
Oh, and you can see that in the mid lane, FY continues to make these rotations, get Somnus a DD, and TA is, like you guys are talking about, very much in kind of a weird spot. So it feels like they've come up with at least a bit of the answer for the early game.
I really love this tower pressure from the Pugna, too.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like that's something that is lacking a little bit with the Pugna draft sometimes. Maybe you get into a spot where you don't feel super confident moving on to the lanes if they go a little bit poorly here. But Xiaoming's just like, yeah, I can get in here. You know, if I die, I die. But I want damage on this tower. Kind of scary versus the Kunkka with both, though.
The interesting dynamic right now is that Azure Ray is really comfortable sitting in all their lanes as cores. The Necro will be alone mid and be really happy. Dawn's obviously going to be top, get solo level 6, and then want to ult away from her. She doesn't want the action to come to her. And Lifestealer is Lifestealer. So it's kind of on BetBoom right now to either say to themselves, oh, okay, we're happy trading 3 lanes of equal farm with each other, or make the moves themselves.
Well, a bit of a move here with that ward helping out.
Looking Chalice in no man's land, slowed, but gets away. It wasn't slowed, actually. So close to that level 6, but recognizing the danger, will manage to escape.
9 XP away here.
Oh, wait a minute, though. Wait a minute.
Walks into Toronto.
Hello? Tokyo spots him, maybe? Not sure if they did. Yeah. Nightfall still chasing. The illusion is there. So they take him on a long walk. Finally, only a 1-second stun. I mean, they're going to...
The supports are coming, but they're pretty far away, you know?
Well, goes for it. The blast off connects, and this is actually turning out to be a nice kill. Chalice still not getting level 6 online. Stun and done.
It feels just so sad. You know you want this kill so bad, but he probably missed a full wait for that. But yeah, still really good that they force. It just wastes time from everyone. So at the end of the day, the TA is still farming mid, the Kunkka is still farming bot. So
wow, 2-second stun onto FY, saving that snowball. He should be okay as he went for the step back, but GBK making the move mid, finding and killing that Pugna. So 7-1. And the other thing that's weird about this is while the kills are going pretty heavily into the favor of BetBoom, towers are dropping across the map. They've lost the bottom tier 1 tower too.
I think it's mostly on the hero matchups. BetBoom have the strong lanes and farming, whereas Azure Ray have the strong like sit there pressure and keep walking into you and you can't do anything about it because of their HP pools. And so it's not too surprising that Azure Ray is kind of leading the map advantage, but it's going to be more important to see if they can actually continue this forward, because I'm worried that if they don't continue this and they keep pressuring and the TA actually gets items into a Roshan, that there could be some group up death ball like we'll see a lot of Phoenix teams end up doing.
Yeah, it feels like you want to maybe use one of these Solar Guardians at some point here soon, but then you're also kind of waiting for like level 6 on FY, so he has that big burst damage to come out and help assist with these kills.
A lot of waiting.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of waiting, I mean, I don't know if you guys heard when the game was starting, but there's an absolute powder keg of fans here for Azure Ray, and they are just desperate to cheer for something right now.
I feel like every last hit they're waiting on beta.
Yeah, it's 7-1 right now. Like, they're just screaming as the game starts. It's just going to take one here, you know? They want Chalice to escape. He didn't quite make it. They've been killed in all these lanes, but if you get a couple plays going for Azure Ray, they're going to hear this crowd light up.
And so the surprising thing is Azure Ray stole both experience, but both their subs are still not even level 6. And I think that's just because their cores are wanting to stay in their lanes themselves and not really giving this lane experience up. So it kind of is feeling really bad for their early momentum pressure, because neither support can make this rotation for the Dawn to ult. So everyone just kind of waiting for each other. Just maybe the subs are asking for a little help here and there to get experience, and we'll see what happens when they can actually get level 6s up.
It is crazy to think that they still are not 6. I imagine they didn't get the Wisdom Runes, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Like, there's a real possibility of that. And still only 5.5 for FYS. He just watches Lou take the enemy Ancients. It's like, please help me.
Any experience is good with that cool set that he's got with the weird, like, after image thing. That thing's gnarly.
This is the scary map setup, I think, for BetBoom. Now, if you lose your Ancients as the Templar Assassin team, you feel really bad. All you want to do in the hero is set up traps, stack Ancients and clear Ancients until you hit your timing, which for him, it's going to be Blink Shard. He's got the Blink. He skipped the Dragonlance actually I think he wants to be able to fight earlier because he's feeling a little weird about the map. And he can't even farm his Ancients. So now he's going to get pulled into his Chaos Knight, and the territory's just going to start like slowly slipping up until Azure decides to take the tier 1 tower top.
And they're looking to snowball too, right? With Save having that Spirit Vessel build. So try and get involved in these kills with GPK, get across the map, and as they try and bully Lou out of here.
I mean, that's crazy. He just came up and stole 2 of the Ancients, took the hard camp too, and like you said, this area feeling very much constricted, and something that Lifestealer can definitely do. There aren't many heroes that can sort of feel that comfortable walking into that area without getting punished. So 7-1, still sitting pretty, and a smoke up now comes out as level 6s, I'm assuming, are just online.
Wait, it's time. They're going to be twin gating it up here by the looks of it.
I like the call to
Nightfall.
Yeah, I like the call to make the Lifestealer come. Lou is going to take the gate with him as well. He wants to be involved in this fight. The Phoenix is 6. He could kill it with the Rage, so this might be a really nice connection for Azure.
They are not even stopping for the tower, just rolling straight through, looking on to Chalice. Save, able to connect the fight, going weird for Betboom though as they realize there are people behind. Can they quite catch up to Nightfall though? Snowball, Shards, ready in a moment.
Long chase.
BK showing up, they turn, say fine, we'll fight you, you want to fight? But then the Dawn ulti coming through, hits on all of them. Nightfall is going to die.
There's an egg.
Slices coming from GPK. Infest, Snowball, they don't have any more left. They're going to get the Reaper Sight, find the kill. Somnus hitting big, Lul chasing for more. They lost the Tusk, but they got the kills that matter.
Oh, but there were the Yules too for the clutch.
As they run them down, Toronto, Tokyo in the dirt too.
Yeah, they got what they were waiting for. Finally something to cheer for here for Azure.
They got the move. I think this was a really good timing play. They get the Armlet on the Lifestealer. They know that there's not really a point to keep just continuing the game state and just change it up, go take this top tower. And again, when this top tower dies, that's when it's way easier for Tusk to find kills with the Donald. It's much easier for the Pugna to pressure the tier 2s kind of casually.
Yeah, and FY's ready to take out his vengeance here on his cores. He's going straight for the Midas, okay? You guys just stayed in the lane the whole time. It's Midas Tusk time.
Oh, I love that.
He wants the Axe. The Blink Ags late game Tiger.
Love that. I mean, it's interesting too, right? Because you see this moment where Azure is grouped together as 4 heroes, and you got to imagine there's got to be something that can come out, some big AoE spell, but a lot of them had been used. I mean, the Ghost Ship, all the rest of it, it's also a problem fighting into Lifestealer with that natural built-in debuff immunity.
That was a great ship too.
Oh yeah.
It's crazy to fight someone that well. Like the Egg was pretty solid as well, but just too overwhelmed.
I think the Lifestealer has too much health right now for Betboom to chip through. The TA probably needs this other item, whether it's the Shard or the Deso, to really like do the physical damage. And the Chaos Knight is really going to be weak versus the Necro, I think, in the early game. And the Lifestealer, he can't man fight at all. So Betboom is in this really awkward position where you feel like you have the superior team fight, you have the Kunkka, you have the Phoenix, but you can't actually take the fights when you end up getting them.
It's a tough spot to be in right now, and that damage is coming soon for GPK. He's about 1,000 gold away from finishing up his Deso. You have Nightfall sort of retreating in the top part of the map here, farming through with the Armlet and the Echo Saber, so the BKB will come relatively soon.
Also, shout-outs in that one to Necrophos, getting the early Yule Scepter, like we were talking about. Also has the Death Seeker, was able to make sure that they could get that Phoenix kill. Not often that you see that one get taken, but a good answer for Kunkka plays too.
Yeah, for the
Techies too, maybe, you know?
Yeah.
Also, the cool thing about the Shard is you can dodge the X with the Shard, as long as you're kind of like flying, you're, phase shifted or whatever you'll call it, while the X gets you pulled back from the Necro. So it's going to be really hard for the catch. I also think he'll probably end up buying a BKB to stop himself from getting purged, to stop all the Phoenix damage, the Kunkka X. So he'll probably just get one more item, maybe the Heart that is very common in Necro, and then just a BKB, and they might just try to end the game around then.
Feeling pretty solid. Currently, purchasing of a plate mail actually, even tank up a bit. Thinking about a Shiva's Guard, that's a nice choice.
Yeah.
Very good versus the TA and the CK.
And Save, with all these early kills that he's been able to get, is actually just about completed the Spirit Vessel. So that's another one of those things that you gotta watch for as the Necrophos. And to be honest, any of these heroes, there's a lot of healing on the Azure lineup.
Yeah, more value for the Yules.
True enough.
There's also the Shiva's is going to be really good versus the Phoenix to kind of prevent the Sunray heal. So I like the Shiva's pickup. There's so much physical damage on Betboom that just having armor will kind of give you that threshold for the Pugna to heal you. Maybe the Tusk saves you, the Donald. They have so much different ways to save that as long as you can make your time alive just a few seconds longer, it's good enough.
Yeah, and at one point Chalice even had an AC queued up mega early. I was even considering that as well, but then went for the Blade Mail into the eventual BKB. But another big timing here for Lou. The Radiant's coming out here soon. Everything just being checked off on the list here.
The other big one coming up, which is that Midas completed, as Toronto Tokyo is going to run into Chalice. Can't really hit that bird at all. But yeah, that's going to be something that we can see. A shard already done on the Phoenix too. We have seen Toronto Tokyo be willing to go for these early Midases also. This could be another option for him after the shard's done.
I mean, GBK's got the Blink, got the Deso. Like, do they want to try and make a play with the techies? Does he want to wait for the shard? Can they set up for Roche at all?
It looks like they're setting up for Roche. The Kunkka TPs to the outpost top, and they're kind of all around here with the Dire Roshan. And I think they need to make a play at some point. You can't constantly keep playing the game like, okay, guys, dodge, wait till the next item. Okay, guys, they're a little scarier now. Let's keep waiting. At some point, you have to just bite the bullet and go for the fight.
For now, it's kind of a light push here on the top tower, seeing if anyone jumps out of position. Maybe they can go for a quick X kill or something, but nobody takes the bait.
I mean, this is really the Bet Boom Classic. We saw that match the other day against Virtus Pro. It was a similar type of story. Worked out for them in that instance. We'll see if it does in this one as well. But right now, they're trying to make a go. Catch on to Chalice. Bow, egg, everything. He's done. They managed to find themselves that easy kill. Will glyph the tier 1 tower up top. But this timing is pretty strong from Bet Boom.
Toronto Tokyo likes to do the supports where you don't have to think about the itemization, right? Tree or Phoenix, just buy shard, right? That's it. Life's good. And Midas, yeah.
Hey, if you buy Midas, you can make him a core. He was very used to being a core in the past, so it's, you know, just getting the muscle memory back.
Well, save. Tries to get out. The Infest, the runaway, drops down a couple of mines on his way out, but they will manage to find that kill. Ooh, chasing down the techies.
Radiance is now complete for Lifestealer. This is the scary phase of the game where Bet Boom is really not going to feel confident, I think, to make any moves on the map. And they're also not going to hit this Roche timing that I think was really important for them to do.
Yeah.
So their only move on the map right now, from an outside perspective, is to constantly kill the Dawn. If you fight away from the Dawn ults in. So your only choice really is to go wherever the Dawn goes and hope he's alone.
While trying to farm up GPK, like now he's going back for the Dragonlance. He still doesn't have his shard. He's going to be thinking about this Radiance too in these fights between the refractions and just the evasion and everything. Very frustrating.
There's also a Decrep to save. There's the Necro. So it's a lot harder than it looks for him to actually hit the heroes. Even if he has the damage, he might not be able to get it out.
But further reason why you focus Chalice in these fights. Doesn't have a whole heck of a lot of net worth. Now, the Torrent, the pull-in, the stun, the combo, they're getting him brought down.
There it is.
Decrep. Oh, Tianming gets his buddy out of trouble just then.
No infest.
Get away, no infest, and Rage wears off, which means come on back, say hi.
That was the disco. Almost immediately after that Decrep. Just took it right off there, kept the damage going, and Tianming just vanished, by the way. Like, he Decreps for like 1 second, just gone. That's one hero that GBK can knock down.
Also, one of the cool changes with Kunkka, now you can X through the BKB, and as long as you do with, like, you know, less than 4 seconds remaining, you just pull them back, which is a massive buff for Kunkka. I think that's one of the main reasons why he's been, like, so heavily valued.
I mean, sort of that change to debuff immunity affected a lot of things. It's seen even like the Tusk being able to make sure you can get snowballs off against BKBs, all the rest of that.
We're still figuring a lot out, I feel like, when it comes to that too with a lot of heroes.
The Alchemist being able to stun and not always stun himself.
It's a weird one. That's how it goes.
So Shiva's now finished. He's got the heart keyed up, just get the HP. All you need on this hero is to live. You do damage by being alive. And so for Azure, I think the game is just smooth sailing right now. You just keep farming, keep playing the map, just wait for Bet Boom to go on you, and just pretty much hope that you have enough HP. And it looks like they have enough HP right now.
And they do look pretty tanky.
And Azure, they are instead going to go for a little wrap through, see if they can find any of these heroes farming out the topside jungle. There isn't anybody there, though. Right now, you can see Bet Boom playing much more statically together on this side of the map, and they're instead going to make a play themselves with this Agnum Scepter done on Pure. Oh, TPing back in one, Pure, the Yules. Does he manage to land in time? He will. So he will get out of there. They need to wait a second longer on that, but still, tier 2 tower done.
Seems like he had a general idea what was happening up there.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good effort. And the one thing is this move top now, maybe it opens Bet Boom up to take the Roche.
Yeah, they knew immediately. The scan already happens.
The tier 1 tower is still up. It's a really fast teleport rotation if they know that this is happening. The gate's also already coming out. Roshan dropping really fast.
Yeah, they know. They're getting ready. Walking in.
I mean, this is into egg.
Ready to jump.
In the boat.
Can they do it? FY throws the short save, jumps in, but immediately gets ulted. Ooh is there, and they get the Aegis and starting to get out. Toronto Tokyo dives away, wants to TP to get out of trouble, and you know what? That's a pretty freebie as long as, wait a minute. Nightfall there for the chase. BKB got to run. Pure drops the Torrent Storm and tries to get away. Do they have enough to escape with Nightfall? Shards is going to catch him. Nightfall in trouble, and the Dawn Ultimate comes out. They take down Nightfall.
That's Tusk. You know, you don't have this just free BKB TP, so he has to run it off. And again, that ability to go through the debuff immunity coming in huge.
Nice timer being put in the chat for the Aegis.
Love that. And very helpful.
At least they got the Roche. They got the Aegis. He kept it alive, so they'll have it for the next fight. But I don't really know if in the fights that the TA is dying, it's going to be beneficial for them, because he needs to be alive the whole time doing damage. So I think, if anything, this Aegis will more be a deterrent to hopefully make it so the enemy team doesn't get Aegis and they could delay the game. They need to hit this next set of items for Betboom, and that's when they really start doing the damage.
Well, speaking of which, they did finish that Midas on Phoenix, so still on the prize of trying to push this towards the later stages of the game. I mean, so right now it definitely feels like Azure have a strong command of the map. They can move wherever they want. They're farming up where they want to. Do you think they want to push the tempo faster and put like a sort of really big burst in the side of Betboom, or do you think they're more comfortable with it just sitting around?
I think you always want to, but high ground is so scary now, especially into the Kunkka with all the random spells that he has these days, the Phoenix. It's just so hard, and you feel like that's where you lose the game. It's going high ground prematurely. So they want to just make sure that it's much better to make the game go late than to lose.
They find one. That's the Pugna. Tidal Wave pulls him in closer along with Lul. They start to burn him down. Stun also connects now onto Lifestealer. He's down so low and gone! How did that happen? And now the turn on Somnus. This is not the way the fight was supposed to go for Azure.
Save lives.
It's Somnus in trouble still. They pull him back in with that X. Got him caught and killed.
They were just kind of poking a little bit there. And it's not like they just caught this huge fish. I don't think they were expecting it.
I think that was the Kunkka Ags just randomly caught him with the Torrent, and then he just got chain stunned for like 5-6 seconds, and he just went down.
Oh, that's got to be so frustrating.
I mean, one of the few downsides, I guess, to Lifestealer is you really don't want a BKB. That's 6 seconds, you know?
He has it queued up.
Yeah, that's tough.
Said that.
Yep. Yeah, he realizes, like, I don't get to live that life.
I mean, it's also one of those things where, like, any type of status resistance, maybe, or something like that, and maybe you can, survive through it. But if you randomly get caught by that Torrent Storm, it's dangerous.
Yeah, and you can't even status that one.
Yep, that one's full.
That's a good point.
Watch out, Spirit Breaker players.
Dangerous.
Don't flee into the Torrent, you know?
It's a spooky one.
And so Betboom's kind of getting online with their fight. I would say that Kunkka Ags is one of the strongest team fight spells in the tool. Just the water park everywhere. And with the Phoenix, it makes it really hard to hit the egg. Even just to kite away from the egg, it kind of ruins everything. And GPK is starting to really hit this damage timing, where he can kill everything. And again, he is saved to dispel all the just random ethereals between the Pugna and the Necro.
And he had that shard still queued up for a while, but then after a huge fight like that, he wants to grow a little bit larger here. Go towards something a bit bigger in the Nullifier. Obviously very useful again for all the same reasons where the Techie's Dispel was going to be solid. Trying to help you out versus this Necrophos, this Pugna, all the saves they have, and now even the Orchid to perhaps deal with some of the saves that FY has. Try and lock down this Tusk, but we do have a Manta nice and early on Lu, so he's not like immediately targeted by the Orchid.
Right. He was probably worried about his damage, I think, in the early game from the TA, because normally when you go the Shard, you want to have really high damage on your team, be ahead, get kills constantly with the silence and all the vision you get. And in this game, since it's more of like farming, you want to spend all the gold you can on the damage and the scaling rather than this early game team fight.
I mean, your Kunkka's got Shard and Eggs, right?
Yeah,
he can control people.
You're fine.
You'll do the damage.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, I think the other thing, too, is that in that sort of chaotic midst of a team fight, you're not going to be seeing the Tusk saves, which is what you're really going to be waiting on, is that Lifestealer. And they are getting set up again. It feels like if things are all even and set up the way they want, it's going to be hard to kill the Azure hero.
It doesn't look like Azure has the Aegis, does it? Like the way they're like running mid here.
No.
Or sorry, that Betboom has the Aegis. Like, they kind of feel like they're the ones feeling this pressure to try and push a little bit with their Pugna. They draw back some heroes and they immediately just go back to farming.
Yeah, but now even this whole Aegis, they're up 4,000 gold. So they kind of swung the game 5,000 gold by just having this Aegis, taking that one mid team fight, and actually getting their items is what's going to make this draft really strong, because they still have the Phoenix. I think every game, if you have a Phoenix, you have the damage to kill any hero that you want.
I mean, it's a terrifying hero for a reason. Think back to the, like 2015, 2016 days of Phoenix when it was just Sunray. It's a good hero.
Just Sunray.
Now it's everything else, right?
I mean, now Sunray has a blind on it, so you just miss half the time you want to hit the egg. You can refresh that when you click the egg with Shard.
Appropriate. It's hard to look into the sun. Don't do it, everybody. I know you don't see sun often anyways. We're all gamers, but got to be careful.
And now it's kind of up to, it's still up to BetBoom, I think, to kind of make the aggressive plays. Azure still has these really strong heroes and the Dawn with the global, so they can kind of keep splitting up. The Dawn can keep farming, and they can keep playing the map, thankfully, even though they're, I would say, a little behind on the gold now. But BetBoom are the ones who, they're still feeling forced to make the moves, I would say.
I think Chalice has done a very good job of that this game, too. It's like not getting picked off too much, farming in some of these safer spots here, and now moving in towards that shard as well, so it's going to help out a lot in these team fights.
Yeah, the one thing about Dawn is...
I say that. She cancels. Yeah. Chalice says, I need more damage, like this TA.
It does already.
Right. I mean, it's tempting. It's too hard not to take it.
There is a damage issue. When the Kunkka presses boat and there's a laser, it's just so much damage reduction and healing that it's really hard to kill. Probably the CK mostly is going to be the one in the front, even the Kunkka. And so it's kind of on you to be able to kite the fight. I think if Azure can survive the long fight, they win. Lifesteal is amazing in the long fights. Necrophos is amazing in these long fights. And BetBoom kind of have this one really, really big round of spells where they click everything.
Meld, you know, CK pull in, just explosion.
Can I also just say that I love that you call it laser instead of Sunray, because it feels much more appropriate.
Sunray does sound kind of friendly.
I know.
You know, just catching some rays.
It's like a healing. That's probably the healing side.
Oh, okay.
The lasers for enemies. It's two sides.
Laser and Sunray. A smoke up now coming from Azure as they want to find BetBoom down on this bottom side of the map. And I mean, there's good vision. There's a mine up on that high ground, which should reveal their positioning if they walk that way.
They can burst the Phoenix.
Now, Somnus finds one. That's a good one to get, but can they burst him in time? The silence. Great play, catching that Tusk and killing the Phoenix. So one for either side doing well, but Somnus now in trouble. He doesn't have the help from the Tusk. He can't get there, but he doesn't need it. Backing away, the Infest was there from the Lifestealer. Nightfall, ooh, barely gets away. That snowball could have been good, and Pure also in trouble. This is a fabulous fight for Azure.
Nearly got saved there, too.
That was a really quick Orchid on the Tusk, but the Phoenix didn't get the egg off.
No.
He got stunned by the Necrophos Soul and just 100 to 0'd.
Yeah, no opportunities there. Even on the big dive, couldn't find a solid spot for it.
And you saw, even with the Chaos Knight using pretty much the entire fight to try to kill the Tusk, the Dawn just ults and saves him. It stuns the CK through BKB, it does all the healing on the Tusk, then he can stun him again if the Tusk has punch. And so it's just so much kind of like delaying in the fight that it was hard for them to win the fight fast like they need to.
And they weren't particularly close against Somnus, and he just finished off the heart now too. So I don't know, like 700 HP or so here.
I mean, this is the thing too, right? Like these long duration fights are going to start feeling super weird because on the one hand, like obviously if you can get like a really good Sunray, that's amazing, but he's going to have two in the fights. If Phoenix can survive, I'm really not sure who I'm going to be favoring in this one. It feels like the fights could last multiple minutes.
Yeah, hopefully. That sounds exciting to me.
Or it could just be over in a second if Necrophos gets a good ulti.
It does feel like that's the big one, right? You just lock someone down just like that. And
they also don't really have save. They don't have a Tusk, they don't have a Shadow Demon, an Oracle, kind of this like anti-Necrophos hero. He just gets to press it. Just hopefully it's not refraction. That's the only thing he's worried about.
Yeah, save. Maybe the Glimmer can possibly save you. Who knows?
But Glimmer even these days is now just a solid like number shield.
Yeah,
it's just a 300 block, so it's not like the old days where it's just magic resistance.
Fingers crossed, you know.
Yeah. Hopefully the 300 will be enough.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what we need? Phoenix Aghanims. That's the real play.
That is a save.
It's such a terrifying item. Does anyone ever feel good using that item? It's so risky.
I would love to see him buy an Axe.
They don't have the best egg killers.
They don't. It's only the Lifestealer.
Yeah.
Just the guy who has BKB immunity and 83 attack speed.
Yeah. Just keep it away from him, baby.
Here we go again. Another smoke heading through the exact same area where the last fight happened. This time during day. Nightfall catches sight of FY. Stun.
Big blink.
Oh. Blink back.
It's too good. Oh, the Tusk King.
And Pure, now the one that's chased. Lua right there, already popped the Enrage though. And now the X, the late X, pulls him back in a moment. No, he infests inside. Gets away, Chalice keeps his buddy safe. And just like that, the fight going to be discontinued.
I mean, it's still a DDTA. GPK's feeling it though.
Oh, and that's a quick Roche too. Relatively at the very least. Azure head down this area and they're gonna see if they check that it's spawned. They're holding the better positioning at this point in the game.
Chaos Knight and Kunkka used both of their ults. So now BetBoom is down 2 ultimate abilities for this fight, whereas Azure kind of has everything. They didn't click a single button, they just blinked away. And so it's really scary for BetBoom to just walk headfirst into them.
Nightfall's really not sure. He's like, I gotta blink that. I'm way back here.
Smoke.
Can't figure out how to get into this one.
Looking, Chalice starts to beat away at Roche. Do they realize what's going on? Radiant scanning, thinking they're coming from the left. Nightfall. This is only half HP Roche.
Spots FY.
Sees all of them. takes over the Watcher. Okay, good play there. They should know that they're right on top of him. Still has that blink ready if he wants to jump in. Save also ready for a jump. They have it if they want, but it's going to come a second too late.
All right, nice
Will get stunned, but they manage to get out. Now the Water Park, they do drop the Reaper's Sight, kill off the techies. Do they have more? Trying to find another. That's going to be a Tianming falling. He dies. Somnus backs away. FY chasing the Dawnbreaker ultimate, coming in for the turn. And with that, 3 of BetBoom will go down.
Just again, great positioning here from Azure, and just confident knowing that they can take this, and there's no good options. Like, they're down those ultimates, and they need them for these fights on BetBoom.
It's a really fast decrep. There's a nullifier now, but even just saving the tusk, kind of delaying the fight, everything they can do to make the fight last just a fraction of a second longer for Azure matters so much.
Yeah, and every time that you're using another disable, another save, that's what helps get Chalice at the backside of the pit, right? Able to survive, then goes for the Solar Guardian to absolute guarantee the kill and the saves. No concerns for them finishing that one off.
So we take a look at this fight again. It looks again like it could have been good, but just a couple of seconds difference. Again, imagine if he queues up that blast off and is able to steal away the Aegis. Unfortunately, did not happen for him.
You can see the glimpses of the Kunkka title, or the water park. I don't know the official name of it. The Kunkka.
Nobody does.
Torrent Storm.
There it is.
Just kind of like crushing the fight. And I think if they're able to actually win the fight, get the egg off, in a better position. I think the egg kind of ended up being in the middle of all the cores and it instantly died. So if they get a better combination hit on it, I think it'll help them out a lot.
Cool. Wow, another big item here, though. The big damage from this Necrophos. The Agnum's complete.
Oh, God.
So, you know, has the talents for the Heartstopper, has the Agnums for the Heartstopper, just needs to live.
Yeah, if he gets a single kill and he gets this like 200 health per second, that's when everything just, it's a domino effect.
Fight just falls apart at that point.
So now BetBoom is kind of asking themselves, how do we take this fight? Is it high ground, which I think Kunkka is probably one of the better high ground heroes in the game. And I think they really still need to farm on their cores. They can't be trapped in their base and just hope for the best and wait for the push. I think the TA and the CK really need to get out, farm the lanes, cut the waves, do whatever they need to do, maybe get some pickoffs.
Save. Close to being spotted by the Shiva's Guard, but just not quite here.
So fast.
Active and TP out after the Glimmer. Save will manage to escape from that one. But yeah, I think like we've seen, and when these players and teams do get stuck in their base, the net worth lead just starts expanding massively. And to be fair, as we get later and later into this game, it's going to matter less that net worth lead. But the problem that I'm seeing is that it just feels like BetBoom hasn't won a fight in a while. They're still farming good, but this type of a kill, it can't afford to happen. Azure get a cleanup.
And immediately just want to run down these lanes as much as they can. But yeah, there's not a whole lot of pressure to just immediately go high ground. What you want to do is like find these picks, right? Picks like that. They want to be catching one of the big cores if they could as well. Try and get down some solid vision to see into this area where they think they have this safe farm.
The map being really big is a blessing for both types of situations in this, where if you have the mobility to cut the waves and farm the map really safely, it's good for you when you're behind, because you can always farm. But I don't think BetBoom really has that luxury. No. And so Azure gets to farm everything now that they're ahead. And that's why BetBoom, you see them all sitting in their base. They have the techie set up. You know, a very fun game we might have coming in for us. And they can't really farm, because anytime they're out, they might get caught like the Phoenix just did.
Yeah.
And they get maybe 10% of the map is theirs, and they have to hope when the waves push in, they get that. And everything else is Azure's territory.
Just like TA traps are their hope, really. They're like trying to whittle down some of these waves as much as they can. Still no silence as well, so it's hard to just create like random pickoff opportunities there. Techies players, however, do thrive here, right?
Yeah,
I mean, Save is an expert. He loves playing this hero.
Oh, he's ready.
They've griefed many games. They're kind of used to sitting up here on the high ground for a really long time and just laying mines everywhere, right? This is kind of like, now you're in my turf.
Exactly.
Yeah, if anything, maybe more Midases.
True.
For BetBoom.
Yeah, we've only
play for the techies, play for the late game.
Tried to go for that tidal wave to pull him in, but couldn't quite connect there. And it does mean that for Azure, you're even less likely to want to go up and do anything at all. They will still have this Midas on the tusk, keeping them nice and built up and scaling in this game, most likely queuing up the BKB next. 6,000 gold behind the Kunkka at this point, but the Kunkka did finish the Sheepstick. So they have extra forms of control. It's just about, can GPK deal that massive damage along with that CK to take them down?
They're doing the Dawn Smoke. They're going for the Dawn, the guy who's going to be alone, try to ult in, and it's going to be a Hex reveal, hopefully.
Can they get him, though? Chasing, find him. Hex is there. That's exactly what they needed. 2 second stun, he's done. And now on the rest of them, Azure, they have to back away.
FY runs in, confirms there is a ward there.
Oh, yeah.
And then has to quickly retreat, so he's not the next victim. And that's going to give a lot of space out here on the map.
70 seconds, no buyback on the Dawn, so they don't even have the chance to kind of bait a fight into a buyback ult. They just have to give up all the farm they need.
Well, definitely a boon for BetBoom fans as they manage to reclaim some farm for themselves. And again, that entire period of time, they're only down about 2 to 3K. So they weren't losing out on a huge amount of it.
Yeah, we're making the game, I feel like, seem really, really scary, but the gold lead's been pretty small the whole game.
Oh, yeah.
The other team has had a big lead. I think it's more in terms of the momentum of the map, whereas the item timings that they have, the Aegis, you know, which towers they can take, and honestly, it's really close.
Yeah.
Neither team has a really massive timing, I think, coming in the next couple of minutes, so it's based on who starts the fight, I think. If we see it like there, where they start on the Dawn, it's going to be really easy for BetBoom to take the fight, but if they get a good kill on the Phoenix, a good fast Reaper site, something like that, Azure gets to take the fight.
And I think that's where we kind of get this idea of, like, it just looks easier in these fights, I would say, for Azure Ray. Like, because of the multiple saves, like, you have to get that blow for BetBoom, or it looks like a disaster to me. But, you know, those blow-ups do get a little bit easier here as we're kind of hitting this, like, peak damage before the peak tank ability on some of these heroes, like that Dawnbreaker.
Well, and the other thing, too, is you got to be careful with your positioning on Chalice, I feel like. He can't afford to get caught out like that again. If that type of play continues to happen, it's, you know, a little bit rough. But one time, you know, it happens.
Happens to the best of us.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And the most important thing for Chalice right now is to make sure he kind of balances between farming aggressively and shoving the lanes in, because it's really important to take the farm away from the other team, but also not dying. So he might be a little more cautious now from his own Ancients, farm his side of the map, but he's probably going to move up at some point, maybe with a ward to protect him instead of just nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, for now they have a little bit of vision still down bottom with the Ancients as well as that Tormentor, something that they definitely want to get on BetBoom because they already have Shard on Kunkka, Techies, and Phoenix, so the chance to get it on the TA or the CK would be great.
But yeah, both cores have really good shards. The CK one I think will be slightly better for them at this point. Just getting this more damage on the burst will really help them. The Silence, I don't think it will really matter that much. There's so many Mantas and Mules and just random Dispels. BKBs on the Tusk I think is about to be finished. So
Feels good when you hit a support though. That's, you know, catch this like random Pugna in the back, he's just silenced, that's a bad time.
Yeah.
The other thing that I love about this is that when you get to these later game scenarios, you start to see stuff that like you haven't just seen before at all, I feel like. And I'm guaranteeing that at some point this game we're going to be seeing this Phoenix Aghanims. He's giving up a sheep stick. I'm still thinking we're going to be at Ags eventually. The way this one is going.
We had this discussion actually on the bus ride back last night about what happens, right? You know, you can practice Dota because every game you're going to play the first 10 minutes, as you said. But when it gets later and later, you know, things get a little bit wild and you're kind of in new territory.
Toronto, Tokyo, FY ready to initiate. They jump right at the start. Can they blow them up in time? Yes, they will. Even through the sun ray, it was more than enough to take down that TA. Save, TP's out. Manages to escape.
Really good pick off. There's no buyback on the TA. We're probably going to see them push. They have really, honestly, easy push between the Pugna and the Lifestealer. Just you have a free BKB to just poke. You have the Pugna to constantly push the tower, and
that's great.
A massive opening.
I mean, he's got a cheese too.
Yeah, I mean, again, getting no TA at all. They're just going to enrage. Pure now in trouble. They're going to try and pull him into the mines, doing some damage, but not a ton. But with the X marks the spot, has the Eul Scepter to keep Somnus alive a little longer. Stuns are there, but he is just not dying. Nobody is dying, and instead it's going to be the Rax that are going down. All it takes is that one kill.
Their Nullifier's dead, so they don't really have a way to kill him. He'll get decrapped, he'll get Ghost Shot off. There's nothing they can do to kill him right now.
And they keep going for more. A second set of Rax, still 40 seconds. No TA at all, but the stun, the pullback, the snowball save. Why? Oh, but he blows up on the second round. Tries to get away with that. Eul's Chalice steps forward. You never want to go high ground, but maybe AR, they can do it. FY gets healed back up. The life drain, but another tidal wave. Pure pulling him in that much closer. Somnus, he's going to get stunned. 3 seconds on that one. Save looks for more. The Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in, and he hits there and finds the kill on to Save. A second hero gone from this. Disarmed, backs away. Snowball Pure. He's low. Is he going to survive? The boat buff, it's not enough. The buyback is there, now looking to take down Somnus. He has dealt with so much damage in this extended fight. They will finally kill off at least one on FY, but Azure Ray getting the adoration from the crowd.
Taking the full set of racks in the bottom lane there and then cleaning up a couple more in the mid. Yeah, they lose some, but it's a 10K lead now, finally opening up a bit of a gap here in this match.
Roshan is up.
Yeah, that's going to be
so
the prize.
maybe BetBoom is going to be able to kind of steal it, but that was looking really scary for BetBoom. I think if they didn't get that burst on the Lifestealer
on their
tier 4s, they would have just lost the game. or just lost pretty much everything before the game. And now they have a chance. They have a chance to take this Roche fight. There's no Tusk. Maybe they force a buyback. Buyback happens.
They know. They're going to come and contest.
Oh, that is tough.
I mean,
it's a scary fight.
Love to be able to get this one, but it's too hard to do. Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. There's a couple moments where there's nothing happening in this game, and then in a flurry of about 7 minutes, the entire thing is broken wide open.
So Phoenix has Refresher. He has 2 eggs for Sunrays, and they need this fight to, like, they need to survive the fight for BetBoom. They need to make sure that all the CK illusions are alive, that the Kunkka lives for the whole fight, and they need to really kill the heroes that they jump. The saves are kind of too much for them right now, and I don't really know how they deal with it besides just doing more damage.
Oh, good scan here as well, though, from Azure. They are missing their gem. Dropped that in the fight when FY went down.
And level 25 on Necro has been achieved. We saw in that last fight, too, is 8,000 damage done by the techies. This is one benefit of BetBoom being able to sort of hold an area, is that lets him get set up on save and set up for a lot of the extra damage that they...
There were like Kunkka pullbacks and everything, too.
Oh, yeah.
Catch people into the mines. There was a lot of synergy that you can achieve on the high ground that's a lot harder. Definitely doable near Roche, but
it's harder when you're late. They have some TA traps to get vision of the Roche, so they constantly know what's happening, but they can't really enter. They have to constantly replace them. Maybe they get jumped on the TA, and they're going to try to smoke around, but...
Or are they just going to try and take it? Fine, let's go on in. BetBoom, can they get there in time to contest this?
So much on Toronto, Tokyo now. So many possibilities in this fight as Phoenix.
Pure, he steps in, the torrent, it reveals. There's one stun, down to half HP, almost gone. He is going to fall. Chalice does have buyback, though. Have to be careful about that one. Roche at about a third HP. Toronto Tokyo has already used 1 round of his abilities. But can they go for more? Has the refresher at the ready. Pops it now. GPK beating into Somnus. Somnus has taken so much damage in this game.
I can't tell. He's always full health.
Yeah. He's tanking through a whole lot
here. This is a scary situation. The egg outside the pit is really hard to fight.
They jump, they try to find him, but the snowball save is there yet again. Will it be enough? He's getting in, pulled far forward. FY, they buy back onto 2. Nightfall. Buyback. Chalice, if he goes down right here, this is it. Chalice gets separated though, and there's the Reaper sight. Available for the turn, but still Chalice and FY are dead. So are the CK and the techies. They have to back away from Lul, but Pure, what else does he have left in the tank? Somnus is still just at full HP.
GPK knows there's no sight here, but how much can he go for?
They have it, thinks about the jump, takes him out with 1 shot. There's the tidal wave, but the rage is there. Lul, he says, no, you're not stealing my Aegis. They take down BetBoom team again. And somehow, after all of that, it's a 1K gold lead. That's it.
All right. Everything evening up here, and let's get a little bit of chance to farm up on some of these heroes, but how much can you actually pressure with just these 3 heroes, an Aegis and a Cheese?
They probably can end up pressuring mid, but I think the safe thing is right now just wait. They're confident in these fights, and you see here, it seems really easy. They have the buybacks, it's a Radiant Roche, so they have the advantage. That's where all their gold went, just the buybacks, but they win the Roche fight, that's all that matters.
I guess he couldn't pull him in or something there. It looked like it was a snowball save, but FY didn't actually get him. Must have been a little too far distance.
The fight looks really scary when BetBoom does win this fight really fast. They got a bunch of kills, Chalice diebacks, the Tusk diebacks, but there's a second round of lives.
I mean, there is a condition, though. Obviously, you get back into this game now. They're at the middle racks here. They're still missing a couple heroes, but they are pushing. But there is Lifestealer or no buyback, right? That's definitely one thing they can be hunting for. They have this big burst damage. We've seen him go down before. If he gets caught inside the water park, that could be an opportunity here for BetBoom. And, you know, they definitely have a little bit of push.
I mean, is Somnus actually going to die? I don't know. This is huge. He's 10-1-8. They're going to try and jump on him here, but he's just healing through it all. They actually are not doing enough to him. I don't know what you do against Somnus now. He is a problem.
I think your goal is just to avoid him. Just every time you see him and you hear someone say, guys, kill the Necrophos. Just say to yourself, like, no, guys, someone else, please. Like, kill the Pugna, kill the Tusk, anything that's not the Necrophos, you have to make sure that no matter how good it looks to kill him, you just don't take the risk.
You need to give him your bristleback treatment.
Okay, he's going for the infused Aghanims as well here on Somnus.
Moves in, 1-2 shot, but the heal with the life drain is ready.
There's also BKB now finished and delivered to FY on this Tusk. So huge for the saves and trying to not get caught inside of Kunkka's Whirlpool.
It's got to be so stressful, too. You're on the verge of getting even further into this tournament for BetBoom. Would love to be able to come away with this one with the first game victory. And Azure seem to be in position to keep this pressure and momentum going. as they send their sights up towards the top side of the map.
Ob sentry combo here.
Jump.
Nightfall.
Finds him. Good damage. Good damage. Is it enough? Yes.
Just lurking, waiting for you to step out just the tiniest bit from your base and immediately punished.
And that is no buyback again. 800 gold away. This is another huge moment. These cores of Betboom getting caught without buyback. Luldo, can they do something?
Imagine.
Maybe they don't need them.
All right, that's aegis. That's aegis.
Can they do it again? Somnus standing on top of his buddy, ready for an infest if things get dicey.
Well, that was kind of free.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you need something like that right now for Betboom. Put a bit of gas in the tank here. They're going to lose their ward on the outside of the base. They're trying to keep an eye on them.
I've never seen that hammer tower. That's crazy, the distance of the Dawn W.
Especially if it's a TA, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, to just cancel the blinks, just maybe catch the Phoenix off guard, slow him.
The range is insane. Oh man, Chalice drops the hammer and takes the tower.
So it's going to be a slow burn push. The Pugna just presses his Q off cooldown, just slowly whittles it down. Lifesteal's going to slowly whittle it down, and there's no rush. They're hanging out. They're having a good time.
Well, apparently Chalice says there's a rush. He runs in, finds the Phoenix, forces him to back away. And they go for more. That's already the melee racks down. Somnus stepping up. They're going to drop the water park. Hits onto one, but the snowball saved there again.
Nice snowball.
Nicely done, and gets over to where the dead creeps were too. Why not?
And CK's just coming back up right now.
But can they get out? Yule Scepter looking pretty fine, and gonna Death Seeker to the low ground. Azure Ray get the whole set of racks, and they get out.
He's really hard to control. Very difficult there.
13,000 gold lead. First time it's been this big the whole game. It was a really close game, but after these kind of Roche fights, all the buybacks, it just seems so hard for Betboom to actually take a real fight for themselves.
I mean, it still is sort of evident of how, strong they feel like the Betboom team fight is, that they're not willing to go for the all-in play for this other set of racks. With all these mines that are set up and the rest of it, it's got to be annoying to try and play into. But you got to imagine now, controlling this map, they're going to continue to build up this lead and get themselves into a strong position.
I mean, you've seen your strongest core just vanish in an instant.
Oh, yeah.
And the fact that if he does die one more time, Lou's just gone for a while, so kind of terrifying.
The cool thing is, so Lifestealer got the Ags from the Roche fight bot, and it's another way to BKB disable a hero. So he can jump the TA when she BKBs, and it just disarms her through BKB for the entire duration of the infest. About I think it's 4 or 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So if he gets that on the TA, she's just stuck there doing nothing with her BKB, and when TA doesn't have BKB, she can't fight into Azure.
That's a really good point. Yeah, I forgot about that. The Infest could be really strong, and it's got decent range now,
Even
too.
picks up a Blink, a Swift Dagger.
Yeah,
So
he just got the Blink too, so it can immediately just jump in when he's needed.
And no Lincolns, I think, on anybody from Betboom, so that is a really frustrating situation for them.
as long as he doesn't jump the TA with Fraction, she blinks backwards into Found or something.
Oh, yeah.
Shenanigans.
That could be an issue.
Everything will be okay.
Well, now that you've said it.
Yeah.
You know what's going to
Or, into like 10 mines.
Yeah, something scary.
Yeah.
It does last for a while, though, to be fair.
That's true.
You're in there for a cool minute.
But, you get Blink back, we got Reality Rift pierces and Spell Immunity, you're being pulled all over the place here. Suddenly there's an Earth Spirit kicking you into the well.
Just appears in the game. It's like one of those side characters.
We are getting to the point where you should be able to just buy another hero. These games are going pretty long,
I like that.
Would you just make someone with like the coach micro it, or would it just be one of the players?
Oh, that would be
has to
hype.
do
We could have their music play. They come in. Oh, they've purchased Blitz. And he just comes to the stage.
Dude, look at those mines. What is happening?
Techies, baby.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting one. This is going to be an interesting one.
So many people are relating to this right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He has like the sort of orientation perfect.
It is very nice. It's pleasing to look at.
I like that.
Oddly satisfying,
I unfortunately have to agree that this is a nice, nice visual.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if Azure Ray are going to quite feel so confident. Extra rage duration. They also have BKB on low, so he is just debuff immune for a very long time.
And he's almost got his Ex Machina, because, we're 9 minutes away here.
Oh, hey.
At this point.
Good call, good call. Well, this is the other nice thing that you can potentially do is just shove out all
Sir,
the
you have one of those already. Oh. No, he's made a mistake, Gunner. He has 2 hearts.
Oh, jeez.
Sounds like a little fun.
Oh, no.
The health region doesn't
This is where we are.
They have a Tusk kick, too, now. Looking for anybody. I don't think Somnus is going to care.
It's not Somnus.
Even if like they lose this game, Somnus isn't going to die. That's just the reality. Send in.
Look how confident he is. He's just walking into every single hero.
Dude, he does not care even a little bit. That's disgusting.
Daedal is finished for the TA, so that's more damage that they have to hopefully burst.
Yep. Brings it over. They're out of the base. There's the Tusk punch, the kickback. Tries to find him. Can they get away? At least for the moment they will. It's on to Tusk though. He's starting to fall. Heal is there, but Sage, he hits the good jump with the blast off onto 2. And already starting to die on Chalice with the Sunray out. They're actually destroying them. Oh, Somnus, where are your hearts now, boy?
Ooh, well, I thought with the green guy, his heart would like grow, but his heart shrunk this day, you know? Way on down there. That is tough. 2 hearts and you still blow up in about a second?
What happened?
I don't know exactly.
Like a lot of damage.
They all did damage.
The water park was doing absolute work. Like, I saw Lifestealers just like spinning around, getting controlled up, get hit by the boat. He got silenced by the trap because the shards up there. A couple torrents connected, and then it's just a big boom, you know? 800 damage from TA, 800 damage from CK. They're stacking it all up at once, and he's just gone. Great timing for that Daedalus, that's for sure.
It looked like a really good initiation, but the TA got the blink off right after the kick, so they don't really, they kind of kite this kick out. The Tusk doesn't get his BKB off. He just gets bursted by the Torrent Storm, and I think after that, Chalice also gets stuck.
Too, yeah, and then Hexed.
They all drop just so quickly. And I mean, this is really the problem, right? You're talking about late game Dota where one fight and suddenly they're up on your high ground a lot of time on these respawn timers. A plus sorry comes on out. Not sure what's going on there. Some tips from the other members of BetBoom, but this is the full set of racks in the throne.
Oh,
thinking about it
a little bit here.
I mean, you got to be careful. If you're Azure Ray, do you decide to buy back right now? This is a tier 4 tower already starting to fall. They have 38 seconds on this Lifestealer, but they're going to back out of BetBoom. They get the glyph, reset.
FY, setting up.
Sir.
Oh, this guy's mad.
Gave up.
All right. He's going to relax a little bit here. Just wanted to burn his TP cooldown.
Roshan is up, and that's a big thing.
Yeah, they got a minute left here, too.
This is going to set up for 60-minute items if the game doesn't end after the Sages. There's an Ags, which is really big for anyone. The TA can get the Ags, kind of move around the map. The C can get the Ags and just have so much physical damage. So if BetBoom gets his Roche, I think it kind of swings the map, or the whole game state into their favor.
Yeah, and it should be very fast. I mean, they're starting to move here from Azure. Getting there as quick as they can. I mean, the crowd has been cheering as much as they can for them. The air kind of gets sucked out of the building in that last fight.
Oh, you're not
They want to
wrong.
come back alive right now.
FY, they're scanning. Toronto Tokyo up on the high ground. They already are in there with Lou, but GPK, he gets the Aegis. Chalice shows up, able to steal the Aghanims. Okay, that's a nice win, but Chalice is going to die for it. And dead for 100 seconds, no buyback.
That is kind of sick, though.
It was pretty cool.
Yeah,
Feels cool.
Yeah, I don't know
He's
how much
close to his buyback. I think FY is going to get a bounty right now and get buyback for the Dawn.
Oh, that's huge. Okay, not so bad then.
So it's not as scary, but TA does get the Aegis. They get the Roche. They kind of stop it from Azure getting it and try to close the game out. So a good timing for BetBoom.
Well, I mean, that's the thing that's interesting is now it definitely feels like the fight is just kind of reset. And the entire game has in a way. Because you didn't get that Aghanims, which can so often like start snowballing the lead even further, or at least regain control. The Aegis on TA, it matters, but it also feels like there's a lot of great ways that Azure Ray have to set up on the TA after the Aegis, you know, she comes back to life.
Yeah, again, I think for BetBoom fights, it really has to be fast. You saw in this mid fight, they got a kill, a kill. It was like 10 seconds, the fight was over. And Azure Ray, all the fights they win, it's like, oh wow, he's half health. Oh, is he gonna die? No, we're gonna snowball, save, heal. And so for Azure Ray, this agent doesn't really matter because you want the long fights. If you kill the TA, the fight's probably gonna keep going long and you'll keep winning the fight. And so for BetBoom, you don't really want to be able to have this slow burst fight where one of you dies.
And part of the problem is that we saw all this ability to defend the high ground from BetBoom. There are similar abilities here for Azure, most notably the kick, of course. So we have to be very careful how they use the Kunkka X.
Well, yeah, they used it immediately. And he actually, he gets snowball because of that. Oh, FY did not maybe see that X, not sure what happened. Will snowball a second time with the Torrent Storm going out. Not easy to take this fight. They will kill one, but can they kill another? They pull him out of position. Yule Scepter lift up. The boat is going to not land on him. So they are able to survive with Chalice not buying back. But FY, wait, he bought back! FY, does he have enough to stay alive though? The stun is there, a long duration, but no, he's gone! Just like that one! GPK stunned for a little while, Chalice still there for the control, but he's out of position. 3 second stun, starts to fall and gone! Can they find more? But there's the Reaper Scythe. There for a turnaround. The fight, it's lasted too long. This is where Somnus shows up. Gets the blink away. GPK managing to escape.
Thinking about something here?
Wait.
A little crazy?
Yule Scepter. Hold on. Can they do it? GPK wanted to fight, but is it actually going to work? They're all lined up. Pugna starts to fall. He goes down, but he's inside. The Infest. He's disarmed. He can't hit. The right click. It's enough. Yule takes them down. 2 seconds stun onto Somnus. Trying to get the kill, but he transfers it over. Gets the cheese off in time. The Lotus, not sure what it was, but now he's over to the side and Somnus still living. Somehow, someway. Somnus! He's gonna do it! Triple kill for GPK, but is it enough? Can they do it? They take him down. GPK trying to run, but no! Somnus is too strong!
Oh, it's so much damage just everywhere. They're buying back, they're boxing back and on top of each other, trying to finish this game. There's creeps in the mid, the Catapult taking down the tier 4, but it doesn't matter.
And there's 2 big cores, no buyback. Phoenix, no buyback. And Somnus is already in the base, Boots traveling in.
He's in the base, he's dropping the FE voice lines.
It does not hit that hard, but it will keep going. They don't have a way to deal with this guy. Not enough left in the tank. Somnus, he has stayed so strong throughout this game, and he is gonna right-click these buildings down. 50 damage at a time if he has to. Chalice shows up now as well, and with Lul also in tow. Azure Ray, what more do you have? You have enough to finish this one off. Save tries to stop it, but it's not looking like it's gonna be enough. Techies is going to fall. Azure Ray takes them down bit by bit, building by building. Another blast off, almost enough to kill Chalice, but he's barely surviving. There's the Infest play. GG is called.
Oh, that big green health bar didn't go down very low after that fight.
The 2 hearts was looking a little scary, but in the end, 5,000 health is a little too much for them to kind of chew through at the end.
2 hearts? I was a little concerned. Not going up at the very end there to get the Wind Waker, but committed for the second heart. Lost 1 fight, did die, but clutched it out there. Man, the damage that he must have been outputting in that fight. Unbelievable.
So much. 16, 2, and 13. Throughout the course of that game, he took 124,000 damage. All the rest of them did too. They were just big old meat bags getting punched in the face over and over again. And they did it just about perfectly. Crowd appreciating what they saw from that Azure Ray lineup. And I mean, you gotta ask the question, how do you deal with these big tanky heroes? They picked Phoenix, for goodness sakes.
They tried. I mean, they had their burst. They got the items that they could, trying to make the plays, but didn't quite get it in time, right? And they had to be perfect.
Well, just like that, the crowd liking what they're seeing. We'll see what the panel liked it as well.
What a beautiful game 1. I mean, the fact that it was only game 1 between Azure and Vetboom, and that's the display we get. This game was so even, and Allie, you didn't understand too much about the draft, what the idea was going on for Azure Ray, but we see it worked for them. Sure, it was a nail-biter towards the end, but they did really well in the early game.
No, I think they really did. I think how they played through the Lyster, I didn't understand how the matchup would go. It makes a lot of sense if you think about it, I guess, so I don't know why I didn't, but I'm stupid. But they were able to play through that lane, they were able to deny TA Ancients. That, and combined with the early rotation from both supports before GPK hit 6, was really big. TA never hit a point where he could come to the safe lane and kick the Lyster out. That's typically what happens when you have a mid TA versus Lyster, is she's the only one of the only mids that does enough physical to kick a Lyster out. But, you know, Azure Ray, they played it perfectly. TA never had to that snowball, and they were able to control the entire bottom side of the map.
It was a phenomenal lineup. Sorry, Evie, you go, because I know that you were hyping up a lot of the players, especially Chalice's Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, I mean, that was just sustained for days. You had the Pugna Life Drain, you had the Dawnbreaker, you had this Necro later on in the game with the double heart and the Lifestealer with the Infest. In these fights, the ones we're watching right now, it feels like Bedlam did not have damage to take out any targets before they could even get to the point where their heroes were strong enough. Like we mentioned, TA never got access to her Ancients, she never got to kick the Lifestealer out of bot lane. They were just running into Bedlam's heroes without any damage for them to fight back. The TA was not strong enough soon enough, and it was great to see. And again, I have to point out, every time Bedboom does not have a clean initiation hero on Pure, their games go to minute 60, their games look like this. It feels like they fold over in the early game and they just have to take some time and farm back. I feel like the best course of action they could have taken was probably get an earlier Blink Dagger on the CK and try to fight around that, but what happened, Roman.
Well, you just said every point that I wanted to bring up.
Wait, I got a question then instead, because Nightfall, we've talked about it time and time again, every time we see BetBoom play, is not that he's playing for his KDA, but his KDA always looks fantastic at the end of a game. He always comes into fights, and he's coming in at the perfect moment. He's using spells in the perfect way so that he is ending games, 22 and whatever. But this game, it felt like he had those uncharacteristic deaths on Chaos Knight, that he was getting caught out, that it felt like he wasn't playing the same way Nightfall is expected to.
I mean, I think this is their weakness of this team, is when Pure or GPK doesn't have like their best games. Like they rely so much on the Nightfall, like having this Blink Dagger and like being active in this game, but he wasn't. He still goes for the safe play, like for the safe items, and this is what they needed this game for, like to make stuff happen, because this Pure hero, like Konka, he's the follow-up. He can't really be initiated, especially when he's playing against us, Dawnbreaker and Pagna, like it's already very hard for him. And considering the TA lane didn't go so well, and her farm is so low, like they needed some other hero to be able to do that. I mean, this fight was absolutely crazy. It could have gone both ways, either like easily.
Yeah, because I felt like BetBoom had found a way back into that game. I mean, when they used that refresher on Phoenix to get the double supernova when Azure were pushing mid, like the signs of life were there. They won the team fight, they got the Aegis afterwards, and they started to apply pressure of their own. But this fight that we're watching right now, it's just a matter of experience, It's buybacks versus buybacks, teams taking risks versus teams taking risks, and Azure's experience paid off in that long fight we just saw.
Yeah, we're having the post-game stats here on the screen. Ali, the double heart as well coming out from Necro. We weren't too sure what the payoff was going to be in the long run, but it won them the game.
I guess on Necro, like, you have the egg, so it makes heart a DPS item, and you have one of the best items at the patch, so you got two of them, and as Effie was saying, like, they have so much heal. They have Necro heal, they have the Lifesteal Infest, they have Pugna, they have some tough saves. Like, it's not easy to go into this lineup. I think something that BetBoom needs to look at in the next game is like using their timings a little bit better. I think there's a point in this game where they had the Agnes on Hunka, they had the Nullifier on GPK, but they sort of like, they took a fight where they didn't even get to use Egg, and like Azure was the one hunting them at the time. I think it looks like as the game gets later and later, like if they don't have this clear initiation that Effie was talking about, it's a little bit more chaos into their game. They can't go for their strategy.
Yeah. Well, we want to hear a little bit more about it as well. Not that I don't value your opinions on what you guys have to say. I just know Purge loves to go into great detail about certain aspects of the game.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, we were scratching our head a little bit about the Lifestealer, hero who hasn't been picked very much up in this tournament, but I think it was a perfect circumstance once we get to watch it back. If we take a look at some of the clips, some interesting things the Lifestealer did. Great laning stage, pressured this tier 2 tower in 19 minutes. He did die this time, but he's got some really good advantages against some of the common heroes that we're seeing a lot in this tournament, namely Kunkka. In this case, the X actually does secure his death, but once he respawns, he TP's top, he runs all the way back, and then they secure this tier 2 tower at a really early position. And this means that when they take Roche on the Radiant side of the map, it's harder for BetBoom to get there without them noticing. And ultimately, one of the biggest advantages he had is Rage against the techies. This hero here is someone that was really strong 6 months ago because he jumps in and then he can protect himself easily. But with Rage, it's just child's play to kill him in the team fights. That hero's taken out instantly and he can win the rest of the fight as he wants. And here's another crucial moment. 28 minutes into the game, this is when TA picked up the Nullifier. And this is an item that really counters Necrophos here because it removes his defensive mechanism. And then we get to see him infest. That's giving more HP to one of his allies who's dying. Heart is good in this meta. Well, infest gives you a similar amount of HP. So if you can keep your teammates alive in these crucial moments, it's going to win you team fights. And on top of that, he's doing percentage-based damage. Again, tanky heroes are popular. Percentage-based damage is very good. And this just culminates with his nice open wounds shard talent, which gives a nice amount of life steal to anybody in his team that's killing heroes. That's what pushes him over the edge in a lot of these team fights, lets him frontline for his team, and secure things to eventually win the game.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Purge, explaining a little bit more on that Lifestealer pick, the fact that it's something we're not seeing very often, but it can be a massive answer to issues that other teams are currently facing, Effie.
Yeah, and to have the confidence to pick a hero that a lot of teams may have abandoned or overlooked at this stage of the tournament says a lot. I mean, we see this with this Lifestealer for Azure. We saw it last series with the last pick Void Spirit with Gaimin Gladiators. But the teams that have faith in their ideas and just play for the game itself, they're just very impressive to watch.
Yeah, but Boom have an idea of what they want for the game as well. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for game one, but we're going to learn a little bit more about them and one player in particular, Toronto Tokyo.
Bet Boom trying to push. Good luck, you know?
We got some luck yesterday.
No, absolutely.
It's so difficult to push into this Willow, into this Marcy catch, into the Ench, just throwing impetuses with huge damage from range.
Pushing high grounds in this patch is impossible.
Give me your best take.
Okay.
How do you push?
How do you push?
Yeah. How do you get to place all 5 Bet Boom heroes perfectly? Let's say they can go wherever they want.
If enemy team has the goal to defend their base, they can do it forever, I feel like.
How are you going to place them?
Nightfall up front and center.
Okay.
Which is tough because Pudge has the Aegis, because he doesn't have buyback. You have Undying right behind him. Willow is tagged onto him there, and then you get the double hit because Willow's 25. But no! Instead, just step up, and that's already a tier 3 tower gone. Wait a minute now, the hook, the connection, Q, he's in trouble! Oh, Bet Boom, have you actually done it?
If you have any opportunity to end the game, you try your best.
It's quite inspiring, honestly, for Bet Boom to see this happening. Okay.
Nightfall, get out of there, but the cheese! The save come out from the Isle, Pure! He's in no man's land. One more damage there. Look at the Desolator! The hit's coming in from the Isle. GPK comes out, goes for the disarm, and then the back away.
Our plan was, I had the Aghanim's, and I will spam them, and then I will go in with Blade Mail. And also we had a buybacks, and they didn't.
Tricks to the trade, chasing, they're waiting for Makoto, wants this moment, and they find him! Is it gonna be enough damage? Yes! They take down Makoto! Can they get any more, though? Nightfall, the hook, again, Pure, he's on his man. Can they bring down this Willow? Goes for the walk away. And the damage coming out. The Io is doing so much of it. Save and Nightfall doing it all together, but they managed to kill off that Muerta. Now the buyback. Looks for more Toronto Tokyo with his Zags.
Yeah, it was really good staying behind PL. He's destroying the base. I like that.
On this Undying, 10,000 HP on Toronto Tokyo, looking for more. Bet Boom, they're gonna claim the game. How do you do that? How?
I really hate losing. It's for me, it's impossible. And I love winning. I want to be in the history of Dota2. I want to be one of the greatest players in the world. But it's competition. Sometimes you lose, it's okay. It's not easy to win. All I want is to face Spirit in Grand Finals. It will be really hype.
That would be a pretty much hype matchup. Stumbling over my words, just thinking about how hype it is. And we had Team Spirit and Bet Boom in the final. I mean, Toronto Tokyo, he wants to go down as one of the greatest players. He's already won an Aegis as a mid laner. He could potentially win another Aegis as a +5. I
mean, he already is one of the most impressive players we've seen in a very long time. The Team Spirit's TI-10 win, we all saw True Sight. We all watched it. That call, that final game's draft call came from him. This is a player who has a lot of ideas. He has a strong voice, and he brings it to the team. So his transition to position 5 from mid just felt so natural. It just felt like he fills the leadership role in a way that a lot of other players who may switch roles couldn't.
How do you feel, Aoi, about this transition for Toronto Tokyo, especially when we see his heroes? I mean, we saw a recap of his Undying, how unkillable it was, and then his Phoenix in the most recent game.
I think Toronto Tokyo's strength is that he has unending confidence in whatever he does. I remember after TI-11, he just came up to us at the after party. He's like, I'm going to be the best 5 in the world. And he was believing it. He spoke with full confidence. He's like, all the 5 suck. I'm going to be the best. And, honestly, he's playing really well right now. I think it sort of goes into the game. When he's able to show that confidence, you see him running with these Undyings, hitting buildings on +5 with 10,000 HP. It's something that is a very positive, unique trait, I'd say, about him.
Do you think that transitions into all the players on the side of Bet Boom Rezo? The confidence that...
I mean, for Toronto, like it really helps that he has all these like skills from the times he was playing mid, right? And right now, this transition to the supports, like all the supports right now, are having such a big impact in the game. So it helps like that he knows how to find those farm. You know, sometimes like on this Undying, like he's running around with 15,000 HP, like get to play this insane Undying, like he used to from the mid like heroes right now, and it really helps, you know, having that experience from the mid lane. And we see the teams walking up on the stage already.
Yeah, there's a lot of fans for both teams here. Azure, BetBoom, game number 2. Some changes, Effie, that you really want to see for either side. Either for Azure to double down on and get the win on the series for themselves, or BetBoom to make it another game 3.
And I think Azure's plan worked out really well. The Necro looked so good for them. When I watch Azure and they impress me the most, it's when they have that frontline tanky, unkillable core, whether it be a Bristleback or a Necro, and they just play around it. They don't have to take fights by initiating or smoking. They force the enemies to fight into them because their laning stage is actually quite strong, probably the strongest out of the entire Chinese region. So they're not one of those teams that you can break in the laning phase. So for them, you just respond. You don't necessarily have to run back the Necro, but to be able to, for example, pick the Dawnbreaker into a Chaos Knight, we saw how bad that lane was for Dawnbreaker, but still win the game, still have an effective performance, nothing to change from there.
Was that lane bad for Dawn last game?
Yeah.
I feel like his lane was completely fine, no?
He was like 2.5k net worth behind.
Yeah, but the Tuskar left to play with the Lifesteal, and they rotate on mid, he was left alone. Because I think, like, this is how Azure want to play. Like, they want to be able to leave Chalice alone. I remember watching them versus Extreme in the qualifiers. He had timing. He was playing like some off-lane 5 Invoker, and he would rotate with F by around the map. They killed like all 3 lanes. I think they're really happy if you can get out of the first part of the lane and then start roaming with the double supports.
So you feel that Azure is a team that ends their laning phase a little bit earlier, or they're just more active in that early compared to a lot of other teams that we've seen so far at TI?
I think they're really good at identifying like which lane they want to play through and like moving between that. Like we saw in the last game, they identify mid, do they have like a weak point? Our Necro's level 6, we're able to punish that, take mid tower, and then they just sat in the enemy triangle and kept pressuring through this Lifesteal. I think how they do that is really good.
And for the BetBoom, I think the small adjustment that they could be thinking about is that picking pure hero early, like they did before in the previous series, where like, you know, the Spirit Breaker was untouched during the first phases, so they could easily take that instead of taking Chaos Knight, so that the road that could be taken for the next game.
I know throughout this year, as you stood in for BetBoom at some events, do you think this is a similar team to the one that you stood in for? Is it a very different team when you look at them from the outside as a panel member now?
I think they're very different. Like,
yeah.
I think they're improving with every tournament, and it was never about skill for this team. It was mostly about the psychology and like how they think of themselves, right? If you think that you're number one and you have to perform to that level, then it's very hard to have that pressure in the game and deal with it. But I think right now they're very more chill in that sense, and I mean, you can see that they're playing till the very end and they're not giving up. When I was playing with them, they kind of gave up in a few games.
You can say, you know, that was past BetBoom. This is a whole new
yeah,
BetBoom
this is
now.
the whole new BetBoom.
Yeah.
They conquered their demons, we've said. They seem to be different. But going into this TI, Toronto Tokyo mentioned that he expects a top 4 placement for his team, at least. That's what he sees that they're capable of. That's what he thinks that they can do. And I really feel like throughout the year, you've seen them progress as a team, right? Not just in terms of the way that they play and shaping their identity, but just in terms of determination. Because I recall there was the BetBoom Dacha tournament a month ago or a couple of months ago, and they got eliminated early from that tournament. And that was their namesake tournament. And a lot of the eliminated teams opted to stick around and just enjoy it. But they left early. They left their own tournament early just to practice for the upcoming Dream League.
Well, here they are. They're one game away from potentially being eliminated. Game 2.
Turn to ban. Azure Rays turn to ban.
Azure Ray versus BetBoom team. Game 2.
Got some cheers from the crowd there. They're just hyped to see some more Dota. Keep the action rolling here. So for game 2, we've talked about some potential changes. Straight up, BetBoom don't have first pick, right? They're going to have this reaction for themselves. It is going to be Azure. I would expect a few changes in the bans for themselves then, but hopefully what you keep talking about, Effie, is that they're able to get that initiator, someone tanky for pure in the off lane as their first pick. Would you want to do that?
I mean, if it's one of the highly contested meta heroes like Centaur or Spirit Breaker, then absolutely first phase it. But if those heroes are taken out of the pool, I think you should just go for the meta picks that are still available. But you can have more creative initiating heroes for Pure. I mean, we saw Team Spirit very effectively play Axe. We saw them very effectively play Night Stalker. And those two heroes do fill the same vein in leading the tempo of a game. And Pure is a good Axe player. He's not a bad Axe player by any means.
Yeah, I really like what Effie said there, actually. I think if you get a meta hero, you can pick it early for Pure, but if you don't, maybe you can wait a bit to give him a better matchup, and you get these matchups on like these NS, the Axe. Like, these heroes are a bit more greedy. The reason why they're not as meta is because they're normally easier to punish. But if you pick it a bit later in your draft, and you commit more resources in the draft to it, then you're going to have a good lane for Pure, and then they'll be able to pressure that way.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. Like, they decided to go for the road with the Chaos Knight as well, like for this game, and I mean, it's looking pretty nice because they banned the Spirit Breaker and Centaur, so there's an X and an S opportunity for sure.
I think right here they can think their second pick right now. They've got the CK. I think they should leave their offlane and carry flex to the 24, and then you can sort of see, because CK is a hero that does what Effie was talking about. He's tanky, he has a strong lane, he can be a pure hero from the offlane, and that way they can focus his Nyx ban for GPK's hero in the second phase, and sort of play with the idea that they're not going to know how to counter the CK. They overcommit in the offlane, we're just going to put it in the safe lane, stuff like this.
I wonder what this Naga ban is about.
I think it's generally just a CK counter from carry. Like, if you have a carry or offlane CK, the Naga illusions are pretty good, and honestly, Naga's a really high DPS hero. CK doesn't have any AoE for her.
Makes sense.
They banned it in the last game as well after picking up the Chaos Knight, so it seems to just be a response if they're able to get that in the first phase picks for themselves.
So Willow finally comes out. I mean, Willow is a hero that's been popular throughout the entirety of the road to TI up until now because she's so strong as a support, and now there is the flex to carry that we see, which is really potent against Muerta, whose flex is still open. But even, let's say this were a CK Dark Willow side lane, if this were the offlane for BetBoom, this is a very high kill threat offlane. So even if that's revealed early on, I do like the adjustments here made from BetBoom.
All right, Rezel, so just hypothetically, this Muerta Tusk safe lane. What lane would you want to play versus this? Because I was trying to think the other day about like what beats this safe lane, and I could not come up with a single thing.
I think it's pretty hard. I think the only way I can see, like, not even winning, but managing to deal with it is like picking some Darkseer lane and just keep cutting waves, and you know.
Like, you're trying to split them up, like make sure they can't use a tag team.
Yes. I think it's just way too hard to straight up win that.
I was thinking like whether you could like try to pull waves and stuff, but the thing is like Tuskar's sort of annoying when you're trying to pull waves. Like, he starts tag teaming and hitting you, take a lot of damage. If you get some.
And Muerta can connect, right?
Yeah, Muerta's really fast to connect. And you just can't fight into the safe lane. I mean, a lot of teams are not putting in the safe lane, but it's just like when you have these two heroes, you have the option. Again, with the Dawnbreaker Tuskar, another very stable lane for them, I think. I think this lane just gives them the option, from what I've seen, to play away from the offlane. Like, Chalice is one of those players where he's actually pretty happy if his other two lanes are going well, and he's just like doing his own thing. Dawnbreaker lets him join up just off level, so he doesn't have to have too much farm. And, you know, that frees up FY's game, who I think, from what I've seen, is like one of the best roamers, I mean, as always. But he's been roaming really well through the qualifiers and this tournament.
Did Azure play ever like position 5 Muerta? I think it's pretty strict that is going to be the carry hero, right?
They have played it plus 5, 4 and 5.
They have?
This tournament, yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's a really good pick for them then. Every time you add these flexes for a hero like Muerta, it just increases the value. Because like, look at BetBoom, they're trying to draft a hero, they don't know what they want to counter right now. They feel like, okay, we can put the CK versus Dawn, you know? Nightfall is probably happy with how the lane went, you know, he has good farm, but you don't know what the next hero you counter is if you have this, you know, this is supposed to be one of your stronger picks.
But on the other hand, for BetBoom, you get this Phoenix plus Willow, which I believe are their two strongest supports in this patch right now that you can build into your draft early on. Like, your team fight is going to be impeccable. You have scaling all the way up until late game. You have catch with the Willow and the Chaos Knight, who hopefully gets an earlier blink based on what we saw last game. And you also still have the flex potential of that Willow open. So I do like what BetBoom have, regardless of Azur's flexes being open. I think they would be able to respond to it accordingly. These are two strong side lane supports.
I can see what you said with the blink on CK. Just something like CK with a blink or a mid hero offlane that like actually forces a fight. I feel like the shortcoming, yeah, Void does it really well. I feel like the shortcoming of this Kunkka in the offlane is the fact that like X is a very slow initiation. I think you mentioned, Reza, like this is a follow-up hero. You don't want to start the fight. It takes a long time to get into position, to get their saves off, etc. If you have something to force this into the Phoenix and Willow team fight, then I think, you know, they just added the Faceless Void. There's a lot for Azure to fight through.
And this Void is really cool to me because if this is a Tusk plus Dawnbreaker offlane, Void is one of the heroes that can play into that, right? If they use their combo with the Attack Team plus Starbreaker, you time walk off the damage. If you get trapped in shards, you can jump out of it, and you have a strong support in Phoenix to back you up. So all of a sudden, this really scary lane in Tusk and Dawn seems countered. And of course, you have this massive team fight potential coming out with your Egg into Terrorize, into Chronosphere. You also have a way to play into the Muerta because when she ultis or BKBs, you can just Chrono her and opt to hit her team instead.
Yeah, as you can see, the Bad Boom values GPK here way more than Pure here, and they kind of decided that they don't really need this flex to be the very end, you know, to keep it to the very end. I mean, for the Dawnbreaker, there's like one build that I enjoy when I was playing him against the Void, which is like just Russian Aghanims, you know, or like going like Reeves Aghanims, and it reveals a lot of like, you know, this Void aggression with Phoenix.
Azure taking a long time for the last pick, trying to potentially decide how much of this Muerta flex they want to reveal.
I think it is just like sort of your most important pick from first pick. It's a pick that's like your strongest. You have 18 on the draft order, and they go with the Luna, so that means it's probably a Muerta, I would say probably Muerta 4 and Tusker 5. Not too sure. They could flex the supports a bit. But I think Luna has sort of shown herself as like a very stable laner. We saw in the Liquid Gladiator series, both times that Meke picked it up, like he was able to do really well, like even against really strong lanes.
It also gives them tempo, right? If this Luna has a good lane, they can just play around their Somnus hero, whatever it is, and just take buildings. Similarly to what they did in that first game, they forced Bad Boom to fight into them. However, though, this time around, it seems like Bad Boom have much better tools into fighting into them. Like, if they do decide to 5-man really early with this Luna and go for an objective, all of a sudden you're worried about the Chronosphere threat, you're worried about the Supernova, you're worried about the Bedlam coming out from Willow.
But I think this time for Bad Boom, they have slightly weaker lanes compared to the first game. Because this Luna Tusk seems like a very strong lane, like especially Dawnbreaker and Muerta. I think it's a very good matchup against Void as well, and Phoenix.
Does that mean that both teams right now looking to mid laners to round out their drafts, to bring it all together? Who's going to be revealing first? Azure as well. They're going to be picking out of this spanning phase.
I think they'll look for a hero that lets them set up the Dawnbreaker ulti. They just want somebody to start some fights for them. Is Earth Spirit in the pool? I think Earth Spirit can be good if they have enough bans. Honestly, like the Dazzle's still in the pool, so it makes a lot of these melee heroes hard to pick. And there's also the TA. These are the two heroes that it's hard to pick melee heroes against. But honestly, I don't think TA works that well with Bad Boom's lineup, so they might be able to get away with banning Dazzle into picking one of these melee initiators.
I love the Dazzle suggestion, actually. I think it fits Azure lineup very well.
Yeah, actually, they could do Dazzle themselves. The hero doesn't really lose many mid matchups, right?
Oh, the puck.
It is a hero that sort of sets up for the Dawnbreaker. It is, from what I know, a bit susceptible to some counter picks this patch, because the hero starts with 0 armor, it doesn't trade that well. But it's, you know, I think it's one of Somnus' Siggy's. He's going to have a lot of impact with it and scales really well.
I wonder if GPK saw the Queen's game and thinking about Void Spirit now. Looks like a pretty good
you know, one of the builds that's been happening for Puck is like they get the Maelstrom eggs into Mjolnir late game, and the hero will actually carry fights really hard with the Aghanims.
He does.
It might be something that they look into this game, because you have all the Temple from the Luna, the Dawnbreaker, all these heroes, but they will get outscaled by this Faceless Void unless you have more scale.
I mean, once again, Azure lineup had like 2 saves to protect their Luna. They have like very good timings to push the high ground with the Aegis. And for Bad Boom, they need to, like, I think they need to find a way to catch this puck and like make some stuff happen on the map.
And
because those 2 cores are going to be farming.
I like Earth Spirit or Tiny for Bad Boom, just some kind of a melee stun hero. I mean, the DK, we forgot about him, but that was the classic Puck matchup. I think that if you have some strong frontline hero to set up for these Chronos, you know, suck some damage to yourself and just have a stun to play off of with your team, all of a sudden you're not so dependent, if you're Bad Boom, on these really long cooldowns, on these Supernovas, and on these Chronospheres. And this is a traditional counter pick mid, so I do like the DK.
We were talking about this in the Gladiators Liquid series, right? We're like, oh, they could go DK, but no one's playing him. what do you know? Elimination game, pick the DK. I think usually what this hero suffers from is usually a lot of the 4s and 5s have too much damage from early. Like imagine like Betboon supports playing DK against this. But the supports on Azure Ray are actually not that high damage for a long time. So he's going to get away with doing his DK unless Chalice gets a good ulti on him.
I love this DK pack as well because of their supports. Like they have such a good damage just to follow up, and they have like these 3 heroes that can run around and do stuff in the game. And they have both cores and the Silence just free farming.
Yeah, for me, both
Looking
drafts
good.
are quite even. Like I see the strengths of them and the weaknesses of them. And the weaknesses of Betboons are, like Roman mentioned, the side lanes are weaker. They're a little bit cooldown dependent, and DK can get bursted on early in the game. But they have overwhelming team fight. The team with overwhelming team fight on main stage TI, I can never bet against them.
Alrighty, we got another coach interview to go over to before we jump into game number 2.
Hello, I'm sure you heard this joke before. A Spanish man and Chinese man walk over to Lanham, the well-endowed. Let's ask him about this draft. Lanham, last game, everyone was on the edge of the seats. We didn't know what was going to happen. Were you feeling the same, or were you confident in your team's abilities the whole time?
国主你好，就是前面一把观众们都看了心惊胆战，就想问你当时是怎么样的一种感受呢？
我也心惊胆战。
It was the same for me.
Okay. Now, I've been learning some of the Chinese memes, right? So, last game, it looked like a max muscle kind of game, yes? Is this game going to also be a max muscle game for you guys?
前面一把可以算是肌肉刀塔拉得满中满，然后这把我们会不会再次看到这个肌肉刀塔呢？
这个得看选手怎么打，好吧？其实上把对面我感觉打得挺憋的。
It depends on how our players are going to play it out, because I think last game the opponents kind of made a lot of mistakes as well.
Okay. One last flex as we send it over. We're ready for this game. Can we hear the stage roar for China? There you go! Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Avo. He tried so hard. They got there in the end. I like how Jin was able to, translate the what the flex was.
Yeah.
By the way, but we're here, game number 2, a very different draft. Lanham playing against DK this time on a TI stage. Oh, the memories. It happens.
First DK game with a TI tournament so far.
That's right.
And surprising, it's a tanky hero that sits in the front. You'd think like hard blade mill. Why not pick Dragon Knight? And it's mostly because he has that built in. So when you buy the heart, it kind of is like redundant. And so he doesn't do anything special that like a Primal Beast or a Bristleback does. They do a lot of damage. And Dragon Knight doesn't do the damage.
In our last game there for Liquid and Game Gladiators, we had the Quinn Void Spear come out, which was a classic counter to the puck. And now again, we're having the DK come out as a classic counter to the puck, and both heroes that we haven't seen a whole lot of. As you said, this is the very first DK pick. So, but the reason why that we're seeing here, it is an absolute classic. You go for this instant stun, as we call it there, on the Dragon Tail, something that is very reliable when it comes to controlling up this pesky puck. And Somnus going to be playing a very different game compared to the previous one. Necrophos, you're just constantly in their faces, and they're sort of like dealing with you and trying to damage you the whole time, and you're just healing through it. Somnus now has to play a little bit more of the cat and mouse game of just don't get caught.
Yeah, one catch and he's dead. All 3 cores have a way to stun you for multiple seconds, and Chrono and stuns from the 2 other strength cores, and the subs have really high damage. The Dark Willow has damage on the DK stun, the Phoenix has Sunray for damage, so anytime he gets caught, he might die if FY is not there to save him.
Well, the other thing that I can sort of talk about here as well is going to be, a lot of people talk about the new type of DK build, and people thought that it was you that ran it first, Gunnar, but you told me that it was actually Moo. This was originally Moo's build, the Manta Aghanim's. Do you think it's a good game for it here?
Yeah, it was something that we cooked up together, and so he told me to buy it, and I bought it first, so we both take mutual credit for that.
Okay,
and,
I like it.
The Manta, I think, is really good for how the meta plays out right now because it's very slow. It's hard to hit high ground. Very fire.
Not even close. Sorry, Observer.
It's okay.
Yeah,
it's okay.
Yeah.
Keep them on their toes.
And so...
Brent, that is on you. Unbelievable.
It's debatable.
Somnus is going to go down. Level 3 DK finding that kill. Interesting.
This is looking hard. The puck game where he got kind of picked earlier is also really bad. The puck also died, I think, 3 times in the laning stage to ganks to the Void Spirit. So the puck, I think, has started to get more value because of the Ags build that people have been cooking up. And now that it's getting countered with, the standard counters from back in the day, it's kind of one of those things where when you counter the meta with an off-meta hero like puck, you feel really good because people are still picking meta. But then when they adapt to it, it might not be as strong.
Interesting. Now, it's a decent point there as well if they're having to make that adaptation and it's still working out for them. And so far, it's absolutely wrecking mid.
Perhaps the most terrifying adaptation is seeing the confidence of FY to give someone else Tusk in this game.
It surprised me.
That's so
I
much
was not
pressure on
expecting
Tianming. Like, can you imagine being FY is just like, you will play Tusk.
You miss a snowball save.
Yeah, you miss one. That's it.
They're off for forever. No, FY wanting to try the new tech, though, on that Muerta. Which, to be fair, I feel like if you're going to give a lot of net worth to somebody in this game on the supports for Azure, I'd want it to be the Muerta. That hero seemed ridiculous at various points.
Yeah, FY Muerta as well. He plays pretty much like a carry. He ends up taking over the map in the early game. He goes like Atos, constantly gets catches across the map, gets killed. And the second that you feel scared of him, he just farms. And then he gets a Gleipnir or Shadow Blade, and then he starts becoming just a right-click carry.
Well, up top, in trouble. Tianming gonna go down.
Like I said.
Well played. 2 kills already at this early going. Pure did take some damage from that one, but so far, things going better for BetBoom, particularly these mid-lane matchup where, God, Somnus is just taking a beating. GPK is in his face.
That's a bit of a tough one there. And now the Muerta doing work, so looking on getting some scaling there. Helps out Chalice with the kill. And likewise, though, of course, they do have this Willow for save. So very, very similar idea heading into that late game. We have scaling fours that can get this crazy amount of damage where they suddenly become another ridiculous core in this match. So you don't necessarily feel super great. Oh, easy.
Wow.
Going late for either team, in a sense. You know, there's terrifying things on both sides.
Yeah, both supports can buy a Midas.
Oh, perfect.
So we can have a fun game incoming.
You love that for them. It's great.
Oh, see, now that's one thing. The Tusk Dawnbreaker doesn't care about Shadow Realm. Luna, not so lucky. Nothing you can do there.
That's a good point. It's something that will be an issue for them as this goes on. Nightfall somewhat low in this bottom lane. Needs to be careful about a salvo of skills coming out. If they manage to find the Colleen in a good position with Chalice, it could be a burst potential, but obviously he'll be aware of that and playing measured and pretty far back, I would imagine.
I think the first big move we're going to see is the Tusk probably will rotate on this 5 minutes each bot. They'll take the gate, kind of, do a little wraparound on the Phoenix.
Oh, well, go on the Phoenix early. The dead shot's there. It's not enough for the kill. Did use a lot of the mana there from those heroes.
Somnus is getting bullied mid.
Yeah, that is really feeling like the story of the match. Doubled up on CS. 11 denies, too, is the one that really hurts. And
level 6 already to 4.
Level 6 to 4.5. Oh.
Yeah, that hurts. I mean, we saw this tower go down really early on, and I guess this has kind of been, the turnaround that they're hoping for. Give GPK a better lane.
And the nice thing is the supports on Azure don't really have the damage to chew through a Dragon Knight in this early game, so even if they come mid, they don't have the coil, they don't have the damage, so he can just hit the tower for free.
Oh, nice play. Double Bramble, and then pulls him into another one. Tianming low. Will it be enough for the kill, though? Slowed and needs to get range, needs to get vision. Hides behind it. Three. Keeps him alive. Instead, they turn onto Lul. Find him for a 1-second stun. Tianming doesn't die. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. I have spoken too soon. He doesn't die, but the Luna did.
It's even worse.
Yeah,
he tries to help his buddy out.
Of Bramble left too.
Oh, man.
The big thing for mid, the 6 rune.
Covering it already. GPK there. It's going to be an invis taken away, so no refill for Somnus.
He's just trying to farm these waves and not die ever so desperately.
I'm so scared for him.
Dun 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 dun
dun. The body block?
Got him.
He loses more than half his HP from a single stun.
Every stun.
Oh, up top, actually Trouble and Dead. Saw it there on the picture-in-picture. Managed to find the kill on Tianming in the end. Lul has to run away.
These Chaos Knight lanes, every time, it just he has so much sustain, so much go, just a stun, he has a pull, he has everything just built into his kit in the early game. And so last game was kind of nullified because he was versus such a strong lane in the Dawn Tusk and he was in the safe lane. Now he's the off laner and the carries are always weak.
Look at this though, they have the Muerta here with the Phoenix in behind, 3v3.
Making a move, anticipating this, and Pure, he's in trouble, but still, they lose Lul, and Pure gets away. Oh, this is not what Azure were hoping for. More people brought in from BetBoom, and every early move has been into their favor, and this is on the top of GPK. He's taking this tower at 7 minutes again.
Yeah,
not even 6 yet.
Yeah, the kills went the way of BetBoom in the first game as well, but it was not this devastating.
The blood grenade?
The lane.
Dude. Just swipes them down. GPK is having a hell of a game.
All right, first DK game of the tournament, but hopefully not the last, it looks like.
It's looking that way.
Great game. He's going to get this Blink Dagger online. The Dark Willow will probably get to take mid now. He'll probably rotate top on the Dragon Knight. Dark Willow takes mid, gets an early 6. And then with the Bedlam and the Blink Dagger, they just get kills across the map off cooldown.
The last time he was meta, she couldn't just put Bedlam on top of him. You know, that's pretty cool. Nice new combo that he gets to try out here on the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, it provides so much damage without committing the Dark Willow. And you can just pre-click it on the Blink, have an instant burst, and every hero will die to that in the early game.
Especially this poor Puck here.
Especially the poor Puck.
Needs to figure out what he needs to go for, because right now Puck has queued up Treads because he's that far behind, but then the Witchblade too, which is obviously what we've seen a lot from Puck when he gets played. But in this game, that's going to be a long window where these instant stuns can wreck him. So Somnus is going to have to play around some dangerous territory.
Well, it certainly feels like a lot of space is going to be opening up here for Nightfall as well. You know, his last hits aren't too ridiculous or anything, but it's going to be very hard to try and pressure him and also give Somnus some sort of a game.
Dude, he shows for a second and GPK walks over towards him and says, yeah, you're not getting any of these last hits.
I do like the switch that they did in the draft on side of Betboom, where instead of the CK just tanking this Dawn Tusk lane, they move the CK to off lane and they pick a Void, which is even better. You have pretty much no pressure, so the Tusk moves to 5, because they know they can't pressure the Void with the Ice Shards. And you know the CK will have a good lane too. So now, pretty much instead of last game where I would say they had 2 losing lanes, or an even lane and a losing lane, now they have 2 winning lanes. And so their lanes are so stable now that even last game, they were at the same kill score. They were 6-1 at this point in the game, but they didn't have this gold lead.
Yeah, and they were the ones losing towers.
Yeah.
You know, you had this Pugna just running around, knocking things down.
And now they have the Dragon Knight.
Yep.
So everything's kind of flipped in the side of Betboom, I would say, except for the kills. The Betboom still have the kills, so everything just going Betboom's way right now.
Well, they have this Chrono here too. So kind of threatening a bit, but in behind is Tianming on the Tusk.
They go for one, tries to find Nightfall. He's, ooh,
has a jump.
Still manages to get some separation there. And with Save showing up, it should be enough to run down Tianming, who does get rooted again. They don't want to go for it.
Yeah, Hard doesn't want to commit in. Didn't have actually the Tomahawk back up anyway, so no options here. And now Somnus, maybe with some weakened heroes, could find something. Has an Arcane Rune here too. Desperate times.
Would be exactly what he needs to get involved in this fight and make something happen.
But I mean, that's a Treads Blink Bracer DK.
It's
like,
not gonna
if you don't know where he is, you're in so much trouble.
Dude.
You don't even kill him if you know where he is.
Yeah.
What the hell?
And he already has the glove for his Midas too.
He's so farmed.
Yeah, now I think the Dark Will is also level 6 already, so they can take the fight.
If they get him, that's what they needed. Nightfall goes down, dive away, but then the turn looks for one. The heal is going to be there from the Dawnbreaker, keeping him alive. Somnus in far. It's going to fall. Managed to bring down that pesky Puck, and Chalice is in no man's land.
Nice.
We'll try and go for the kill on the Toronto Tokyo. Manages to find him. GPK low on mana, but with Pure moving in, a big DD Fear pulls him back in for closer damage, and another kill, 8-3.
All right, well, Chrono goes down, and not too successful there for Nightfall, but they get the cleanup there as the mop and bucket of DK and CK show up. Some stampeding Knights coming through.
Well, and of course, the big winner in all of this is going to be Lul on the other side, who, at least on the side of Azure, that gets some free time to himself. Still feeling a little bit tough for this squad in general. Save. Up close. I think that Azure just making sure that they can farm somewhat safely in this area.
I mean, some stacks there for the Ancients as well, of course, with Luna on the team. I'm not sure if GPK has scouted those out yet. Assume he probably did with it being daytime.
Coil. Snaps it. Wants to run away. Chalice is there, and with help, that is going to be Save going down as he steps a bit too far. So Azure, another kill on the board.
These are really important. The mid lane, once you lose your tower, is really scary. You have to bring heroes to push the lane out, because if you don't, it's so much vision that you lose, so much farm that you lose. And so they do bring the right amount of heroes. They bring 3 heroes, they kill the Dark Willow, who's playing too far up, and it's actually allowing them to continue the map. I think if they didn't do that move and the Dawn just went bot like normal, everything starts to crumble for them.
Yeah, they have some defensive vision there as well to sort of like help out and try and keep this Puck safe, because they want to keep an eye on this DK, knowing how frightening that can be.
I would like to see GPK make an aggressive move at some point to this top tower. I think they have the ability to take it for free almost, but he's choosing to be a little more defensive. He wants to farm this Midas. He wants to, pair up with the Nightfall Midas with 2 Midas timing. And I think they do feel confident going late. They have 3 carries effectively on all of their lanes. So the Dark Willow, we've seen Save also go carry mode in a lot of their late game. So they're not worried. They can go late game and just don't need to give these kills away
so
to the puck.
Here's my question. What's a lineup where BetBoom don't feel confident going late?
I don't feel like they always draft for late. That's the key.
Style.
They pick 3 cores in all 3 lanes that are all carries. Save also ends up playing a carry. Maybe, you know, he was techies, right?
Yeah.
Can't really carry on techies. Dark Willow, though, you can carry.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Toronto Tokyo plays some like mega scaling
Team
support.
fight,
Treant
Undyne,
or Phoenix. Yep.
Also buys a Midas sometimes.
Yep, yeah, gets his eggs on tree.
Here's the move. GPK smoked up.
Just about to be done with that Midas himself, but still willing to get a little bit active.
Lul shows himself.
Shows Lul immediately there. Has it on top. The heal coming, though. Will it be enough to keep alive Lul? No. GPK kind of in no man's land. Snowball able to dodge a couple of spells. Somnus is there. Do they have enough? The Chrono connects onto everybody. Not sure if there's actually that much damage to throw in. They drop the coil, and then the Fear connecting, trying to separate. Chalice dropped down low, killed by Save. And BetBoom. They take down 3. Not a single hero falls.
Everything just in sync there. Coming through. I mean, GVK, kind of a risky rotation in the sense that he had like no mana. He had to wait for wand charges or get off his second spell in that engagement, and then perfectly timed with the Chrono coming through. Just everything in sync for BetBoom.
Really nice rotation, taking the gate on the Void, so he was able to get a really nice Chrono. It looks a little weird because he chronoed a lot of his teammates, but it breaks up the fight. A nice Fear from the Dark Willow just pushes everyone back, and they have so much HP. The Dragon Knight's just so far ahead. The Chaos Knight's also far ahead that this limited damage, I think, from Puck and the supports of Azure is kind of really showing in this early game.
As well as having like a Luna, right? Who, you know, you don't have this like, Eclipse ever early on since you're going for this farming build. And so even if you had to manage to get off like before the Chrono or something, it's not enough. You can just feel how weak the coil is.
Softness.
Well,
man,
not surprising that if you're stunned once, you're dead.
I mean, and again, he's still just trying to finish off that Witchblade. Like, broke as a joke doesn't even begin to describe it for this poor old Puck right now. I mean, he's still going to be able to make things happen if they can be the first ones to get the jump, but that just hasn't been what's happening. And Tianming runs into Save, will get rooted there. I mean, is going to have a snowball to try and survive a bit longer. But with no help nearby, this is going to be the rundown Walrus Punch. Well, no.
Unless?
Nearly. Maybe Tianming running. Yeah, he's gone. Looks interesting.
Made them work for it.
Yeah, you know, more space for the cores. Get maybe one more camp out of that juke there.
Thankfully, again, they do have the Dawn, which I think is one of the better heroes at collecting the whole map because you can always show up to any fight. But I think they really need to find a way to connect the Puck and the supports on a solo hero. They always end up taking a more defensive fight where they get jumped first and they have to make sure they survive before they can do damage. And I don't think that's really going to work out for them right now. But if they get this jump, they get a coil on a solo Void and the Dawn ults in, they have the damage to kill these heroes.
Yeah, it just has to be coil and Solar Guardian for sure. It's like the only way. And the Walrus Punch, of course, will be very helpful. So that's probably what they're going to do right now. He's got 2 smokes and the tank here on the top. So hasn't pulled them out yet, so maybe not. Oh, I see. Got to do a little bit of bottle work here. Got to help out Somnus.
Witchblade's also finished, so it's like I would say it's their peak right now. The next like 5 or so minutes won't really give them any more strength. The blink on Puck won't really change anything. The Luna's going to keep farming, so they really need to get a kill in the next minute or 2, I think, before the Dragon Knight starts to get too big for them.
Yeah, Tianming does sneak a ward down mid. Just runs on through and gets it down. Not spotted, so that's pretty huge for them.
Also,
there is vision for BetBoom here, though. Tianming goes through.
And again, going to be left behind.
The Kobold dewarding, doing work.
Makes the work happen. They're actually going to leave him to be and instead kill the Kobold.
No!
I mean, is that like a sort of BM kill? They let you go and they come and take your Kobold instead?
You don't want to give it a turnaround. Wait.
Oh, he misses the dead shot.
Good they needed. That one hurts.
Somnus was so close as well. Now he's stunned up, Somnus.
Oh my goodness. They're going to find another. Tries to jump away. FY there to help his buddy, but no. Nightfall comes in with the Chrono. They're going to bring down the Muerta to boot. 3 heroes dead, and maybe even a 4th. Chalice is caught. They're dropping the egg on the low ground. Nothing is going good for Azure in this game number 2.
Oh, I love that he doesn't even give him a chance. Just drops the Chrono, catches on 2. Easy clean up there with a double. 17-4 right now for BetBoom.
BetBoom are coming in with a lot of action in this game too. It feels like whatever problems happen in the draft, this one they've completely solved it. Is it just the laning stage that sort of changed it up, or is it also the team fight towards this mid game?
Well, as a serial Puck hater,
okay,
you know, this is the problem with the hero, right? I mean, for sure, if you do get into a bad matchup, you get into a situation where you can't do anything on the map, you just feel like this giant liability. As the hero, over time, the damage hasn't scaled with the overall tankability of all heroes to the same level. So, like, you just need way more help on this hero than maybe you used to. And when you don't get that help, or if you struggle so much in your lane that you're the liability, then the game just gets really hard really fast.
I would also say BetBoom is probably one of the strongest laning teams in the world, if not the strongest. So when you give them all these counterpick lanes, you have a CK in a free lane, you have a Dragon Knight in a free lane, you have a Void counterpick lane against a Dawnbreaker. It's like, what more do you want to ask for as this team? Like, you're going to win your lanes, you're going to snowball the game, and if they keep the momentum rolling, this game might not last long enough for Azure to have a chance.
But you know, these games, they have tended to manage to last long. We can't count on anyone. We have seen larger comebacks in several matches so far at TI, where I look at the screen like, oh, this game's over. This game's not looking good. I take a walk around the arena, you come back, and it's swung 14K the other way. So those are the kind of hopes and dreams that Azure will be aspiring towards here.
Well, and it does feel like oftentimes those have happened off the back of solid team fights or an overextension or something else like that. And maybe that's a situation where if, you know, Nightfall whiffs a chrono, then you can look for some smoke play or something from Azure. But will that even need to be dropped down for the team fights to be won? Definitely feels like it's a little bit of hide and seek as Azure try to set up to claim this bottom tier 1 tower. With Deso done on Chalice, it should finish rather rapidly.
We've also seen a lot of Luna games where the early game is a little slow, but she hits some point where she doesn't die. The new Shard is really, really strong, and I think it's honestly undervalued. Even in the games, you don't feel like it's going to do that much, but it's damage reduction, and it's also just constant right clicks in a circle around her, and she's versus 3 melee cores, assuming, you know, Dragon Knight's a... I'll call him a melee.
Look at that. Now that is an interesting decision as they're going to sneak right on in, and with FY pierce the veil and of course tag team, Roche down to half HP already.
No idea.
These are the exact kind of sneaky plays you have to make, right?
Oh yeah.
If you want to get back in the game like this, because it's not so much about you having it, it's about them not having it.
Even the gold from it just matters so much. Being able to like have one core, be able to farm a little more aggressively.
And they scan it, but it's a little too late.
Azure claim the Aegis for themselves as Toronto Tokyo finishes the Midas, which by the way, we're at 3 now.
Okay.
And they're all in one team.
And the other support has a Philly Stone. So yeah, there's a lot coming online. They're gearing up for the late game, even though they already have a substantial lead.
Well, as they start moving forward here with the smoke as well, Pure of course having this Shadow Blade. As well as a Yule's initiation here from Save too, so anyone can be caught rather quickly.
They just need to find any hero.
It. Yeah. Oh.
FY shows on a wave. That bounty rune, it's going to cost you your life. 2 seconds stun, he done.
Void might find something top if Muerta's not a little careful. But FY will be fine.
Yeah, gotta grab the Lotuses, you know, stack them up, get that block of cheese later.
Well,
Gunnar, is it gonna happen? Are we ever gonna get a block of cheese? Have you ever even mentioned it in one of your games? Has anyone ever been like, yo guys, I'm going block of cheese?
I think we were the first team in DPC to make a block of cheese in a game.
Oh, okay. All right, that's good.
I don't want to quote that, but we made it in one game.
Right, in one DPC match. I don't think we've had one on LAN yet.
No, I don't think so either. It just hurts too much to be able to not want to use them.
Oh, that's true.
Because using them matters a lot in these fights, especially for the supports where you don't want to commit everything and they pop the cheese or the Lotus and you feel like you just wasted everything. So it ends up just being unrealistic to save your Lotuses for that long.
Dude,
and when the
you're
game
crushing dreams right now.
Okay.
I know, it's so...
Yeah, guys, give it like 10 more minutes and we'll get like 3 of them.
All right, I like that. Thank you.
It'll be
appreciate it. Just lie to us.
Yeah.
That's what we want.
Okay.
All the Lotuses. By the way, we are now going to quickly be approaching a 4th Midas on BetBoom. Save had forced to have queued up and decided, nope, we're going the other way.
He just clicked around.
I know.
Saw his allies like, oh, you guys are doing that, huh?
All right, I guess that's the play.
But another objective, knocked down here. Nobody dying to the Tormentor as well. Very well played by Azure. Okay,
so they got the experience room.
Yep.
So, you know, it's usually in these situations where a team is really far ahead. At 20 minutes, they'll make a move. They'll take Tormentor, take your XP room, and that's when the game feels almost over.
Yeah.
You lose so much. You lose all the gold experience. You have nowhere on the map to go. They're outside your base. But thankfully, they actually take those objectives for themselves, so they keep moving the game forward. And that's what they need to do. It's just make small steps, keep playing the game. The longer until you lose, the more chance you have to win.
And it has felt like it has been like almost a little passive there from BetBoom in some of these moments. Like this idea of how long GBK spent farming just the Midas in his own jungle, not rotating up top, and then not going for the super aggressive play of like trying to punish the Tormentor in the Wizard Room at 20 like we have seen several teams do. It is really interesting. Like, they kind of just like controlled. You're seeing them buy all these Midases. Feels like they kind of have this mindset of just like chill. I really don't want to give them any opportunity here on Azure.
Oh yeah. Well, and the other thing too is that, I mean, yeah, it's an 8K gold lead. In terms of fighting strength, with 0 Midases on the side of Azure, I wonder if there actually is going to be a window where they take like a solid fight with Luna Aura and all this other stuff where they can actually win it.
Yeah, you're down on Midas gold in that sense. And they have the Aura.
Oh no.
Oh.
Whoa. They didn't see it. Nightfall knows.
Nightfall, he knows. Atos, leave me alone. I don't want to be here anymore. FY tries to jump away. Here's the Veil. Okay, meanwhile, down bottom, oh, they try and turn this, but the timing of that one was so nice, and they run in with the Tusk, immediately gets stunned.
Yeah, FY just leaves.
They have the perfect answer. Somnus tries to get away, but save is all on top of him. Pure tries to run out also, as they focus their efforts onto Lul, pull him back in, kill that hero too.
But FY lived.
FY did live.
FY.
So we're going for the positives here.
He forced a 4v4, and they tried their best.
And no chrono. Yeah, some opportunities. Unfortunately, not able to connect on what they needed, though. And it's immediately back into just choking out the lanes and pushing up here as GBK is closing in on Aghanims extremely close. Just like 300 gold away now.
It's also going to be perfect timing with level 18, which is when you really want the Ags. Because before it's okay, you get the Frost, but once you
it feels terrible.
Yeah, once you get level 4
awesome.
Dragon, that's where it starts being really strong.
Our giant guy, he's ready, about to have it done at that Aghanim Scepter. And of course, the other thing to watch for here is going to be that next Aegis. So 3 minutes until it's capable of respawning, still a ways away to know what it's going to be. But yeah, it's just been all bet boom this entire game, it's felt like. And Chalice along with Tianming decides to go for the easier kill, and he dies very quickly. Bet boom. Keep it up.
Where do you go for Azure? It's really hard to find a really nice location to go just to farm. You don't even want to fight at this point. You don't want to. You never want to say like, we can kill this guy. You can't. So it's how to find the ways to farm so you can kill people. I think FY is honestly doing a really good job at still being on the map, forcing out heroes, farming, but.
No, he's fine. Surely he's fine, right, guys?
Yeah, he can farm at his tier 2.
Jeez.
What could go wrong?
Gonna have to start cutting some waves, it feels like, maybe, for Somnus.
It's so scary. You have to cut waves versus 3 different cores who can kill you from the fog. A support who honestly might be able to kill him from the fog and save.
Yeah, with the Euls, so.
Are you just gonna risk it? And you probably have to.
Yeah.
You have to do these moves that are just risky, because if you don't, you just kind of sit back and let yourself lose.
And look how fast they're just on this as well. Like coming back, checking out.
There's a sentry.
Shadow Blade.
Yeah, they know.
So maybe we'll be okay.
Somnus
with his Invis rune.
Oh, they're bringing numbers. They want to set up onto Pure. Interesting. So if he sticks around, this Invis rune might actually end up making the difference. Okay, or it won't. Or it really, really won't at all. They force rotations and then everybody runs away.
If he had have gone the other direction though, like he goes off to the east instead, like they probably just clean him up.
Would have been pretty cool for him, but not going to be the case this time. Backs out, going to jaunt away. And then the call is maybe push down mid a bit. We'll see if they get the D ward onto this one. Yeah, they're going to move in and get it.
Yeah, they're trying to get sneaky though. Luna Shadow Blade out next for FY as well. Doing their best.
Maximum creep cutting available, and yeah, you can see the item that Somnus has queued up next. It's going to be that Lincoln Sphere. He needs a way to not just like immediately die.
Yeah, and so the second Rosh is coming up, as you were saying earlier. The second Rosh is that's like the game closing one. If you're going to end the game before 50 minutes, it's on second Rosh. And so Azure did a really good job at taking the first one. It's really sneaky, but I don't think Betboom will let them get in that situation again.
No, and they obviously like cleaned it up nice and early too, so you kind of get this good timing.
Yeah, they're going to get this like 27-minute Rosh probably around, and that's a really nice timing. You can chill for 2-3 minutes, and then you go to the 30-minute siege.
Oh, he's going right for Lou. He's not even stopping. All right,
no, stop.
Yeah, he sees the shard. He's like, okay, never mind. You know.
Meanwhile, Chrono, it's up. He's hunting Nightfall. Wasn't able to get anybody. Yeah, Chalice went up to the high ground instead, so they get some separation there. Lula's still staying farmed on this Luna. He's, right along lines with that Faceless Void, but it's the rest of his squad that just doesn't really do that much. And Puck in particular, Somnus, that has had a really tough time of it.
It's so hard to recover on this hero. I feel like when you see Pucks maximizing their net worth, it's because they have full control over their own jungle. They can do all the little double orbs where they're like hitting every single camp constantly over and over.
Or they're stealing the enemy camp, so even if their net worth's the same, the enemy has lower. So it just looks like they have more gold. And this game, he's not really able to do anything. I think the DK pick really shut him down. Similar to the Void we saw earlier today, where they just pick these heroes that go on the puck and don't let you play the game.
6 deaths, not something that you see that often for Somnus. 1-9-2 right now on the Tusk. And every time we see a DK, the crowd goes wild for some reason. They love it.
This was a really fast Roshan. I think it was a 6-second respawn time.
Oh,
I imagine too. Are they going to go through?
No, they're thinking about it.
Imagine.
Mid lane? No, they're not going to do anything there. Somnus is still hanging out. Going to try and cut this wave, but
they're actually going to find it.
So one thing Azure is doing really good is they're still farming the map. FY is getting his gold. Everyone is kind of getting what they need from the map. It's not as much as BetBoom, and it's not as much as they would like, but they're not letting themselves loose. They're doing what they have to do and just constantly farm.
Here, the great positioning.
He jumped. He jumped. Is he dead? He's in trouble and gone. 3 heroes caught by the fear, but there is not enough follow-up. They jump in with GPK, tries to get the stun, the damage in. Chalice there for the heal. Manta dodge, not going to be enough. Godlike from Pure as they chase down Chalice. He too will die. They get 1 kill, but it cost them a lot. So Azure Ray, they will lose 4. BetBoom. Clear path towards high ground if they want it.
Man, this is exactly what BetBoom did in their series versus Virtus Pro. It was the exact same thing, right? Like where they have this lead, and then you think, okay, you know, they're gonna make this good play. They get this snipe, and every single time is immediately punished. Like they're always so ready to back each other up in these games.
Also, you just know that it's the right play, that you have to punish the guy who's jumping the wave. You can't just let him get away with other things, but it's not enough.
Yeah.
They all just die, and now their base is getting pushed.
Just like that, GPK on the high ground, taking a tier 3 tower. The ultimate is going to wear out pretty soon, and you can see the amount of respect that BetBoom are having for the potential of Azure, and I guess also their confidence going into the later stages that they know we don't have to take those risks right now.
Yeah, and you can see some pings starting to head towards that Roche pit here as it's almost 30 minutes, so it will be rotating down bottom relatively soon. There's also a DD in the river. Kind of missed that one, though.
I also think there's probably some level of, in the last game, I feel like BetBoom was really close between the two teams, the whole game. Like less than 2,000 net worth for the majority of the game, but they kind of got outscaled. The fights were really hard for them to take, so you know they change it up, they buy all their Midases, and they're not going to let themselves get outscaled. They're going to keep farming and make sure no matter how late the game goes, they have more gold than you, and they can win the game over you.
Not to the Midases say.
Save trying to get towards an Aghanim Scepter for himself. Azure, they see GPK, decide to jump on him to start, make him less tanky, but the chrono for the turn, and the deeps being thrown out and ripping them to shreds. They didn't stand a chance. Muerta, you're gone too.
Can't even get GPK.
Oh, baby.
No, they don't head for the Roche. They just head down the lane right now.
I mean, he is too freaking big. You think you can take him down with that Silver Edge. It's just not going to be enough. Oh, wow.
FY's back there just firing as much damage as possible on the support Muerto, but it's not there. It just can't be enough. I mean, did mad work, that's for sure, but...
Taking it down up the lane, trying to put the nail in the coffin right now. And I mean, after using the chrono, there is a window where that's not up, but they're taking the buildings through backdoor protection. Still willing to stick around, and I mean, honestly, I don't think that there's any reason that they have to leave at all, but they're still going to play it safe.
You know, they glyph, they're coming back alive, and they got Midases.
There's a Roshan.
There's a, yeah, you know,
Midas efficiency. Yeah, the gold.
There's probably Tormentor as well soon-ish. You know, we're in there.
Oh, man, look at this. How quickly this could have turned, but...
What a chrono.
Just gets it off right in time. And wasn't able to quite get the finish there on the GPK. I thought maybe even the Luna Shard was going to do enough to take him down at the end, but it's just too freaking big.
Just the Sunray. It was a perfect line. All 4 Dire heroes in a line. Oof. Dragon Knight also in the same exact line, so healing all the heroes, damaging all the heroes. And Nightfall just got to sit there and hit them, and they all just die before the chrono's over.
Nightfall, you know, maybe he's played some Phoenix or something. He's helping out. It's just like Toronto, look, I got him. I got him lined up. I'll just chrono my own teammates. It's fine.
Into the pit they go. Trying to take it down. GPK says, hey, how you doing, everybody? BKB tries to run out the root, the damage, the Sunray. It's hitting on the Lu, and there is not an answer in the world for that. They take down the Tusk and the Luna, gonna claim the Aegis. FY tries the dead shot, two is gonna go down. This is not for you to take. They're gonna also find Somnus, who will attempt to escape, but the terrorized chase down, blink away. Tries to farm some creeps for a moment, hides behind the tree, but the stun is there. And GPK, as he's done many times in this one, is gonna force Somnus to retreat. No answer at all. Aegis on the Faceless Void, and GG's called. They've had enough.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, go for one last glorious attempt there. You know there's no chrono at that exact moment in the pit, so they try and find something, but they kind of knew. This game got out of control really fast.
This one, I mean, at 5 minutes was when the big swing happened, if you can believe it or not. 10 minutes were at like an 80% win probability or something like that. It was just a devastating beatdown from BetBoom.
I really like how they did their lanes this game. I think they had winning lane matchups for all 3 lanes, so I think the draft was really in their favor. I would say, you know, how the game looked is how the draft was going to play out.
Yeah, not a lot of surprises there.
Now, getting a little bit of love from the crowd after that impressive showing in Pure. The young player feeling a lot of it right now as we head on over. I mean, this, again, you think about the mentality of a team. That's been one of the big criticisms for BetBoom for a while, is their inability sometimes to come back from a loss. Sometimes they maybe would get a little bit tilted, but it feels like on this big stage, when most pressure is on them, they were able to stand up to where they needed to be. Do you think in game number 3 we're going to see anything remarkably different? Is it the same type of dynamic?
I think they're getting pretty fired up. That's what it looks like to me. You know, Pure there, he's coaxing up the crowd here. He's feeling good about it. If anything that I would expect to see change, it should just be straight up better lanes for Azure, right? Like you feel like they're going to put more focus into that. Maybe just focus a little bit more on the idea of flex and the possibilities of the matchups that could occur.
Right.
And you know, probably not such a bad puck game.
I think giving the puck gets counterpicked, Dawn gets counterpicked by Void. That's all the number ones. It feels like they got really counterpicked in those lanes, and Chaos Knight's probably strongest laner, just blind pick right now in the whole game.
Yep.
And so they give that away too, so they don't really have a response to the offlane Chaos Knight, and it didn't feel like they had any responses. They just kind of picked their best heroes, and it didn't really work out.
Support duo as well, you know,
That's
you
how
can
it
lane
goes.
and finish. It's nice stuff.
Tough stuff indeed. We'll see if the panel can come up with some more answers to strengthen up those lanes a bit as we head on back to them.
Thank you so much. This series is now tied 1 apiece. We're going to be seeing a game number 3 for our second series. So BetBoom, they were dominant in this game. They actually took game 1 personally, and they said, we are not going to get 2-0. This is not how we are going to go out of TI. So Owie, BetBoom coming in with a fire in themselves, and this lineup just snowballed. There was no stopping it on the side of Azure.
Yeah, I think they played the lanes even better than we on the panel expected. I think, like, I mean, no one was expecting the DK to do this well versus this puck, right? Like, he just completely took over the game from the middle lane. He had, like, I think double the CS, 10 more denies, and he just, everything flowed from there.
And there was no comeback mechanism really for Azure. You look at these heroes, Luna needs to farm, Puck needs his side lanes to win so that when he does rotate, they can get kills. And Dawn plays as a hero who needs setup, right? Typically, somebody who's doing an okay job on one side of the map will start a fight, Dawnbreaker will ult in, and then you can go from there. But none of these conditions were met for Azure in this game, simply because of how well BetBoom played those lanes, and of course the solo kills made by GPK.
I mean, I love these little tricks on the lane. GPK brought the blood grenade, and he killed the puck with it second time.
Like minute 6 or something,
clutch.
right?
It was very clutch. Yeah, I've never seen that before. That mid player bringing that blood grenade and having that opportunity to like finish the hero. It's amazing. Yeah, and I mean, he performed like super. Like he outperformed like anybody else like in this particular game. But also Pure, like he was very stable, getting all those pickoffs, like playing like 12-0 or something. Like it's a very solid gameplay from all of them all around.
It was the first Dragon Knight of the tournament that we were seeing as well. GPK, not only that blood grenade, what's the word I'm looking for here, Reza? You know, the blood grenade trick.
Trick.
Yeah, I knew you'd know it. But he did. It's a Dragon Knight first time. Owie, you already talked about how in the draft phase, you didn't understand why people weren't going for it, that it could have been this counter. Now we see it. It's pretty big. Is it still a very situational hero, though?
I think it is situational. I think they're able to pick at this game because there's not really any damage on the supports of Azure. Like, Murta will eventually get damaged, but honestly, that's way later into the game. Her spells are just like good team fight. They don't do that much. Also, I feel like even this game, like, it performed above expectations. I could even see a game where if he doesn't dominate mid so hard, I saw some Mortas, they would rush like a Veil of Discord first item, not even any boots, and he could play on puck, and DK could actually die to that. But because of his lane dominance, like, there was no angles at all to fight this DK early.
I think a big reason for the decline of DK in general is he's usually really popular in metas where Spirit heroes are popular, when you need that instant stun. And though Puck has made some appearances this TI, he's not that popular of a hero. So if you don't need that instant stun from mid lane, if you're not hard countering anything, you're just a DK. You don't do that much damage. You're not as tanky as you used to be, and you are dependent on your team. But that was perfect conditions for a DK to be met.
Anything else that really stood out for you about Bet Boom here, Reza? Because this game, we've already said it was a very stomp sort of game. Is there much more to break down and talk
the
about
only
it?
hope they had is like killing the Nightfall 2 times in this game, but other than that, they had like really no chances because of their lineup, as Mira mentioned, doesn't have really like a good mechanic of coming back, especially after you're losing your lanes this hard.
Yeah. We have a little bit of a content piece for you guys. Azure, we got to talk about everything that makes them a team.
TI 势力对我来说，在小时候可能会非常难受吧。但是自己渐渐长大了，也释怀了吧，觉得自己只要尽了自己的全力就好。就自己还算是一个。 可以重新站起来的人。
I followed FY closely. Man, how's this guy so good? Because he didn't play for a relatively long time, and when he came back, he's just like FY God once again.
我觉得打 TI 冠军和过程都很重要吧。然后我觉得，因为你要获得冠军的因素很多嘛，所以你只要问心无愧就好了。然后。 当然，人生中也有很多遗憾嘛。可能对我来说，就我还在这条路上越走越远嘛，就还没有到尽头。其他选手觉得我最应该获得 TI 冠军，我觉得讨论这个没有意义吧。就是我如果得到别人的认可，光是这一点我就觉得足够了吧。
FY, I think that he's one of the players that I think probably the Dota community at large would most like to see win a TI in the future.
如果今天夺冠的话，对我来说应该是改变一切吧。
FY, I mean, the dream is still alive. He wanted to prove, he wanted to climb higher and higher. And Effie, the Chinese Dota fan that you are, how much would seeing either LGD or Azure lift the Aegis be?
Oh, dude, that would be so emotional. But I mean, especially for Azure, there are a lot of names on this lineup that you feel like should already have an Aegis at this point. You're looking at not just FY, but Somnus, who many people regard as the best mid player in the world, or they thought he was for a very long time. So in terms of who's deserving and who's not deserving, I mean, that's a big discussion, but these players have been around forever and they're so good. And, you know, to see them get their desserts at the end of the day would be very cool.
How do you keep in form, Aoi, if you're this player that you're in that middle zone, you want to still reach high, you still want to play competitive, but you're not sure if everything's in it for you, if you're taking a couple months off and then you want to come back for qualifiers and then into TI making it top 6?
I mean, I think these players, like, it looks like they're super talented, and they are, but I think under all that is like just a special ethos where they're working super hard and they're putting everything together. How they'll approach pubs, always take something from it, learn. I think FI is one of those players. He's always sort of on top of the meta. He's always like looking for his opportunities in every lane when he's looking to roam. I think it's a lot about what he puts into it more than like some, you know, special talent or something.
But still, it's a team game, right? Like, there's a lot of players that deserve that. Like, for example, Zai is one of them. Like, Arteezy is one of them. Maybe me.
But you could throw yourself in there, Reza.
It is a team game, and there's like so many things that go into the win. I mean, Curtis sure knows of it more than I do. He was there a few times, but there's so much stuff involved, right? There's luck as well. There's team chemistry. There's a meta. There's understanding of the heroes. It's just like too much, and just having like one good player performing super well.
You mentioned the meta, knowing hero matchups a little bit. Do you think that Azure fell too much on comfort for heroes in game number 2, FE, and that Bet Boom are such an adaptable team that those changes between game 1 and game 2 are going to now give them an advantage for game 3, unless Azure come out with a strat that we haven't seen yet in TI?
I think depending on who has first pick or second pick, it'll change because that last pick, DK, completely caught them off guard. That dismantled their draft entirely, and it made it so that there's just no entry point into that game. So they're definitely going to be conscious if they don't have over a last pick of the GPK hero, because if GPK gets a winning lane, like a winning lane that is that heavy of a counter pick, then it could be a very difficult game for them.
That's now two. Sorry, Alan.
I think both teams are sort of on the idea that like pure win lane, game good for BetBoom. Pure like having a rough lane equals Azure Ray is going to control a lot of the map. I think this is what the next draft is going to focus on. We'll probably see bans on the center, the Spirit Breaker again, but I think they'll put more emphasis. Like I think they should look at the CK as well. Like they should, honestly, if I were them, I'd just ban out all of Pierce heroes in the first phase. I think that's the best way for them to go.
It's tough because then Primal is still in that pool of, again, what you said, it depends on who is first and second pick to how many bans they're going to get for themselves. But Centaur, Primal, Bristle, Spirit Breaker, that's kind of rough now, and you got to add CK to the pool too.
Yeah, we're at the stage of TI where we figured out the 10 pool of OP heroes, and you are forced to give away a few every game, regardless of what. So it just depends on which team you're playing against, which player you want to focus in that first phase. And, you know, we've seen the story. We've seen the story for days now. If you ban out Pure's heroes, BetBoom has to play until minutes 60, 70. They have to play to scale, and sometimes they don't get there in the cleanest way. So take it to that turf again.
Yeah. We are not really seeing Primal. Do you feel, Rezo, that he is in that realm of being hard to counter, hard to break down, or have people played so much emphasis on him that maybe it's time to let him back into the pool? Maybe we need to see if he's still a broken hero.
I don't think so. I think
I didn't even finish my question and you're already shaking your head.
I think the hero should still be banned. Like, I mean, we've seen a video about how broken heroes are, and like a lot of people mention the Primal Beast because it's really hard to play against that. It's the meta of like Blade Man Haro Tarask, and he's excelling at that. He was the first one who was like, you know, doing all of that at the first place.
What would you want to be letting through, Ali?
Honestly, I would like them, if they want to try something, I think playing versus Spirit Breaker wouldn't be the worst. That hero is sort of OP though, so I'm not too sure. I don't know, Dota's, when it gets to this late in the tournament, it's just so weird because we're both seeing like all the OP heroes, but we're also seeing like some new picks come in at the end. Like you get to more refined strategies and niche picks. We saw a Razor in the Liquid Gladiators, we saw like the DK here. So I just want them to sort of innovate a bit on their picks on Azure Ray. Maybe they have something hidden, something, you know, we saw Necro already, kill some tanks, maybe they have something more like that.
And to me, it seems like the team that is doing this innovation is actually on top of the, you know, on top of the game, because like you see this DK, he won the game for them like almost alone, right? So you see this Razor as well from the Duratio, like he was doing such a good job in this game. So whatever teams like this, and it's also like those heroes are coming like from the flow state of like, you know, drafting. You're not like preparing for them specifically, but it comes like to the mind like that, like this, and it's in this state of flow. It's just like it's really brilliant ideas.
Yeah. I mean, we saw yesterday, Azure Ray are definitely capable of that innovation that their region is famous for right now, but they did run a mid-Snapfire with a support Clockwork, and they had a really great early game up until the lead was thrown, so maybe they'll go back to some of the more interesting mid-picks.
I think for sure they need more damage, right? On their 2-4-5. I feel like this last game, they didn't have any play options. I felt like they were even like clutching every opportunity. They stole Roshan, they sniped Tormentor, you know, they clutched 2 kills on Nightfall, but there's just not enough. It's too hard to do these moves.
I completely agree. This is the meta of like high damage supports, and they need to be looking for that as well. I mean, unless FY is playing really sick Tusk, which he did in the first game, I think they need to be looking for the more damage on the supports.
Well, our players have now walked out. They're in the booths. They're going to be warming up. They're going to be trying to think about what they want to do for this game number 3 in a best of 3. And while we give them a little bit of time, let's have a closer look at BetBoom.
BetBoom always has their ups and downs, but overall very young and talented roster.
Yeah, they're a strong team when it comes to like small details of Dota, you know? Like I can feel the energy he puts into these small details, and that's, I believe, what they're extremely strong about.
Taking on this design, 10,000 HP on Toronto, Tokyo, looking for more. BetBoom, they're gonna claim the game.
They usually have like farmy side lanes that carry like known to not die and not pressure too much, like rarely show, but be there at clutch moments, and usually it's their mid and both supports.
So you know that Nightfall has the highest pings, you know, on the map, right? And I remember when they were playing the official match, Toronto Tokyo making like slightly bad move, like, you know, it's just like maybe 1 centimeter or something. And I already see Nightfall is pink, like, bro, bad move, you need to right click this guy.
Specifically the scariest offlane. I think all of them are really good laners, but I think the pure lane, the pure save lane is really terrifying. It always feels like they kind of like kill their lane at least once a game, if not multiple times. And so it's always versus that team, like make sure the safe lane isn't a disaster, because there's a lot of games where the safe lane is just a disaster.
A strong looking team, and we got to hear from other pros, other people playing at this TI, just how strong that offlane is. It's a narrative that we keep pushing, but more importantly, apparently Nightfall is the ping master on that team. We thought it was going to be GPK.
It's Nightfall all along. But I mean, I guess it makes sense. If you hear from any pro player talk about Nightfall, talk about playing pubs with Nightfall, they say that he's communicating for the entirety of the game. His mic is just open mic, and he talks, and he micromanages his entire team.
Well, look, I'm ready. We got to get this series going. We need a game at number 3, and we need a draft for that.
Azure Ray versus BetBoom T. Game 3.
It's elimination on the line. It's the difference between being top 6 and top 4. So these teams want a win for themselves. They've proven that they can do it. Game 1 and Game 2. Game 3, though, this is where it really matters. We're already a little bit along in our draft here, so our first phase ban's done and dusted. And I still, actually now I see this like Chaos Knight. That importance has been placed on it, but still a Centaur band out.
You're back in the pool.
Yeah. Also, what you were talking about, Ali, about them lacking damage, they fixed this with the Phoenix, right? They kept going for that first phase Muerta, but it just wasn't working out for them in terms of a support that scales. So do you like this adjustment?
Yeah, I think the Phoenix is for sure a good adjustment. I think they need something like that in this series. I feel like when you have heroes that have damage, you just have way more options on the map. And right now, how the map sort works is it's so large that if you have to bring too many heroes to do like kill one hero, it's not worth it. Like, you either bring a lot of heroes or you want to make plays with just like 1 or 2 heroes. High damage supports generally let you do that, and then they all scale into the mid-late game.
Yeah, you guys were right about targeting the Pure. First 4 buns are dedicated probably to him, and they were taking all his best heroes. But I do want to mention like about Nightfall as well. Like I've been with this team for a while, and this guy, like, he genuinely want to help his teammates excel and like be better. So he's like very active, and he's like very smart about the game, and he's not looking only from his perspective, from his role, but he's also like trying to help his teammate as much as possible. So I think like he was talking a lot with the Pure and like sharing his experience from the offlane. That's why Pure transitioned to the offlane this fast, right?
And I have to say that role swap between Nightfall and Pure, where they decided to just put Pure on offlane and Nightfall back on carry, was the best decision they could ever make, because what you want to see from your carry is like stability and dependability and, you know, that clutch potential. Whereas from your offlaner, you want someone who's explosive and willing to take risks, and that's characteristic of both of these players. They were just playing the wrong roles the entire time.
Yeah, I think it's genius too, but it wasn't like I don't think they're thinking about like this long-term decision of like how it's gonna end up, but mostly was like, I want to play carry. Do you want to keep playing with us? All right, go to the offlane. It was more like that.
Wait, that happened because Pure missed out on Berlin Major, right? So Nightfall had to play carry, and then they played with an offlane sub. Yeah. I forgot who subbed for them, but I think after Nightfall played carry again in the Berlin Major, he just felt his calling. He thought to himself that this is where he was always meant to be.
5 seconds remaining.
Berlin Major. I was there.
I was going to say, the person sitting right next to you subbed in.
And she doesn't remember me.
That's the joke.
He is very forgetful. So, Aoi, I just want to know more from you, actually, about Clockwork and...
Can I leave? Like,
you can do a mock.
Yeah, I'm leaving.
I'm sorry, I was joking. Come back. I was a joker.
I do though want to hear, Aoi, because you mentioned specifically the Clockwork about some of their last drafts. You wanted some innovation. Is this the innovation that's going to end up in a win, though?
I think Clock's a really good counter pick to Enchantress specifically. You're really good at blocking her camps, you're a good kill threat on her, and honestly the creeps don't bother you that much. I think this is like a very classic Azure Ray pick actually. I think they play it on both 4 and 5, and what Clockwork excels at is also what I think Azure Ray's strength is, which I really like, which is after the laning phase sort of breaks down a bit, you know, between 5 to 8 minutes, he's going to meet up, whether this is FY or Qingming Clockwork, they'll meet up with each other and go for kills on any lane.
And also it just opens up to enable that really long-range damage output from things like Phoenix or potentially even the snap that they ran yesterday. I like it a lot, definitely. It also just enables the rune security and maybe a bit of a means to shut down GPK. But now that this Brewmaster has come out, which is an Azure Ray specialty hero, I wonder if BetBoom are eyeing that Night Stalker, because a lot of teams have played Night Stalker recently into Brewmasters, into Weavers, into Muertas and Phoenixes. So for me, it's looking pretty good right now.
Actually, I like the Weaver that you just mentioned. That sounds really good to me. I think the Night Stalker, it can work, but the matchup versus Phoenix can be weird. Like, sometimes you spot the Phoenix, you kill him. Sometimes he presses R, it's daytime, you're pathetic. But generally, honestly, I think that matchup's a bit overrated from Phoenix's side. I think Night Stalker actually has a lot of angles. I can see the NS and the Weaver here.
I want to see the Night Stalker. We talked about at the start of this series 2 games ago. And I'm just like, surely this is a BetBoom specialty, especially with the rise of it being picked up. But instead, Morphling.
I mean, Morphling has been looking pretty underwhelming, to be honest. Like, I didn't really see a good games with it. Like, even 23 Savage, he was losing with Morphling.
Yeah, I have the same impression of Morphling. I mean, I think his Aghanims is completely pathetic now. Like, this Eggs does nothing. The illusion dies instantly, takes 400% damage. So they sort of took away what made him so strong at the Bally Major Morphling tournament. However, I think it is a hero that can be very hard for Azure Ray to kick out. It's a hero that if you want to leave Chalice alone, like Morphling will get 4 CS and denies every single wave in a hard camp. And that can punish someone like a Brewmaster who, you know, Brewmaster, we've seen this tournament, at first it was like super high value, first pick, everything. But teams have started to counter it with like these Weavers, Night Stalkers, heroes where you can't just ulti and kick them out. I think Morphling might be one of these heroes as well.
I actually agree with that because I remember during the Riyadh Masters, Faithian was talking about 2 carries that he thought would enable you rotation to mid lane, which are Morphling and the CK. And when you have supports like Enchantress who want to leave you alone, these 2 they fare very well in terms of self-sustenance and being able to CS on lanes.
I think they chose to go for the LC here just because they're afraid of the PL, which already like, you know, they play PL against Morphling. It was pretty free game. So this is like preventing the PL from the Azure Ray's side. Block pick, basically.
This is like one of Pierre's best heroes. When he first transitioned to carry, I think he was playing like LC pretty much every single game. It's very low pick this tournament. I don't know what it is now, but I know when I was doing my draft prep, it was
only
like
2 picks.
Yeah, 2 games.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think it went 50-50, I'm not sure. Might have lost both, can't remember. But it's actually a hero that kills a Phoenix Egg pretty well.
Yeah.
I think something we've seen as this tournament is like, there's this weird like choice, like, oh, do we want to counter the Phoenix Egg? Oh, I don't know if I want the Snap for support. I don't know if I want these like heroes. They're not as meta. But Legion Commander is another hero that sort of used to be one of the big counters.
I think we don't see him as much just because of the supports that are in meta, like the Pugnas and Shadow Demons, and those heroes are really hard to play against as a Legion. But this game, they already see the supports, so it's a pretty good game for LC already.
Usually he's quite committal against like these Heart Blade Mills as well. Legion's typically like you dual summon, you burst them, and then you look at the fight, right? You want to be able to burst at one guy. You can't really do that to these Heart heroes. But honestly, with a Muerta and a Morphling, like you will have damage for this eventually. But more than that, I think they're pretty much just playing for their side lanes here, right? Like they just want to have as strong side lanes as possible, stay in 3 lanes and pressure. I think we'll see like them picking a really strong laner for GPK. Again, they have the second pick, so they'll have the last pick here.
What is going to come as a carry? Like there's very little heroes that left that is good against LC, right? Maybe there's a Luna.
Luna's for sure not bad. I think I have a
You got your list.
On it.
You have no more excuses, Howie.
Yeah, but I still don't know.
Give me the best option. Yeah, me neither. I mean, I would still consider the PL, to be honest. I think other than LC, it might be... Oh, no, never mind. They have the very last pick on the BetBoom as well. It's going to be too hard to play PL.
Don't you think Weaver could lane against LC pretty easily?
Weaver can do pretty well in that lane, I think.
Also, Lincoln's Buyer, right? And it's not the most easy hero to counterpick when you have 23 like Azure does.
I think Weaver is amazing.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good suggestion, for sure.
Also, on the topic of you guys saying why LC fell out of meta, don't you think that in these longer team fights, something like a Brew could be very disruptive to the LC duel? Because like the cores that are currently showing in the Kunkka, and then of course the Brew that's going to be split, are not going to be easy to take down if you're an LC.
Yeah, it's just really hard with this LC to commit to these spells, right? Like he'll think, oh, I have to duel the Brewmaster, and then there's an egg, or I have to like duel the Phoenix, then you're dueling a support, and there's still the Brewmaster ulti.
Yeah, it
honestly,
seems like there's a lot that he has to deal with here.
I'm honestly not sure why Legion is so underpicked though. I feel like the hero should be pretty decent. I think it's like pretty high win rate in pubs, like maybe like 53% on track or something. Like it's not a bad hero.
Is man kicking? Oh no, never mind.
Yeah,
Man is not in the pool.
Yeah, I think the standard bans when you have the Kunkka mid are like the Monkey King, the Necro, and then people sometimes look at the TA with some meld build, but I'm not too sure if it honestly, BetBoom might do it, but I'm not too sure if it suits their lineup that much. Oh, Invoker into Kunkka.
A little bit shocked there, Howie.
It's just usually picked the other way, but I think it can be a skill matchup. Like if GPK is really comfortable in this matchup, he feels like Invoker's a hero that's going to allow them to fight later on. And I mean, he has had really good Invoker performances this tournament, so I'm excited to see that. Also, I feel like he might go like 2-2-0 and then start getting Sunstrike, and they'll have the dual Sunstrike, maybe even earlier, and then that could be really interesting.
I think that's the logic they're going for, because when you were talking about how it doesn't feel like LC had enough damage, like maybe with the Muerta it is enough, Invoker corrects that with Sunstrike, even if he is having a hard lane. And if he's having a hard lane, they have the self-sustaining side laner so that Enchantress can rotate in and maybe help the Invoker play into the Kunkka.
I actually think Invoker is gonna go crosswax because they need this Vessel and running around hero, because those both scores in the side lanes, they're gonna just farm and they need this active hero, and they can't really afford to have a Sunstrike. But I do like the BetBoom lineup with this Invoker pick a lot.
And it's game 3. You come out with your signature heroes, right? You bust out the LC for Pure, you bust out the Invoker for GPK, and you hope for the best. Azure, on the other hand, they're doing the same thing. They got their Brewmaster, they got their Phoenix, they have good team fight, they have their Kunkka. They're also confident in this game 3.
Well, look, if you're going to get eliminated, at least do it in style. At the end of this game, one of these teams is going to be eliminated. We'll see if it's BetBoom or if it's Azure. As we head on in, it's game 3.
Unbelievable. Right behind us, there is a crowd that is screaming out a lot of things and got some great signs there, too. That one was amazing. My goodness.
Yeah, they're battling now with about 8 BetBoom fans who will go to the section next to them and also scream as loud as they can. And let me tell you, there are only 8 of them, but they got heart, okay?
The signs aren't as cool, though.
That's
they
true.
have moving signs.
Yeah,
for Azure, I don't know. That's a big.
They got like the LEDs going on, you know.
I like it. No, it's
they had
good stuff.
cosplayers down here too. It's a big contingent back there cheering them on.
Well, and I will say that also this is one of those drafts where I feel like it could go either way. Was there anything that really stuck out to you? The panel really seemed to focus in on this Legion commander as maybe a pressure point where they could run into some issues. Do you guys kind of agree? What's the thought here?
I honestly think the 3 cores for BetBoom were all a little strange to me. I think the Morphling instead of Weaver, which we've normally seen as a brew response, Legion in general this patch has been kind of undervalued. She hasn't won a game at this tournament yet. And the Invoker into Kunkka, which is generally when you pick Invoker, that's the first hero you ban. You ban the Kunkka for this lane matchup. So it's something I think they're trying to go comfort, is what they talked about. The Invoker's very comfort, Legion's very comfort, Morphling. So they're just doing their own thing. And they don't really care about what Azure is doing, and they're just saying, like, we're going to outplay you in the lanes, no matter what we pick.
Yeah, I think the Morphling is interesting because it does check off a lot of the same boxes of the Weaver. Like, it's a similar idea of you're going to have this overwhelming damage, mostly later on versus the Pandas. Like, I kind of picture that point of the game where, like, Pandas, like, in between, like, 12 and 18, and you just, like, split, and the Pandas just die. Because Morphling just, like, right-clicks them all down, which is pretty brutal. But the laning stage itself shouldn't be as bad as what the Brewmasters have been experiencing versus the Weaver.
Yeah, the big thing with the Weaver is you're able to kind of dodge all the slows from Brew, dodge the Cinder Brew from just ticking you down, and constantly just go on the Brew as well and poke them. But the Morphling doesn't really have this ability to have like a disjoint tool. You don't want to use the waveform off cooldown. It's way too much mana. So I think the laning honestly won't be that good for the Morphling unless, you know, there's the Toronto-Tokyo on the Enchantress.
Yeah, that's true.
Does its thing.
One of the things that I think about, you know, sometimes there's these iconic moments in Dota that kind of happen, and one of the big things that always stood out to me was Somnus saying the word Kunkka as his answer to the Invoker that Topson picked all the way back at TI8. Now, picking that Invoker into it, Aoi was talking about, the panel was talking about this entire dynamic. We saw GPK put together really solid performances against Kunkka before. Is it the universal change that's made this matchup better? What do you think it is?
Yeah, Universal plays a part. Now you can buy Wraithband on Invoker, which gives you armor to kind of stop this harass. I also think just in general he has more damage. You can buy Bracer and Wraithband, so you have more abilities to feel stronger in the early game. And I also think that people have gotten better at the matchup, just better at hitting the Kunkka, better at dodging the cleaves, and just overall, I would say it's like a skill-based matchup, like AUI said. So I'll be interested to see how GPK gets out of this lane.
He's shown a lot of skills on Invoker, that's for sure. And had a couple deathless games there where he was dominating yesterday. One deathless game and then immediately died in the next one. So they tried to punish him, but We all know he's got a mean Invoker here, and he wants to bring it out on the main stage whenever he can.
Somnus also goes for the double gauntlet start, which is the build you go on Kunkka when you feel like you're going to crush the lane. It makes your bottle or bracers like really slow, but you have so much damage for denying and harassing that when you do this, you really want to win the lane.
Yeah,
and
you
so
want to clutch up every
he's very confident about just how this is going to play out for him.
So far, he's doing just that. 4-3 versus 1-1. This is not how that Invoker performance went the other day. We'll get a couple of CS there with that tornado, but could be a bit of a tough one for him as this gets into the later stages. The other things to sort of keep our eyes on are going to be a couple of heroes that we haven't seen a ton of, at least so far, and that's, again, the Legion Commander. So Pure needing to deal with this early pressure, although there is already some good damage out. Gets hit by the Blood Grenade, and the overwhelming odds almost enough, but the stick charge keeps him alive.
I feel like we've almost seen more Clockworks now into the main stage than we did in like the road to TI. And, you know, we've had a couple now popping up here, and you can see kind of a rough matchup versus the Muerta. As you're like level 1 especially, you're always trying to batter yourself as much as possible.
Oh, and the calling, the chase, the push back. Oh, low, but not dead yet. Silence. Just barely able to get that separation, but you can see how aggressive you're capable of playing as Pure keeps on hitting these multi-hero overwhelming odds.
Just dropping his items and regenning. He knows he feels very confident here under their tower right now. Really getting the most out of this hero, which is what you need. Again, a winless hero here at TI, but if you can find the right situation, maybe this will be it. But gotta imagine a lot of that power is going to be in the early game, because heading in later, sure, there will be damage. You know, you got Morphling, you got Muerta, you have an Invoker there too to try and juice up even further. But we've seen how tanky these cores are able to get to, and just choosing your dual target looks really hard in this game.
Just how long fights are. It's almost never like a dual kill one hero, keep going, keep going. It's a dual, hope this guy dies. Oh, he's only half health, guys. Let's see what happens now. But now your guy doesn't have an ultimate, so I'll be surprised to see what they do with it. I think Invoker, they talked about going Exort, but I think Exort's kind of weak right now, especially when you don't have stuns in the lane for early setups. So we'll probably just go the standard Quas Rex and play to just kill heroes with the Vessel.
Well, we'll see if he can even get to that position. So far, we talked about the need for Azure Ray to win their lanes or at least come out a little bit more even. Mid is definitely winning. He is 17-7 versus 10-3. Somnus wanting to get some retribution after what happened to him in the last game. That puck performance, it was painful seeing him get taken down at those early levels.
It's so much confidence going into this matchup that we've seen, you know, counterpick so many times in your elimination game on the TI stage. Like, he wants this Invoker that badly.
There's definitely a level of confidence where you'll ask for a hero in a matchup that everyone else knows is bad on your team, and you say, I would Invoker, and they're like, don't they have Kunkka? Don't you always ask for us to ban that hero? But there's definitely a level of confidence, especially when you're playing on these big stages where you just don't really care, and you know you're going to own no matter what the situation is. So he probably even feels that if he loses the lane, he has the right hero for the game.
Yeah, fair. That's got to be the big thing for sure.
Oh, and in the meantime, down bottom, they do manage to find a good dead shot on save, and that's going to be first blood.
It's been looking great on the dead shots so far.
I think every single one's connected so far.
Yeah, making that
always
nice
like,
and easy.
The right angles too, to push them either back or farther away from the Legion when he's battery assaulting. It's just been really nice to watch.
And you know, that's got to be the biggest pain when you see this Muerta supports, right? When they miss that, it's 120 mana. The mana flow is pretty weak. You're always seeing it like with the Clarities and the Mangoes. So every time that you're connecting, it's just so huge for keeping this pressure up on the laning stage.
Yeah, we're going to see this mid gap, but just going to keep growing. I think this matchup doesn't get any easier for Invoker as it goes on. When Kunkka hits level 5, the harass is just like kind of almost too much. Invoker doesn't have the old healing he used to have from Quas, so all his healing pretty much comes from Cold Snap or a Bracer. So once he gets to his half health, he never will go back up unless he buys more regen, and it doesn't look like he's doing it. So I'm honestly going to be really worried for how they kind of play around the mid, because I think they can collapse on mid with the Phoenix and the Clockwork at some point really fast.
Good job forcing him back with the cold snap there. That's one of those moments where if he gets uncontested behind your tower, suddenly you're also eating Tidebringers while you're right there. So will Tidebringer to secure the CS, and GBK doing a good job of keeping his distance at least for now. After the Tidebringer spam starts to come out, although just to be careful, he might think about chasing there.
Save and Pure, we're kind of thinking about with his dive. They force the tower.
It's just good pressure.
Yeah.
Now Pure a little deep.
Battery assault, but won't be able to do that much more, I don't believe. Save takes a lot more. Much less tanky hero on that Muerta. And you can see that there is a lot of potential aggression, and Tidebringer will really bring down that Invoker low, but likely won't be able to find a kill unless they get some type of a X play with a TP rotation or something.
We even talked a lot about bottom, but down here, things going great for Chalice. Again, like this idea of the counter pick. It's not a super pressuring one. Morphling, a very hard hero to kick out of the lane for sure.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo. This is big. They make the move, and the Hellbear Smasher, it's going to be enough.
That's so huge.
Toronto Tokyo, that is what they needed.
That's Ench, right? You know, that is what you need. Perhaps taking some notes from his old captain there, Poshka, right? I keep seeing those videos, Team Spirit. He's like, I told you Ench was good. Every video was the same answer.
Right. You're not wrong. That one showed the power of that hero. And GPK, after getting that little bit of help, is trying to finish off that urn.
And kills like that matter so much. Now that the Voker, he got a free wave. He'll probably get another free wave because it pushed in so much, and his game's kind of reset to some extent. And he's going to not feel that bad. The lane matchup, as long as you're able to kill the guy who counterpicked, I say counterpicked.
Yeah. Self-counterpicked.
Yeah, self-counterpicked, but he's able to get out of the lane. And once you play the game, matchups like this end up not being that bad for you. So he's going to get into the game and feel comfortable.
Wow, super comfortable on Chalice with the Centaur chasing him. It does actually look like he's going to be able to escape. The urn finished for the Invoker now. Morphling not able to apply any more pressure there. Does have level 6 on Somnus. Not easy to get in range for a boat kill with X. Are they trying to go now onto Pure? Gets some separation, gets caught now in the cogs, and no, he walked back in and is just going to die for it.
Yeah, Save was busy grabbing the Wisdom Rune for a little bit there. So Pure all alone, trying to get some safe XP, and not so safe.
This is really good cogs. It split him from the creeps, so the creeps couldn't take the battery assault, and he just went down because he was completely alone. I don't think he was expecting that to happen like that.
Toronto Tokyo maybe thinking about another move in here. Does have Chalice in his sights.
Hadouken.
They move in, a couple more hits, an easy bring down. Enchantress, very strong hero. And FY now going to be chased by the Ench and the Satyr. Well, the X marks the spot. Control is on to Muerta on the top side of the map. Still dropping low. Save is going to fall, but FY tries to dive. Again, Hadouken is going to be back up. Can they manage to quite hit in time? No. He's going to TP out of there.
This is really good pressure, though, from the Enchantress. He saved mid, he saved bot to some extent, and now he's kind of having two comfortable lanes, and he can kind of choose what he wants to do. Usually with Enchantress, you have two plays. It's either you constantly pressure towers with your creeps and just keep going forward, or you farm and get greedy. We've seen Poshka at this tournament destroy games on his Enchantress, like going carry mode pretty much, and just, did he get a rampage, or just, it felt like he got a rampage.
Yeah.
And so he can kind of do whatever. He's freed up himself and his whole team to just exist in the game and be happy.
And when you don't get these plays in the lane stage, it just feels so much worse. So really impressive stuff here from Toronto Tokyo.
Oh, good hogs. Able to get him just in time, not able to hit for the calling, and with the boat down, that is going to be a kill. So Somnus cleaning one up, and now looking for Chalice. They bring him down too. So a one trade apiece.
And that's closing in on the level 6 here. Only a little bit of XP to go for Pure, so could try and get something. We talked about this duel being maybe a little bit not super solid in this game, but in the earlier parts, you know, when these heroes aren't super tanky, sometimes you can catch people off guard. But again, there's not going to be any Sun Strikes. We are still just cross-waxing here on this Invoker.
I also like that he's going to finish the Vessel before the Midas. We've seen some Invokers go the greedy, where you go to earn it so you can tell your team, like, I can rotate, guys, it's all good. But then you go back to the Midas. I think him going for the Vessel is really going to matter if he wants to kill the Kunkka, if he wants to go the Brew, or the Phoenix even. Just there's like heals and so much HP that they have in the early game that the Vessel will let them kind of chew through that.
They have a ward in behind on the tower here. Giving them full vision. This is just a...
He's low mana.
They want
just
this
out of range. There's no way that he gets away from this one, surely. Zero's good, but is it going to be that good? Well, Meteor is down. Somnus will fall. GPK not going to be caught by Tian Ming, who's running through, and now he's also in trouble. They have FY in the area. The Icarus dive does do some pretty good damage. And with the Hurricane pullback in, FY, he went too far. The duel is there. First one claimed for Pure.
Very nicely done. Don't see that too often. They're really early dual kills in the mid lane. So well done from Pure.
We see the confidence with the Invoker, right? They kind of knew it. I think they probably knew what they want to do with the Enchantress, of bringing her mid, bringing a creep mid, pressuring the Kunkka, not really worrying about the early laning stage. And now his game is great. It's pretty much, he's evened up with the Kunkka. He's killed him twice now. He has no worries in the world. He has his Vessel. And
oh yeah.
Just play the game now.
That boom. Definitely getting what they need out of this one. And 10 minutes in, have really yet to put any type of meaningful pressure onto Nightfall for this Morphling.
I mean, he's level 8.5 and Chalice just hit 6.
Yeah.
And again, much like the Weaver, I mean, I don't think you're going to solo kill on a Morphling here. You know, this is one of those carry matchups that you can't really threaten, especially when he's 2 levels up on you. So, kind of a hard situation here for Chalice to figure out what to do, because your Kunkka's also just trying to finish up Blade Mail. But I mean, he's got the boat, so looks like that's going to be. Oh, they have hook shot too. All right, so some things are coming together here for Azure.
I think even killing the Enchantress, if they get it, is a good kill for them. The Enchantress killing spree, so they get the little extra XP, but it might just walk right past her.
And also, you know, there is waveform here too, so it's not even a guarantee.
They see the Rocket Flare, and now they go the Enchantress while they're also going on the other hero. Well, it didn't really look super clean, but it should be enough to take down Toronto Tokyo in the end, I would assume. Although, wait a minute, the dead shot does a good job, but the Tidebringer hit. Nicely played by Somnus. It's going to be Tianming dying. Lul makes the movement over. A Tornado EMP combination. It's going to drain all the mana from these big strength cores. And in the end, it's just going to be support for support.